Chapter 501. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. After making his benevolent and spectacular proposal to me, Barty Jr. stared at me intently, his hand still outstretched as he calmly awaited my response. And I, who had my suspicions about his proposal confirmed, just remained silent, returning his gaze without any kind of change in my expression. This awkward, tense silence between us lasted for a few more seconds, with Barty Jr. starting to feel uncomfortable, slowly losing his previous confidence. But that didn't last much longer, as I finally decided to speak up.
Now I see,
Was the first thing I said, muttering under my breath as I looked at the ground. And hearing this, Barty Jr.'s feelings of discomfort disappeared, being replaced by relief. And then a satisfied and smug glint shone in his eyes, with the sadistic Death Eater thinking he had managed to convince me and that I had accepted his proposal. With a nod to himself, he then prepared to launch into another of his crazy supremacist speeches, wanting to make it clear to me how incredible his master's cause was that I had.
joined.
But before he could even open his mouth, a terrifying and suffocating pressure suddenly fell upon this entire part of the maze. And that pressure was focused and concentrated mainly on Barty Jr., freezing him in his place. He felt a tightness in his chest, and his body struggled to stay upright, as if the entire sky was falling on him. And very slowly, almost robotically, Barty Jr. looked towards the source of this pressure, seeing that it was coming from the only other human in this area besides him. And I, who had my head down, adjusted my posture, standing firm and straight, before raising my head to look at the despicable Death Eater in front of me.
Now I see that I no longer have any reason to hold back against a maniac, psychopath, and deluded person like you.
I said, a cold glint in my amber eyes that shone fiercely in the dense night of the maze. And feeling an overwhelming sense of danger and death coming from me, Barty Jr. couldn't help but shiver, feeling cold sweat run down his back.
Monster.
That was the only thing that crossed the mind of the fanatical follower of the Dark Lord.
He is definitely a monster.
I didn't know what Barty Jr. was thinking, but I could feel his fear and growing panic. And feeling this, I couldn't help but feel a cruel satisfaction take over me, which made me let more of my magic leak from my body, overflowing and filling this entire area and increasing the pressure on Barty Jr. even more.
It's time to end this.
I thought, the pupils of my eyes changing and becoming slit-shaped like a beast. Without noticing these changes in me, I pointed my wand again at the dark wizard in front of me, which brought him out of his stupor. But even after coming out of his dazed and scared state, he was still having trouble moving, not that it made any difference to me. And then, without further ado, I attacked him. Swinging my wand, I created whips of acid that shot towards Barty Jr. Seeing the corrosive and obviously dangerous attack almost reaching him, he gathered all his remaining strength to finally manage to move, quickly jumping to the side. But before he could steady himself or counterattack, another spell was already in front of him. Barty Jr. then tried to raise his wand to defend himself, but he was too slow and an invisible blow hit his chest, launching him backwards like a cannonball. He rolled across the ground, before crashing into one of the walls of the maze, causing dry leaves and dust to scatter into the air.
Get up!
I ordered, my emotionless voice reverberating like muffled thunder, and I could feel the echo of my own magic vibrating in the maze, distorting the air around me. Hearing my command, the dark wizard gasped, looking at me with wide eyes in fear. And even though he was scared, he still tried to get up, his wooden leg creaking as he struggled to stand. But I wouldn't give him time for that, and not caring that he was still getting up, I attacked him again.
Mortarium!
I said, swinging my wand in an arc. With that, a beam of gray light cut through the space between us, causing destruction wherever it passed. In a panic, Barty Jr. raised his wand at the last moment, conjuring a shield, but the force of my spell's impact sent him sliding back a few steps.
Come on, Barty, where's all that arrogance and superiority? Where's the power of a pureblood wizard?
I looked at him coldly, contempt in my tone. And I noticed but decided to ignore my voice, which was sounding different, deeper, loaded with something primal. I could feel my magic expanding further, taking the form of something almost tangible, a dark, wild presence that made the very shadows of the maze stir as if they had life.
Oh,
Hearing my mockery, Barty became irritated, which fueled his strength. Gritting his teeth, he roared, concentrating his magic and pointing his wand forward, and a jet of green flames came straight at me.
he's
I snorted, and with a single movement of my hand, I stopped the fire in midair. The emerald flames swirled around me without burning me, dancing like obedient serpents before I snapped my fingers, dispelling them. With this demonstration of my control and sovereignty over his own spell, the fear on Barty Jr.'s face turned into pure despair.
no.
He shook his head, and not wanting to give up, he pointed his wand at the ground, with the tip of it glowing a dark yellow tone. He then muttered something frantic, and at the same moment the ground beneath me cracked. From the ground, skeletal, translucent hands emerged, pale, deformed specters rose in a chorus of wails, trying to grab me.
Despicable.
My sharp pupil flashed, and with a simple gesture of my wand, a blast of pure magic swept through the specters like wind-dispelling mist. This little display of light necromancy from Barty surprised me a bit, but I didn't let it linger in my mind for long. When I dispelled his last spell as if it was nothing, the despair and fear on Barty Jr.'s expression became more pronounced and stronger. And I could feel his confidence and will to fight being slowly destroyed. And feeling this, I decided that it was no longer worth wasting my time tormenting and humiliating him.
Time to end this fight once and for all.
I thought. Then I closed my free hand, and the pressure my magic was creating in the maze increased immensely, suffocating the Death Eater. He felt as if the gravity around him was 10 times stronger, and unable to resist this time, his legs gave way, causing him to fall to his knees on the ground.
Damn it.
He cursed, having to support himself with his shaking arms to keep from falling face first onto the ground. The crushing weight he felt bearing down on him came not just from the magic I projected, but also from the growing fear in his heart and mind. And for the first time since the fight began, the Dark Lord's loyal follower realized that he wasn't just facing a talented student.
Pathetic little man.
Chapter 502. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. The purple glow caused by my spell only lasted a few seconds, but when it dissipated, the maze was visible before me again. Now, with my vision unobstructed, I could contemplate the trail of destruction left by my attack. This spell, coupled with my previous earthquake spell, had turned this part of the maze into a scene of absolute chaos. Crumbled walls, charred vines, and unrecognizable soil made it seem as if a cataclysm had occurred here. However, even though the scene in front of me was surprising, none of that mattered to me. My gaze was fixed solely on Barty Jr. The Mad Death Eater lay in the center of a huge crater, his body covered in injuries and stained with his own blood. His wand, which he had been gripping tightly since the beginning of the fight, was broken and lying just inches from his bloodied hands. And with a cold and emotionless gaze, I will just watch the fallen dark wizard from afar, seeing that he was defeated, completely annihilated.
It's finally over.
I thought, relaxing a little but still not letting my guard down. This victory caused a small feeling of satisfaction in me, as it was the first real fight against a truly strong and capable opponent I had since being reborn into this world. But even though I was happy to have defeated Barty Jr., I didn't think it was that unexpected, as this was a result I had already predicted when he cornered me. During my free time, I had done some research on Barty Jr., and thanks to this research I discovered that during the First Blood Wizarding War, he was one of the main fighters under Voldemort's command. And even before he was discovered as a Death Eater, he had the reputation of being an excellent duelist, showing that he truly was a dangerous and lethal opponent. And knowing this, I did not underestimate him or doubt his combat capabilities. Even after years of inactivity, I was sure he still had remnants of his old skills, and if his strength wasn't the same, his combat experience would certainly make up for it. However, in this fight against me, none of that made any difference because Barty Jr. made a serious mistake, a mistake that sealed his fate before the battle even began. And that mistake he made was confronting me while he was still under the effects of Polyjuice Potion, using the body of former Auror Alistair Moody. If he had used his real body before fighting, perhaps things would have been different, but perhaps out of arrogance, carelessness, or even sheer stupidity, he did not do so. Moody's body was full of limitations, wear, and scars, and because it was such a different body, Barty Jr. was unable to fully utilize it to show all his power and skill. He was not used to that physical structure, the different weight, the altered reflexes, or the impaired movements, and this created a huge disadvantage for him. And I, who noticed this weakness of his in the middle of the fight, took advantage of it without hesitation. With every exchange of spells, every dodge, every impact, I easily suppressed him, as his body could not keep up with his sharp mind, and this gap was enough to ensure my victory. In the end, it was not just my strength and skill that defeated him, but also his own recklessness and arrogance.
Even with all these disadvantages, he was still the most formidable opponent I've fought so far.
I thought, acknowledging his skill. But shaking my head, I returned my focus to the present moment, looking at the defeated Barty Jr. Realizing that the psychopathic imposter no longer posed any danger to me, I decided to approach him. Walking calmly and cautiously, I quickly reached him, and after standing in front of him, I was able to better analyze his condition. The Death Eater lying at my feet was bleeding profusely, with cuts, wounds, and burns all over his body, and I was sure most of his bones were broken or crushed. And those weren't even his most severe and brutal injuries. A large, grotesque burn covered the entire right side of his body, stretching from his waist to his neck and reaching part of his face. His left leg was in tatters, almost unrecognizable, and perhaps his worst injury was the lack of his left arm, torn off by my spell.
This was the first time I used this spell on a living being and without restraining it, and I must say,
I thought, not at all bothered by the bloody and traumatizing scene in front of me, worthy of a gore movie.
carve!
Barty Jr. then coughed, choking on his own blood but showing that he was still alive. But I knew that with his injuries it was only a matter of time, or rather minutes, until he perished.
Well, you're tougher than you look.
I commented, noticing curiously that what was keeping him alive in those last few seconds was his magic, which was dissipating into the air little by little. He said weakly, looking at me with his one functional eye. And I noticed that in his eyes and in his tone of voice there was no longer arrogance, contempt, and fear, but rather fulfillment and acceptance.
That's probably true.
I shrugged at his words.
But maybe it takes a freak to end another freak.
I said, a calm and indifferent look on my face.
Hey, that's true.
Barty Jr. let out a small laugh before grimacing in pain. He then coughed up more blood, feeling as if his entire insides were drowned in this thick, red liquid. And that was correct in a way, because one of his broken rib bones had pierced his lung, which was slowly filling with his blood. Feeling enormous pain and knowing his critical and fatal situation, Barty Jr. tried to control his breathing so as not to further damage his injuries. And after doing that, he looked at me again.
You know, Knight, you really are powerful.
Barty Jr. said, still maintaining his unshakable fanaticism. And I didn't know if it was because he already knew of his impending death, but his tone carried a disturbing calm.
Big words, Barty, but just as I defeated you, I will also defeat your master.
I retorted. And hearing this, Barty laughed again.
Defeating me is not the same as defeating the Dark Lord, Knight.
He said, with an evil and satisfied glint in his eyes.
And actually, instead of standing here talking to a dying man, you should be worrying about that little Vila friend of yours.
And saying that, Barty Jr. showed me a bloody and cruel smile. But I didn't pay attention to his expression, because the moment he spoke about Fleur, the world around me seemed to stop for a moment. His words quickly seeped into my mind like poison, my heart racing, and an overwhelming panic taking over me.
Fleur.
I thought, realizing that I had been so focused on my battle against the magical creatures, and Barty, that I had ended up forgetting about her for a few moments. But now that I thought back to the beautiful, calm, and cheerful French girl I had befriended earlier this school year, I felt a pang rise in my chest. I realized too late that if Barty Jr. had come to the maze to delay me, then he had also taken extreme measures to get rid of Fleur. And now I had no idea of the situation or the state Fleur was in, and this made a fear settle in my heart.
Damn!
I cursed it in my mind. And ignoring Barty Jr. in front of me who was looking at me sadistically, delighting in my distressed expression, I fully released both my physical and magical senses.
Aye.
Immediately after doing this, thousands of strong and dense sensations hit my senses. And because it was so sudden, I not only felt great discomfort inside me, but also enormous pain and pressure, which made me grimace. But resisting these sensations, I tried to focus and concentrate all my attention on the maze, trying to look for Fleur's magical signature or anything else that could tell me where and how she was.
Please be safe, Fleur.
Chapter 503. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. After releasing all my senses, I let them spread out and cover the entire maze, with my magic radar working at its maximum. Fortunately, because I had killed or defeated almost every creature in the place, there weren't many magical signatures to confuse my senses, and ignoring the magic belonging to the last remaining creatures in the maze, I began searching for the magic of some human. And after just a few seconds of searching, I was able to sense the other champion's magic, which immediately attracted my full attention. With my senses, I could feel Crumb's magic in a sleeping state, which showed that he was unconscious. And I could also feel some other magical signatures approaching his location, and these were probably the ministry employees coming to remove him from the maze. But ignoring them, I focused completely on the other two magical signatures that were further away. Two magical signatures that were very familiar to me. And paying attention to these magics, which belonged to Harry and Fleur, I was surprised, seeing that the two were walking together.
Fleur is still fine.
I thought with a sigh of relief, feeling the fear that was in me slowly dissipate. But in the next moment, this fear returned twice as powerful, because I realized that the two were heading towards the center of the maze where the cup was placed. And actually, the two of them were less than 50 meters from the cup, and I knew it wouldn't be long before they reached it. And even from this distance, I could feel a trace of Barty Jr.'s magic in the cup, which showed that he had already transformed it into a portkey. Knowing what would happen if they touched the cup, I began to feel panic and anxiety overcome me. Unconsciously, the images of Cedric dying in the original timeline were being replaced by Fleur, lying dead and cold on the cemetery ground at Voldemort's feet. No.
This can't happen.
I shook my head, feeling my emotions and magic stir. And while I was focused on Harry and Fleur, and because of my panic state, I didn't notice Barty Jr., still broken on the ground, using his only remaining arm to retrieve a small piece of parchment from his pocket. This piece of parchment was stained with his blood, but even though it was covered in blood, you could see some symbols written on it, as if they were runes. Taking advantage of the fact that I wasn't paying attention to him, Barty Jr. tore up this piece of parchment, which glowed faintly in a silvery tone before falling apart, turning to dust.
I couldn't stop this boy, Master. Forgive me.
He looked up at the cloudy night sky, a wry smile on his face. Barty Jr. then coughed up another mouthful of blood, his breathing becoming weaker and more erratic, showing that his final minutes were coming to an end. And because his life and magic were running out, the effects of the Polyjuice potion on him also began to wear off, with his face, body, and features returning to their original appearance.
So this is the end for me.
He thought, not knowing how to feel about it. He didn't know whether he should be disappointed, sad, or angry for having been defeated by a teenager, nor whether he should feel proud and happy for having helped and served his master until his last breath. But he knew that now the only thing he could do in this situation was to accept his fate, hoping that his master could complete his plan to be resurrected tonight. He also hoped that after acquiring a true body, his master would be able to rebuild the pure and noble empire he once had, returning to power and recovering his glory, before then beginning his mission, objective and dream of dominating and commanding the wizarding and muggle worlds completely.
Heh.
A small, faint smile appeared on his blood-stained lips.
At least now, I'll be able to meet Mom again.
He thought, the eyelids of his only functioning eye slowly closing. And with that last thought, the light in Barty Jr.'s half-open eye went out completely, and his breathing, which was already quite weak, ceased completely with one last sigh. The magic, which was the only thing keeping him in the land of the living, dissipated completely into the air, becoming part of the world's magic. And with that, the last shred of life left Barty Jr.'s body, indicating that he had finally perished, killed after a fierce battle under the orders of his beloved lord. Barty Jr., the one who was the cause of all the abnormal things in the maze, and the one to blame for this distressing situation, had just died next to me. But his death was secondary in my mind. Now all I could think about was Fleur and her safety.
I have to catch up to them.
I stated in my mind. And I knew exactly how to do it, which was why, without further ado, I immediately used the most versatile spell and ability I had created so far.
They're almost reaching the cup, which means I only have a few seconds to get to them.
I thought, levitating off the ground after my body finished transforming into mist. I then concentrated on Harry and Fleur, focused my senses, and condensed my magic into myself, enhancing and strengthening all of my physical abilities. And with a lingering sense of fear and worry in my heart, and a raw determination in my gaze, I shot forward, still in mist form. VUSH. As a dense and violent mass of dark air, I began to cross the maze with all my speed, ignoring any wall or obstacle that was in front of me, destroying them all aggressively and mercilessly. Boom! Boom! Craig! I was flying so fast that anyone who looked would only see a dark figure passing by, causing destruction and chaos wherever it went. And this figure was accompanied by a rumbling, wild, piercing sound, and by the violent winds that followed in his wake.
Come on, faster!
I demanded of myself, pushing my body to its limits. My determined effort was not in vain, because in a few seconds I destructively crossed the last wall of hedges that was in front of me, arriving in a large open circular area that was where the cup was. Looking ahead, I could see the cup on top of a stone altar, and beside it were Harry and Fleur, already with their hands stretched out to grab the cup, showing that just like in canon, Harry would also share the victory of this task with another champion. And it seemed that my unexpected and destructive entrance, along with my appearance in the form of mist, frightened them, since they rushed to grab the cup and finish the task and the tournament once and for all. Using my enhanced vision, I could see their hands slowly approaching the cup, less than 2 inches from touching it.
No!
Chapter 504. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Little Hangleton Graveyard. In the graveyard of the small village of Little Hangleton, a somber but oppressive calm surrounded the place. The full moon, partially covered by thick clouds, cast a pale, ghostly light on the old, decrepit church in the distance and on the aged graves and headstones scattered around the graveyard. The graves and headstones of the deceased were worn and dirty, victims of time and neglect. And even though the inscriptions on the headstones were almost faded, it was still possible to see the names of some of those buried there. On a large, ancient, dark marble headstone, with an imposing statue of an angel of death holding a scythe, there was one name that stood out from all the others, being quite noticeable and recognizable, and the name written on that headstone was Tom Riddle. And in front of this eye-catching grave was a large, rusty iron cauldron resting on the ground, a funky object that obviously didn't belong there, making the scene even more macabre and abnormal. On this dark and cold night, the tense silence continued, with only the sharp sounds of the wind and the shaking of the branches of the dry trees being heard. However, this silence did not last long, as in the next instant a sudden muffled cracking sound rang out. Pub. Thud thud.
Ouch!
Ow.
Harry and Fleur groaned painfully as they fell heavily to the ground, disoriented by the sudden teleportation. And I, who was already expecting this and was still in my mist form, was not affected or surprised by the forced travel like them.
So this is the graveyard where Voldemort's Muggle family is buried.
I thought, analyzing the environment around me. The place was creepy and gloomy, and the uncomfortable smell of mold, wet earth, and rotten vegetation permeated the place, causing discomfort to my sense of smell. The last time I visited this village to spy on Voldemort, I didn't want to stop to look at the graveyard, so this was the first time I had seen this place in real life, outside of the films.
I...
I heard someone swallow hard beside me, along with feelings of fear and distress. Turning around, I saw that these feelings were coming from Harry, who was looking at me with slightly wide eyes as he held his wand tightly. And even Fleur beside him was looking at me warily. Seeing them nervous and cautious, it didn't take long for me to realize that the reason they were like that was because they didn't know that this mist was me. And since the two of them had seen me approaching them in the center of the maze in that destructive and wild manner, it was natural that they were scared now.
Oh,
I blinked, my voice coming out a little deeper and more echoey in this form. And then, in the next second, the dark blue mist that was my body began to condense and reshape, my body becoming solid and human again. As soon as my transformation was over, and I appeared in front of Harry and Fleur, their eyes widened in shock.
Ethan.
Fleur exclaimed, pleasantly surprised. And Harry, who was looking at me in surprise and confusion, had a big question mark above his head, still processing what he had just seen.
How?
He asked me.
Magic.
I replied with a shrug. And before any of them could say anything, I raised my hand, gesturing for them to be silent, looking around at the darkness of the graveyard with a cold, watchful gaze. It was then that they remembered the situation they were in, which caused them to immediately become quiet, before they also began to look around.
Where are we?
Fleur asked us quietly, slowly standing up with her wand in hand. Harry, who had also stood up, looked at the graves and headstones around us nervously. He said, tightening his grip on his wand.
That's not part of the third task, is it?
She asked, and from her worried expression, she already knew the answer to that question. While the boy who lived and the Beauxbatons witch wondered what was going on and was worried about our situation, I continued to look around, ignoring them for a moment. I was focused solely on my magical senses, trying to find Pettigrew and Voldemort's magical signature somewhere in the graveyard. As they were two wizards who had completely surrendered themselves to dark magic, I was able to easily find their despicable and vile magic, feeling that they were a few meters away from us, slowly coming towards us. However, I also noticed that there was more magic around us than usual, surpassing even the magic of the wizard residences. And this strange magic caused me discomfort, which immediately made me alarmed.
What's going on?
I asked myself, activating my magic vision. When I activated my eye magic ability, I could finally understand why this area was emanating so much magic. And the reason for this was because on the ground and on the graves around Harry, Fleur, and me, there were several runes inscribed with magic, invisible to the normal eye. Quickly analyzing these runes, I realized that they were part of a ward activation set, which I unfortunately had no idea what it was for.
This shouldn't be here.
I frowned. And right after I thought that, with my magic vision still on, I saw the runes start to glow faintly, which meant that the ward was being activated. Since I didn't know what the ward was for and didn't have much time to analyze it, I had no way to break it or interrupt its activation. And since it covered practically the entire area of the graveyard, I couldn't escape it either.
Damn!
I cursed, my instincts warning me of danger. Hearing my curse, Harry turned to me.
What happened, Ethan?
However, I don't need to answer him, because in the next moment the runes shone brighter, now visible even to the two champions who were with me.
What is that?
Fleur looked around in panic. And the answer to her question was an uncomfortable feeling that suddenly came over us, along with a slight feeling of weakness. Realizing that these runes were probably dangerous, Harry pointed his wand at a group of them on the ground.
Defindo!
He cast a spell, intending to destroy the runes and break the ward. But even after making the correct wand movement, and saying the incantation, nothing happened.
Oh,
He blinked in confusion before trying again.
defindo.
And just like the first time, nothing happened, which started to make Harry anxious.
Defindo, incendio, bombarda, stupefy.
He tried other spells, only to receive the same result.
Damn, my magic isn't working.
He complained in frustration and worry.
Neither does mine.
Fleur said after trying to cast a spell as well. And seeing this happen and thinking about some of the runes, I immediately understood what kind of ward this was.
That's a magic suppression ward.
I exclaimed in my mind. To confirm this, I also tried to cast a spell, seeing that just like Harry and Fleur, I had also failed. However, I felt the magic running through my body, passing through my hands and going to my wand, but as soon as it reached the wand, something seemed to be preventing my magic from coming out.
Wait a minute.
I thought, casting a spell again. The same thing happened, but just like the first time, I still felt my magic pass through my body. And that made me realize that this ward was a basic suppression ward, and it didn't suppress the magic in our bodies, but rather temporarily blocked and suppressed the magic in our wands.
That means I can still use wandless magic.
I realized, becoming a little more relaxed. Tab, tab, tab. And it was at this moment that I heard the sound of footsteps approaching, and I knew exactly who these footsteps belonged to.
Peter Pettigrew.
I looked at the direction the footsteps were coming from with a cold glint in my eyes. Even far away from them, I could clearly feel the corrupt, dark magic of the traitorous rat, and the powerful, vile, and deadly magic of the Dark Lord.
Tusk.
Chapter 505. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter.
Someone's coming.
Fleur, who was the second person to hear the approaching footsteps, said to us. And as soon as she said that, I was taken out of my thoughts, looking at her and seeing her distressed and nervous face, which made me feel an uncomfortable feeling in my chest. I knew that Harry wouldn't be killed by Pettigrew because Voldemort still needed him for the resurrection ritual, but Fleur and I were in a different situation. At this point, we were just nuisances that had to be eliminated so that the Noseless Lord's plan could continue. And I already knew that when I put myself in this situation, which meant I had a way to protect myself. But with Fleur here, things got even more complicated, and I couldn't 100% guarantee her safety without ruining my own plans.
Damn, I have to get her out of here.
I thought, feeling fear and worry rise up in me. My gaze then fell on the Triwizard Tournament Cup that was lying on the ground a few meters away from us. The cup was our way out of the graveyard, and without it, it would be difficult to find another way to escape Voldemort and return to Hogwarts. But now, looking at the cup, and then looking at Fleur, I felt my heart tighten.
No, I can't let Fleur stay here. I have to send her away no matter what, even if it means I have to use the only thing that would allow Harry and me to get out of here.
I thought, deciding that when the time came, I would either apparate or create another portkey for the two of us to get away from this dark place. Now, with a decision made, I prepared to get Fleur out of here. However, before doing so, I looked at Harry, noticing that he was also looking at me. The green-eyed boy then looked at Fleur, before turning to me again, nodding firmly. And realizing that he had also made his decision, I felt my determination to get Fleur out of here as soon as possible increase and become stronger. So, using one of my best and most practical skills, my telekinesis, I levitated the cup off the ground. However, instead of bringing the cup to me, I threw it in Fleur's direction. Fleur, who was looking intently in the direction from which she had heard the footsteps, saw out of the corner of her eye something coming quickly towards her. Thinking it might be a surprise attack, she prepared to dodge it. But before she could dodge, Harry, who was beside her, pushed her towards that thing, causing her to stumble and catch it in her arms. And the moment she took this thing in her arms, she panicked. But the next moment she realized that what she was holding was actually the cup of the tournament that brought us to this graveyard.
Hi.
She blinked in surprise before looking at the two of us. She saw Harry staring at her with a worried but determined look, and when she looked at me, she saw me looking at her calmly and with a soft smile. Knowing what was going to happen next, I nodded slightly at her, which made her heart flutter. And before the French Vila could say or do anything, the portkey she was holding was activated again, causing her to be immediately teleported back to Hogwarts.
Well, now she's safe.
I thought after watching her disappear, feeling my shoulders relax a little. When I saw the cup falling into Fleur's arms, I was happy, and now that she had been sent back to school and was no longer in danger, I felt a great relief in my chest.
Master, it seems that one of them, the girl, managed to escape.
A hoarse, low, and trembling voice said, immediately ending my happiness.
It doesn't matter. Potter is here and I just need him.
A voice much colder and more dangerous said in a hissing tone.
As for the other boy,
He continued, sending shivers down my spine. Wait, what did he mean by?
be useful later.
I paused for a moment, turning to look at the owners of those voices. In front of the large iron cauldron, I could see a short, fat man with a rat-like face who was holding in his arms something wrapped in a black cloak. And that something was clearly alive, emitting such malevolent, dark energy that it was obvious to tell who it was.
Voldemort.
I narrowed my eyes, clenching my hands as I allowed my magic to course through my body.
Finally, his grand plan has entered its final moments.
At Hogwarts, Pav third person. The students, teachers, and guests were watching intently the final moments of the task, seeing Harry and Fleur reach the end of the maze, close to getting the cup. But before that could happen, they saw something made of mist destroy the walls of the maze, arriving at the place and quickly advancing towards the two champions. And then Fleur, Harry, and this unknown dark mist touched the cup, and soon after that they were all quickly sucked into a vortex that had the cup as its center, suddenly disappearing. When this happened, everyone who was watching the task was immediately surprised and very confused, not understanding what happened and not knowing if this was also part of the task challenges. However, after seeing that the teachers and tournament organizers were starting to panic, as shocked and surprised as they were, everyone realized that this was actually no longer a challenge of this tournament. And understanding this, the family and friends of the champions who had just disappeared, being sent to some unknown place, began to panic as well, feeling their concern and fear increase.
Where is Harry?
Is Fleur okay?
What the hell happened?
These were some of the concerned questions asked by the large group made up of Harry, Fleur, and Ethan's families. And all of them, without exception, had risen from their seats and were now standing in the main stand, looking anxiously at the large two-way mirror that now only showed an empty center of the maze.
What about Ethan? What happened to him? Is he still lost in the maze?
Sarah asked frantically in an anguished tone, realizing that it had been a long time since Ethan was shown in the mirror.
Sarah,
Penny said slowly, causing Ethan's parents to look at her in surprise.
Was that thing my son?
Joshua exclaimed. The immortal lady nodded.
don't you remember? He used that same spell that turns him into mist when he fought the dragon in the first task.
She explained. And hearing this, the only two muggles in the group and the others who were paying attention to the conversation stopped for a moment, and in their minds came the memory of when Ethan turned to mist right after being hit by the dragon's tail.
Wait, so that means Ethan also disappeared along with Harry and Fleur.
Andromeda realized, speaking out loud. When she said this, Ethan's parents, who were already worried about him being lost in the maze, became even more anxious, realizing that now they not only didn't know what Ethan's current situation was, they also didn't know where he was anymore.
Damn it, I can't just stand here and do nothing anymore.
Chapter 506. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. In front of the labyrinth entrance. The Hogwarts Quidditch pitch, which hours before had been buzzing with excitement as the crowd watched the final task of the Triwizard Tournament, was now plunged into confusion and despair. Teachers, students, parents, and guests looked anxiously at the large two-way mirror floating in the sky above the maze, murmuring and whispering among themselves, exchanging nervous and confused glances.
Where could they be?
Professor McGonagall, who was standing with the group of teachers and ministry officials in front of the maze entrance, muttered in distress. She, who had always been someone composed and serious, was now unable to stay still, pacing back and forth to the point of tearing up the grass in the field at her feet. It was quite obvious why Professor McGonagall was so stressed and nervous in this situation. Two of her favorite students, one of whom was someone she considered her own grandson, had suddenly disappeared during the final task. The cup, which was supposed to teleport the champion who picked it up to the entrance of the maze, thus ending the tournament and guaranteeing his or her victory, had sent the three teenagers to some unknown place. And now no locating spell, tracking enchantment, or any kind of magic could find them.
Please be safe.
She pleaded in her mind, worries flickering in her eyes behind her glasses. Professor McGonagall wasn't the only person in front of the maze who was worried. Professor Sprout, beside the feline teacher, was biting her nails, frowning in a sign of worry and fear. And even the always cheerful and smiling Professor Flitwick was strangely silent, with his small fists clenched at his sides. Madame Maxime, equally worried about her Vila student, leaned on Hagrid's arms, who at this moment could not even be happy about this, completely distressed as he thought about his two young friends. And Headmaster Dumbledore, standing at the head of the large group, had a grave expression on his face, his eyes attentively observing every detail of the magic mirror that showed internal images of the maze.
So he's made his move.
He thought, referring to the mysterious criminal who had put Harry's name in the Goblet of Fire. The old wizard already knew that something was going to happen in this task, but he didn't expect this criminal to sabotage the cup, changing the location where the portkey was supposed to teleport the winning champion. And he also didn't expect that besides Harry, two other students would also be involved in his dangerous scheme.
Sigh, the situation just got a lot worse.
He sighed, feeling the weight of the situation on his shoulders.
What's going on, Dumbledore?
The headmaster was then pulled out of his thoughts by an irritated and anxious voice. Turning to look back, he saw Sirius, who stopped in front of him with a large group of parents and relatives of the missing champions behind him.
Albus, where are they?
Asked Nick, stepping forward. His voice was calm, but his eyes were deadly serious. Dumbledore, for his part, did not answer immediately. His brows were furrowed, and the way he held his wand indicated that he did not have a satisfactory answer to that question either. Meanwhile, the Minister of Magic, Fudge, who saw the large group with many influential people arriving, immediately went to them. And hearing the immortal Sir's question and seeing Lord Black's increasingly irritated expression, he quickly tried to appease them, maintaining a facade of control.
Let's all calm down. What happened was just a small, unforeseen event that our ministry is already resolving,
He said, holding his green bowler hat as he smiled nervously at everyone. However, his attempt to reassure everyone was met with looks of disdain and anger, especially from the champion's parents, who were now clearly losing their patience.
Gasp!
Kaya.
By Merlin! Holy damn!
Just as a tense discussion was about to begin, gasps, screams, and shocked and frightened exclamations came from the people in the stands. Pausing for a moment, those in front of the maze entrance looked at those in the stands in confusion, seeing that they were staring at the large two-way mirror with wide eyes in horror and bewilderment. Turning their gazes to the large mirror as well, the large group on the Quidditch pitch saw what had shocked the audience and immediately understood why they had reacted that way.
Oh God.
Sarah gasped in shock, placing her hands over her mouth. Joshua and Jean, as soon as they looked at the large mirror, immediately covered Seal and Gabai's eyes, preventing them from seeing this horrific scene.
Damn!
Sirius let out unconsciously, his voice weaker than usual. What the mirror was showing everyone was one of the areas of the maze, and obviously this shouldn't cause that much of a stir. But the real problem was the destructive and bloody state the place was in. That entire area of the maze was destroyed, falling to pieces, full of bodies, organs, and limbs of magical creatures scattered across the floor, with blood completely staining the place. And in the middle of this area, there was a broken and mangled human body, lying in the center of a huge crater. And you didn't have to be the most attentive person in the world to realize that this person was dead.
Who?
Fleur's mother, Apolline, asked in a shaky voice.
Those clothes.
Professor McGonagall said, noticing that the corpse's ruined, blood-stained robes reminded her briefly of the clothes the former Auror and current Dada teacher was wearing today. As soon as she said that, everyone else paid attention to the clothes the dead man was wearing, realizing that they were indeed Moody's clothes.
Hurry, bring that body here.
Headmaster Dumbledore immediately ordered the ministry officials, and his grave tone left no room for argument. And even Fudge, who saw his employees being ordered around by the headmaster, knew he should remain silent.
And stop broadcasting that maze area in the mirror. Now.
Headmaster Dumbledore continued, seeing that many students were still staring at the bloody scene in the mirror. Following the headmaster's orders, several ministry officials entered the maze with wands in hand, quickly heading towards the area where the dead man was. And those in command of the equipment controlling the mirrors immediately began transmitting images from another area of the maze to the audience. As they waited for those in the maze to return with the corpse, the large group in the field looked at each other with anxious expressions, feeling a strong, almost palpable tension in the air. The families of the missing champions wanted to return to discussing where their children were, angered by the lack of answers from the 3 schools and the ministry. But they knew from Fudge's nervous look and the headmaster's frown that nothing the 2 of them said or replied would be to their liking. And besides, the appearance of a dead person in the maze made the situation even more serious and worrying. So the 3 families decided to wait for the corpse to be brought to them, because perhaps it, even dead, would reveal something about what happened in the maze and where Ethan, Harry, and Fleur were.
Sir.
One of the ministry officials approached the headmaster, breaking the tension and getting his and the others' attention.
We checked, and that area where the dead body is the same place where we lost connection with the mirrors that showed the champion Ethan Knight.
Chapter 507. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter.
Wait a minute.
Sarah paused for a moment, trying to calm herself after her initial moment of panic.
We all saw Ethan arriving at the center of the maze. And even though he disappeared along with Harry and Fleur, he was obviously still alive and well up until that moment.
She quickly analyzed the situation. As disturbing as the situation was, those fleeting seconds in which Ethan appeared were concrete proof that, up until the moment he was teleported somewhere else, he was fine. And realizing that her son was okay, Sarah calmed down a little, feeling her racing heart start to beat softly again. However, this relief soon dissipated in the face of an even more disturbing truth. There was no way to ignore the disconcerting fact that her son had been in the exact spot where a dead body now lay.
He was there.
Sarah thought, her expression turning dark. Between the time the magic mirrors stopped working and the moment Ethan reached the cup, someone was murdered inside the maze. And according to the information revealed so far, the only person present at that location during the interval of the crime.
Ethan was involved in that man's death.
They weren't the only ones who realized this. Remus, Andromeda, Dumbledore, Professor Flitwick.
They're coming.
Nick commented, pulling everyone out of their thoughts and breaking the tension for a moment. And looking towards the entrance of the maze as well, everyone saw the ministry wizards and witches who had entered the maze to retrieve the corpse, approaching while levitating 2 large things behind them.
Teddy.
Sarah began, turning to the Muggle-born wizard.
Could you please take Seal somewhere quieter and safer? I don't want her to be here when the ministry officials arrive with that dead body.
She requested, pursing her lips slightly. Her plea wasn't just maternal, it was a cry for emotional self-preservation. Seal didn't need to see that.
Please take Gabby too.
Apolline quickly chimed in, obviously shaken.
She's seen enough disturbing things today.
And hearing the request of the 2 mothers, Teddy saw no reason to refuse, especially because he also knew that the children should not be there at that moment.
Okay.
He nodded. He then approached the 2 children who were standing next to their fathers, smiling friendly at them as he crouched down to their level.
So Seal and Gabai, how about we wait for your parents somewhere else while they sort out some complicated adult issues?
He suggested to the two girls.
Okay, Uncle Teddy.
And Seal, who was already quite familiar with Teddy, nodded easily. And seeing her new friend agree, Gabai nodded too.
Pomona, go with them, please.
Professor McGonagall turned to her friend and coworker, concern in her eyes.
Take them to the medical tent, and when you're there, tell Poppy to be on standby in case she's needed here. Of course, Minerva.
The head of Hufflepuff replied with a small, reassuring smile before heading towards Teddy and the two little girls. After Professor Sprout waved to Teddy and greeted the two children cheerfully, the four then began to head towards the medical tent, which was near the entrance to the Quidditch pitch. And watching them leave, the two worried mothers couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
One less thing to worry about.
Sarah thought. Sarah had asked Teddy to look after Seal because she knew he was trustworthy and kind, as well as very patient and caring with children. However, that was only the secondary reason behind her request. The real reason she made this request specifically for Teddy was much simpler and more obvious. Of all the people there, Teddy was the only one who didn't have a direct or deep emotional connection to the missing champions. He wasn't a father, mother, godfather, guardian, or brother. This made him the best person to step away from the scene without carrying the burden of direct responsibility. As for the others,
Headmaster Dumbledore, Minister Fudge. We have recovered the body of the dead person from the maze, and we have also rescued the Durmstrang champion,
said the wizard who led the squad of witches and wizards from the ministry.
Good, take Mr. Crumb to the medical tent, and as for the body, leave it here on the ground.
Headmaster Dumbledore said, not giving Fudge time to even open his mouth to say anything to his employee.
Yes, sir.
Chapter 508. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Dumbledore approached slowly, crouching down in front of the body. His old but firm hand gripped the edge of the black cloth. He looked at the group behind him, as if warning them to prepare for what they would see. He, of course, could have kept all the champions' relatives away, knowing that it was neither ethically correct nor professional to let them see a corpse so simply. However, he recognized that most of them exerted a great deal of influence in the wizarding world, being able to ignore his orders or requests, something they would probably do. He also knew that they were very worried and distressed at the limit of their emotions, to a point where they would be capable of arguing or even starting a fight if he tried to send them away. And all of this, added to the fact that he had no time to engage in a verbal fight with them, made Headmaster Dumbledore decide to reveal the state of the body there, in front of everyone. And seeing everyone's fearful yet firm gaze, the headmaster nodded, before putting his hesitation aside and pulling the black cloth covering the corpse. The cloth then slid down, revealing the dead man's face. At the sight of the dead man's mangled and bloody face, many sighed in shock and disgust. But even though his face was injured and burned, it was still possible to make out some of his features. And this was a face that many there did not recognize. Others, however, immediately turned pale.
How can it be him?
Was what those who recognized the dead man thought. Now that all eyes were fixed on the corpse on the ground, a moment of tense and oppressive silence once again fell over the shocked and frightened group.
Those are Professor Moody's clothes, but that's definitely not him.
Dora was the first to break the silence, saying firmly and with certainty. She looked at the corpse with an uneasy frown, and even though she was confused by the situation and slightly worried about her teacher, she couldn't help but feel somewhat relieved that the dead man in front of her wasn't the paranoid old wizard. Remus asked the question that was on practically everyone's mind, looking at the people around him. His gaze then fell on Headmaster Dumbledore, who was frowning deeply as he looked at the dead man.
Headmaster, do you know who he is?
The werewolf asked, sensing that the old wizard knew something about this unknown man.
Yes, I know who he is.
Headmaster Dumbledore nodded, seeing no reason to deny it. Hearing his answer, those who didn't know who the dead man was blinked in surprise, before looking at the powerful wizard with expectant and questioning eyes, an obvious question left unspoken. Feeling these gazes on him, the headmaster slowly stood up, a deep, serious glint in his eyes behind his half-moon glasses.
This dead man at our feet is Bartemius Crouch Jr., Mr. Crouch's only son.
Headmaster Dumbledore began.
However, he shouldn't be here.
Joshua asked.
Because this man is actually someone who died many years ago.
The headmaster replied somberly.
Wait, so this guy was one of the criminals of Azkaban.
Dora asked in surprise.
What crime did he commit to be there?
The crime he committed, my dear cousin, was to lick the boots of a stupid Dark Lord and become a despicable and disgusting Death Eater.
And the one who answered this time was serious, his voice overflowing with contempt and disdain.
Death Eater.
Dora exclaimed in shock. The revelations about the identity of the dead man found in the maze were shocking and even frightening to everyone who didn't know him. Knowing that he was the son of Crouch Sr., a respected and serious ministry employee, would have already surprised everyone. However, discovering that he was also a criminal previously imprisoned in Azkaban and a Death Eater servant of Voldemort made everyone's minds shake. And that's without considering the fact that he should be dead, according to Headmaster Dumbledore's words.
Wait a minute, how and why was a supposedly dead Death Eater here at Hogwarts? And why was he wearing Alastor's clothes?
Andy asked with a serious expression.
These are questions we would all like to have the answers to, Mrs. Tonks.
Headmaster Dumbledore sighed.
Come on, get out of the way.
And it was at that moment that the firm, urgent voice of the Hogwarts matron sounded from behind the group. Turning around, everyone saw Madame Pomfrey marching towards them with a serious and heavy look, and almost automatically everyone made room silently and respectfully, allowing the nurse to pass. Ignoring the large group, she walked straight to the body with purposeful steps, but not without the weight of concern on her face. When she stopped beside Headmaster Dumbledore, he stepped back a little, allowing her to take her place in front of the corpse. Madame Pomfrey stopped in front of the corpse, staring at it for a few seconds, focusing on his injured face with a closed and somber expression. She then knelt beside the body, placing her hand on the edge of the cloth that covered the rest of him. The fierce and protective woman from the hospital wing hesitated for a moment, but then with a long, heavy breath she steeled her resolve.
Let's get this over with.
She thought. And firmly and without further delay, Madame Pomfrey pulled the black cloth completely away, revealing Barty Jr.'s entire body. Madame Pomfrey pulled out her wand, waving it lightly over Barty Jr.'s dead body as she cast inspection and checking spells on him. The colorful-haired girl in the group asked, in a mixture of surprise and doubt.
Dear, I was a war nurse once.
Madame Pomfrey replied with a snort, still not taking her eyes off Barty Jr.
The number of dead people I've seen and examined in my life is more than the number of dark wizards you've ever caught.
Dora exclaimed, offended upon hearing the matron's response, even though she knew it was true.
I just finished my Auror training, so obviously I haven't caught or arrested any dark wizards yet.
She tried to defend herself in her mind, with a pouty and defeated expression on her face. And no longer paying attention to Dora, Madame Pomfrey returned her full focus to the patient. Chapter 509. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. After a few minutes of close inspection, Madame Pomfrey finally finished thoroughly checking the corpse of the Death Eater in front of her. With a heavy sigh, the healing witch stood up, putting her wand back away.
So, Poppy, what did you find out?
Headmaster Dumbledore asked, looking at her carefully.
Besides the fact that he certainly suffered a lot before he died, not much.
She said, pursing her lips into a thin line.
But well, I can tell you that the cause of his death was certainly internal bleeding.
Madame Pomfrey concluded.
Not that it makes any difference, since his death could have been caused by any of his other serious injuries. The internal bleeding just got to him a little quicker than his other injuries.
And looking at the dozens of wounds and lacerations on Barty Jr.'s body, the Hogwarts healer couldn't help but grimace.
In all my time in wars, caring for and healing the wounded and examining dead bodies, this is the first time I have seen injuries of this level of destruction.
She thought, feeling an unsettling sensation in her chest.
Poppy,
Professor McGonagall stepped forward, interrupting Madame Pomfrey's thoughts.
what exactly caused all these injuries?
She asked somewhat distressedly. And that was a question that she and everyone else already knew the answer to, but she still wanted truthful confirmation from a professional.
Well, it was obviously a spell.
Madame Pomfrey replied, unable to hide her slightly impressed tone. She then let out a dejected sigh, shaking her head.
But unfortunately, I can't say exactly what spell was cast on him to cause this.
After saying this, Madame Pomfrey paused, and she then seemed to remember something, which caused a grave expression to appear on her face.
Actually, there are some spells that might be able to do something like that, but they aren't as simple and well known.
She said in a low, serious tone that showed how worrying this information was. And hearing this, everyone quickly understood what kind of spells she was talking about, the vile and evil dark magic.
Ethan,
Sarah and Joshua silently exchanged a worried look. Beside them, Nick and Penny also looked at each other, but unlike Ethan's parents, they were not as distressed by this discovery. The two French immortals understood that magic was not just about light and dark. However, it seemed that this more understanding and tolerant view was not an aspect of all old wizards. Headmaster Dumbledore, who had some suspicions about the spell that caused Barty Jr.'s death, frowned with a regretful look.
I really hope that spell wasn't dark magic, and if it was, I hope it wasn't Ethan who cast it.
He thought, feeling guilty for something only he knew. And in his mind, he couldn't help but superimpose the image of the mischievous and powerful Ravenclaw boy with that of a certain polite and charismatic Slytherin boy he had met many years ago.
Albus!
Madame Pomfrey called to the headmaster, interrupting his thoughts.
Yes!
He looked at her, and seeing that his attention had returned to her, the Hogwarts matron began to speak.
I had decided not to ask this before because I was busy dealing with the dead body, but now I want to know.
She asked, a serious look on her face.
Because Poppy, it is him.
The headmaster replied. And that answer caused a slight frown to appear on Madame Pomfrey's face, as she looked back at Barty Jr. lying dead on the ground. Madame Pomfrey had worked as a healer at Hogwarts for many years, and she vaguely remembered almost every student who had ever passed through her hospital wing, which was practically every student at the school. And one of those students was Barty Jr., a boy who was calm, polite, and kind, reserved and silent most of the time. However, this good view that everyone had of him changed at the big trial 13 years ago. In this trial, he ended up being discovered as a dark wizard and Death Eater, accused of torturing the Longbottoms alongside the crazy Lestranges. And this was news that shocked many people, and Madame Pomfrey was one of them. She was shocked to discover that yet another of the children she had cared for, someone who had seemed so kind and gentle, was in fact a murderous, racist monster. And the last time Madame Pomfrey saw Barty Jr. was in a Daily Prophet headline, with his crazed face plastered across the front page of the newspaper as he was dragged out of the courtroom by Aurors, ready to be thrown into Azkaban.
So this really is him.
She sighed heavily, and in her mind came the same questions asked by the others. What was he doing at Hogwarts? Why was he inside the maze? How was he alive? Even though she knew that this was a matter that should be handled by the tournament organizers and the ministry, she couldn't help but think anxiously about these issues. And then, as she thought about the mysteries surrounding the corpse on the ground, Madame Pomfrey remembered something she discovered while examining Barty Jr.'s body, causing her to turn to the group of people behind her.
You know, it may not be anything important, but when I was examining Mr. Crouch Jr.'s body, I found something rather strange about him.
She said.
Oh, and what would that be?
Headmaster Dumbledore's focus was now fully on her.
I found some traces of magical alteration in his body and blood, and this alteration was caused by something external, like some spell or other type of magic.
The matron replied.
Magical alteration.
Headmaster Dumbledore repeated to himself, a thoughtful look on his face.
Perhaps what Poppy found on his body were traces or after effects of the spell that killed him.
Professor Flitwick suggested.
No,
Madame Pomfrey immediately shook her head.
whatever caused this alteration was neither lethal nor dangerous.
And besides, this magic is deeply mixed with his body, which means that whatever it has either been in his body for a long time or has been steadily infiltrating it little by little. Non-lethal magical alteration that infiltrates constantly.
Professor Snape raised an eyebrow.
Perhaps this is a potion. It's possible.
Nick scratched his chin.
Some healing potions have to be taken many times before they take effect or to continue to take effect, and often in the end, they end up leaving a deep mark on the body of whoever takes them. Yeah, and Crouch Jr. was probably taking some potion like that.
Penny nodded.
So that means he was sick.
Sirius asked. Hearing this question, Madame Pomfrey shook her head again.
No, he was not sick.
She denied.
However, I am almost certain that this magical alteration was indeed caused by a potion. Poppy, can you find out anything more about this?
Professor McGonagall asked hopefully.
Unfortunately, because he is dead, the magic of whatever is causing the magical alteration in him has become weaker.
The healing witch began to say.
And because of that, I would need at least 2 hours checking the body to confirm if it was a potion, and even longer to find out which potion. And even if I do discover something, I can't guarantee that that information will be important or relevant to the current situation.
She continued, letting out a helpless sigh.
But you can at least try, right?
Pauline asked, looking hopefully at the Hogwarts matron.
Well, I can.
Madame Pomfrey said with a slight hesitation.
But as I said before, I can't guarantee that what I find out will be of much help. Please, Mrs. Pomfrey, do it.
Sarah chimed in with an anxious expression.
So far, this dead man is our only clue to finding out what happened to my son and the other children, so anything you can find, no matter how small or simple, could end up helping us find them. And even if you don't find anything, at least you'll be trying, and that's enough for me.
The oldest woman in the Knight family said, an almost pleading look on her face. And hearing the requests of the two worried mothers who were almost begging her, Madame Pomfrey could only nod slowly, understanding that the two of them would only calm down if they saw someone doing something to try to resolve this situation.
All right, I'll examine his body and see if I can find out anything.
Chapter 510. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. After Madame Pomfrey agreed to examine Barty Jr.'s body, she crouched next to the corpse once again, ready to discover what the abnormality was that was causing that magical alteration in him. Seeing that she was about to start the magical exams, everyone moved a little away from her and the dead body, giving her space to work quietly and calmly without anyone disturbing her. And after moving away from the hospital wing lady, the large group of people looked at each other again, waiting for the exam's results. In this moment of waiting, a silence fell over the group, but it was soon broken by the headmistress of Beauxbatons.
Will she be able to find anything?
Madame Maxime, who was still leaning on Hagrid's arms, asked. Her once imposing and noble voice now sounded fragile and worried, but you could still hear the small, hopeful tone in it.
Don't worry, Madame Pomfrey is one of the best healers in the world. She'll definitely find something that will help us.
The Hogwarts half-giant replied confidently.
Yes, don't worry, Madame Maxime.
Headmaster Dumbledore began to say calmly.
Poppy is very skilled, so it will only be a matter of time until she finishes examining him and shows us something relevant.
And seeing that the most powerful wizard alive and the man she had romantic feelings for were both confident in the healing witch, Madame Pomfrey just nodded, deciding to believe them. Hagrid's trust in Madame Pomfrey obviously came from his naivety and almost blind loyalty, as well as his own hope that the possible answers found by the healer might bring some relief or something good to the current situation. As for Headmaster Dumbledore, he wasn't just confident.
He was probably using that.
The old wizard mused, looking analytically at Barty Jr., or more specifically, the clothes he was wearing.
Meow.
And it was at that moment that a soft, muffled, yet loud and clear meow sounded, taking Headmaster Dumbledore out of his thoughts and drawing the attention of everyone on the Quidditch pitch. Quickly turning around and looking towards the entrance of the maze, the relatives of the champions, the Hogwarts staff, Madame Maxime and Minister Fudge could see a black cat leaving the maze with slow and calm steps. This cat was walking towards the main group, and as she got closer, allowing people to take a closer look, everyone noticed that she was carrying something in her mouth.
Wait, is that Nyx?
Sarah, after taking a good look at the cat, exclaimed in bewilderment and confusion.
Nyx.
Headmaster Dumbledore turned to Sarah with a raised eyebrow.
Yes, Nyx, Ethan's cat.
The amber-eyed champion's mother replied, still staring at the black cat. And looking at the cat again more closely, those who had already seen her at some point near Ethan also began to recognize her, causing their eyes to widen.
What is she doing here?
Sirius asked with a confused look. And it was at that moment that a soft, muffled, yet loud and clear meow sounded, taking Headmaster Dumbledore out of his thoughts and drawing the attention of everyone on the Quidditch pitch. Quickly turning around and looking towards the entrance of the maze, the relatives of the champions, the Hogwarts staff, Madame Maxime and Minister Fudge could see a black cat leaving the maze with slow and calm steps. This cat was walking towards the main group, and as she got closer, allowing people to take a closer look, everyone noticed that she was carrying something in her mouth. Wait, is that Nyx? Sarah, after taking a good look at the cat, exclaimed in bewilderment and confusion. Nyx, Headmaster Dumbledore turned to Sarah with a raised eyebrow. Yes, Nyx, Ethan's cat, the amber-eyed champion's mother replied, still staring at the black cat. And looking at the cat again more closely, those who had already seen her at some point near Ethan also began to recognize her, causing their eyes to widen. What is she doing here? Sirius asked with a confused look. The question shouldn't be, what is she doing coming out of the maze? Remus pursed his lips. And while the large group tried to guess what a cat was doing coming out of such a dangerous place, Nyx finally reached them, circling Barty Jr.'s dead body. Meow! Nyx stopped in front of this group of confused and worried people, letting out another meow, which was muffled again because of what she was carrying in her mouth. Her gaze then swept over all of them, before stopping for a moment on Professor Snape. She stared at the potion's master for a few seconds, with him staring back at her with an expressionless look but with feelings of confusion. After staring at each other for a while longer, the black cat then let out a hiss that strangely sounded like a snort of disdain. And turning her face arrogantly, Nyx ignored the Sith teacher, turning and walking towards Nick with presumptuous steps.
How?
And Professor Snape, for some reason, felt that the black cat was looking down on him, which made him narrow his eyes in irritation. Thinking that the cat's actions and personality had something to do with its owner, Professor Snape grimaced.
Night!
He thought angrily, and if he hadn't been in the middle of all these people, he would have definitely deducted 10 points from Ravenclaw.
What's wrong, Nyx?
Meow!
And it was at that moment that a soft, muffled, yet loud and clear meow sounded, taking Headmaster Dumbledore out of his thoughts and drawing the attention of everyone on the Quidditch pitch. Quickly turning around and looking towards the entrance of the maze, the relatives of the champions, the Hogwarts staff, Madame Maxime and Minister Fudge could see a black cat leaving the maze with slow and calm steps. This cat was walking towards the main group, and as she got closer, allowing people to take a closer look, everyone noticed that she was carrying something in her mouth. Wait, is that Nyx? Sarah, after taking a good look at the cat, exclaimed in bewilderment and confusion. Nyx, Headmaster Dumbledore turned to Sarah with a raised eyebrow. Yes, Nyx, Ethan's cat, the amber-eyed champion's mother replied, still staring at the black cat. And looking at the cat again more closely, those who had already seen her at some point near Ethan also began to recognize her, causing their eyes to widen. What is she doing here? Sirius asked with a confused look. The question shouldn't be, what is she doing coming out of the maze? Remus pursed his lips. And while the large group tried to guess what a cat was doing coming out of such a dangerous place, Nix finally reached them, circling Barty Jr.'s dead body. Meow! Nix stopped in front of this group of confused and worried people, letting out another meow, which was muffled again because of what she was carrying in her mouth. Her gaze then swept over all of them, before stopping for a moment on Professor Snape. She stared at the potion's master for a few seconds, with him staring back at her with an expressionless look but with feelings of confusion. After staring at each other for a while longer, the black cat then let out a hiss that strangely sounded like a snort of disdain. And turning her face arrogantly, Nix ignored the Sith teacher, turning and walking towards Nick with presumptuous steps. And Professor Snape, for some reason, felt that the black cat was looking down on him, which made him narrow his eyes in irritation. Thinking that the cat's actions and personality had something to do with its owner, Professor Snape grimaced. Night. Nick raised an eyebrow, looking at the silver object and realizing it was a hip flask. Picking up the hip flask, the French alchemist began to inspect it, feeling that it looked a little familiar.
That's Professor Moody's hip flask.
Professor Flitwick, who had been silent all this time, said.
Moody's hip flask.
Nick repeated, looking at the item curiously. And it was at that moment that a soft, muffled, yet loud and clear meow sounded, taking Headmaster Dumbledore out of his thoughts and drawing the attention of everyone on the Quidditch pitch. Quickly turning around and looking towards the entrance of the maze, the relatives of the champions, the Hogwarts staff, Madame Maxime and Minister Fudge could see a black cat leaving the maze with slow and calm steps. This cat was walking towards the main group, and as she got closer, allowing people to take a closer look, everyone noticed that she was carrying something in her mouth. Wait, is that Nix? Sarah, after taking a good look at the cat, exclaimed in bewilderment and confusion. Nix, Headmaster Dumbledore turned to Sarah with a raised eyebrow. Yes, Nix, Ethan's cat, the Amber-eyed champion's mother replied, still staring at the black cat. And looking at the cat again more closely, those who had already seen her at some point near Ethan also began to recognize her, causing their eyes to widen. What is she doing here? Sirius asked with a confused look. The question shouldn't be, what is she doing coming out of the maze? Remus pursed his lips. And while the large group tried to guess what a cat was doing coming out of such a dangerous place, Nix finally reached them, circling Barty Jr.'s dead body. Meow! Nix stopped in front of this group of confused and worried people, letting out another meow, which was muffled again because of what she was carrying in her mouth. Her gaze then swept over all of them, before stopping for a moment on Professor Snape. She stared at the potion's master for a few seconds, with him staring back at her with an expressionless look but with feelings of confusion. After staring at each other for a while longer, the black cat then let out a hiss that strangely sounded like a snort of disdain. And turning her face arrogantly, Nix ignored the Sith teacher, turning and walking towards Nick with presumptuous steps. And Professor Snape, for some reason, felt that the black cat was looking down on him, which made him narrow his eyes in irritation. Thinking that the cat's actions and personality had something to do with its owner, Professor Snape grimaced. Night. Joshua finished the question for her, before nodding.
Yes, she is.
Ow.
Andromeda looked at the cat, half confused and half amazed.
I don't know, but usually at home, when she wants something, she also tries to talk to us. And most of the time, it's easy to understand what she's trying to say, despite all the meowing and gestures.
He shrugged.
Wait, so you guys talk to and understand your cat.
Dora chimed in, looking at him with a skeptical raised eyebrow.
Oh yeah.
Joshua nodded, before looking at the mother-daughter duo in confusion.
Shouldn't that be a normal thing?
He asked.
Normal? How would a cat trying to talk to someone be normal?
Dora answered his question with another question.
I don't know, but considering all the magical and strange things that happen in your world, that shouldn't be that surprising, right?
Joshua scratched his head. Hearing this argument, Dora blinked, freezing for a second. She stammered, trying to think of an answer or a counterargument to that. And Andromeda, who saw her daughter's confused and nervous grimace, sighed, realizing that the metamorph magus girl's not-so-capable and strong brain was about to fry. Remus, who was nearby and had heard their conversation, was also looking at the black cat, a curious and thoughtful glint in his eyes.
Maybe she's half Kneasel.
He guessed somewhat uncertainly, bringing attention to him.
Are Kneasels that smart?
Sirius asked curiously.
I don't know, I've never studied one.
Remus said with a shrug.
But from what everyone who has interacted with them or studied them says, and from the descriptions of this feline breed in the books, they are actually very intelligent and cunning. I see.
Sirius nodded. And in his mind, he remembered the first time he met Nyx in Hogwarts Castle. Or rather, he remembered when he was cornered by Nyx before being stunned and captured by Ethan.
Come to think of it, since that time Nyx acted very abnormally for a simple cat.
Chapter 511. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. The large group was still looking intently at Nick and Nyx, noticing that something important was happening, something that revolved around the hip flask in the 600-year-old wizard's hands. However, not everyone on the Quidditch pitch was so interested in this, and Minister Fudge, seeing everyone so focused on the black cat's seemingly random meows, had a strange expression on his face.
Guys, I think you're all overreacting a bit about this.
He began, forcing a smile as he hid his slight disdain.
Maybe this cat is just playing around, so why don't we just let this matter go?
Saying that, he approached Nick and Nyx.
Shush, get out of here.
He said, waving his hand in a shooing gesture.
Go find some yarn to play with somewhere in the castle.
But Nyx didn't even pay attention to him, completely disregarding the
silly little man
who tried to talk to her. And realizing that he was being ignored and that his attempt to push her away had failed, Fudge frowned. He then began to draw his wand, intending to chase the cat away with a spell. However, before Fudge could say any incantations, Nick raised his hand, stopping and silencing the chubby man with just a gesture. And this showed how great the influence and power the French alchemist had over someone like the minister of a wizarding community. No longer paying attention to Fudge, Nick looked back at Nyx, seeing that she was still gesturing to the hip flask in his hands. Seeing the cat's insistence on this item, Nick then opened the hip flask, shaking it lightly while smelling it, trying to see if he could recognize what liquid was inside it. And after a simple sniff, Nick stopped, widening his eyes slightly.
That pungent smell,
he thought, feeling all the pieces fall into place.
Dear, what happened? What's in that hip flask?
Penny asked, looking at him worriedly as she noticed his change in expression. And hearing his wife's question, Nick looked at her, a gleam of realization in his eyes.
What happened is that the contents inside this hip flask answer many of our questions.
Madame Pomfrey interrupted, answering for him and making everyone turn to look at her. She was still crouched in front of Barty Jr.'s body, staring at a drop of blood taken from his body that floated on the tip of her wand. The dark red drop of blood emitted a faint moss-green glow that pulsed, an effect caused by an analysis spell used to check for signs of potion in a witch or wizard's blood. Looking at this blood, Madame Pomfrey had a look of understanding on her serious face. And seeing that everyone's attention was on her, she slowly stood up before explaining.
That magical alteration I found in Mr. Crouch Jr.'s body and blood was actually the after-effects of the polyjuice potion. And from what I could find out through a quick analysis, is that he had already ingested large quantities of that potion, and he had been taking it for a long time.
She pursed her lips.
Oh, that explains everything.
Professor Flitwick exclaimed, slamming his small fist into his hand.
What do you mean?
Sarah, who was a muggle and didn't know much about potions, looked at him confused.
What he means is that Crouch Jr. was using polyjuice potion to transform himself into Professor Moody. And that's why he was wearing his clothes.
Andy answered for the little professor.
Yes, and whenever we saw him taking sips from that hip flask, he wasn't actually quenching his thirst or drinking something alcoholic.
The half-goblin professor finished, nodding to himself.
That makes perfect sense.
Headmaster Dumbledore ran a hand through his beard.
Well, at least now we know how he got into Hogwarts, and why he was wearing Moody's robes.
Sirius said.
Yes, but doesn't that also mean that the Alastor Moody, who came to Hogwarts and was teaching the students all this time, was actually a Death Eater?
Professor McGonagall reminded everyone.
And besides, if that was a fake Professor Moody, then where's the real one?
She looked at everyone with a worried expression, her lips in a thin line. Hearing this, a pause was made by the group of people.
What?
Dora asked, feeling panic and fear rising inside her.
Don't worry, Miss Nymphadora. The potion only works if the target of the transformation is still alive, so that means Alastor is fine.
Headmaster Dumbledore reassured her. And beside him, Professor Snape let out a small snort of derision.
If she had paid attention in my classes, she would have known that.
He muttered under his breath. Unaware of the silent criticism she was suffering from her former potions teacher, Dora could only pay attention to Headmaster Dumbledore. And hearing him say her infamous name, Dora didn't even bother to complain, very happy with the assurance that her teacher was still alive, and nervous as she thought about what his current state was.
He's fine.
She repeated, sighing in relief. Seeing that the metamorph magus girl was a little calmer, the most important wizard at Hogwarts nodded, before immediately turning to Hagrid and Professor Flitwick.
Hagrid, Phileas, go to the Dada teacher's office and see if you can find anything about Alastor's whereabouts there.
He said, which was basically an order. Nodding, Hagrid patted Madame Maxime's hand before letting her go, and together with Professor Flitwick they headed towards the castle to deal with this mission. As soon as they left, the old wizard's gaze fell back on Barty Jr.
I think with this we now know how he got into Hogwarts, and why he was dressed in those clothes, besides his presence also being the answer to who put Harry's name in the Goblet of Fire. Now the only question that remains is why.
The headmaster said, asking these questions more to himself than to those around him.
Maybe.
Fudge suggested.
He probably wanted to create chaos in the British wizarding community to get revenge on the ministry that arrested him. And in the end, he found the perfect opportunity to do so at the Triwizard Tournament, where there would be a large audience watching the tournament.
And the more he talked, the more Fudge felt he was right in his assumption.
No, this was all very well planned, and obviously his goal is something bigger.
Sirius quickly dismissed Fudge's assumption.
I agree, and I am certain he did not plan all this alone.
Headmaster Dumbledore said, a gleam in his eyes that showed he knew more than he let on.
Dumbledore, Lord Black Barty Crouch Jr. was an infamous dark wizard. He clearly needed no reason to do something like that other than his own evil and insanity.
Fudge scowled at them.
And besides, what nonsense is this that he didn't do it alone? Are you trying to say that there are other dark wizards out there helping him? Impossible.
He denied, feeling that somehow his competence as a minister was being questioned. Seeing that Fudge was acting so idiotically, ignoring and dismissing their warnings cowardly, Penny, who was watching their exchange closely, began to get irritated. She already didn't have much goodwill with the Great Britain's Ministry of Magic, and now seeing this display of ignorance and foolishness from Fudge, she began to lose what little patience she had left.
Enough. This stupid little man has irritated me enough.
She thought. She then reached into the holster on her wrist, ready to grab her wand and hex this fat, greedy little man into oblivion. But luckily for the oblivious Fudge, before Penny could attack him, an anomaly began to occur at the entrance to the maze near them, which immediately brought everyone's focus to it. The space at the entrance to the maze began to distort slightly, with the magic in that area stirring. And then a loud, echoing crack sounded, and something suddenly emerged from this distortion. That something, to everyone's shock and surprise, was the blonde girl that everyone was anxiously looking for, and she, after appearing at the entrance of the maze, fell sitting on the grass of the Quidditch pitch, tightly holding the tournament cup in her arms.
Fleur.
Chapter 512. If you want to support me and read ahead. Padaron com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter.
Fleur.
The beautiful French villa's parents exclaimed as they saw their daughter suddenly reappear, apparently safe and sound. And without hesitation, they ignored everything and everyone around them, quickly running towards her with concern, abandoning any noble and composed demeanor they had. The young witch looked like she was in shock, staring blankly ahead. Her eyes were wide open, her hands were shaking, and her parted lips didn't make a sound for a few seconds.
Fleur, ma chérie, are you okay?
Apolline knelt beside her daughter, gently cradling her face while checked her for injuries. The blonde girl didn't respond immediately. Her eyes remained fixed on the air in front of her, not noticing her worried parents or the other people who were quickly approaching her. Fleur seemed completely oblivious to what was happening around her, as if her mind was still there in that dark graveyard. The scary and macabre appearance of the graveyard, the feeling of helplessness and weakness before that suppressive ward, the sacrifice of her friend and the boy she was in love with, and the portkey journey that was more turbulent and longer than it should have been. All of this together made her feel confusion, anguish, nervousness, and many other emotions that caused an agonizing turmoil in her heart.
Miss Delacour, where were you? What happened? Where are Harry Potter and Mr. Knight?
And without waiting for the girl to recover from her shock, Fudge began to question her rudely, much to the irritation of her family. However, his questions snapped her out of her dazed state, and realizing that she was surrounded by all these people, her gaze immediately focused on those she knew could help in this situation. And these people were her headmistress, whom she trusted, Headmaster Dumbledore, known as the most powerful wizard alive, and Nick and Penny, renowned as the oldest and wisest wizard and witch living.
Ethan.
She began to say frantically, trying to find the right words to convey the information she had.
Maze.
But Fleur was so panicked and worried that what she was saying sounded more like a random, incoherent string of words than a real sentence.
Excuse me, I need to see if she's okay.
And it was at that moment that Madame Pomfrey imposed her presence, seeing that there was someone, alive this time, who needed her care. Pushing everyone in front of her, the hospital wing matron immediately crouched down in front of the French student. And without waiting for anyone to say anything, she pulled out her wand and began casting several inspection and healing spells on Fleur. And Fleur, seeing that they were more concerned with checking her health than doing something to save the two champion boys, began to feel frustrated, her worry and panic increasing.
They're in danger. They need help.
She insisted, her voice rising in urgency. Seeing that the poor girl was very emotional and shaken, Madame Pomfrey placed her hand on her arm reassuringly.
Miss Delacour, first calm down. Take a deep breath and exhale slowly.
The nurse said in a calm tone of voice. However, her attempt to calm Fleur didn't work, and in fact it seemed to make the blonde girl even more anxious and frantic.
No, you don't understand. They're in danger. Someone has to get them out of there fast.
She said, almost shouting as she pulled Madame Pomfrey's hand away from her. She then proceeded to ignore the witch healer, focusing her gaze on Headmaster Dumbledore.
You have to do something. Ethan and Harry are in danger. There was someone else there, and that person is definitely going to do something bad to them.
She begged, not realizing that tears of worry and fear had started to stream down her cheeks.
Miss Delacour, we will do something to help them, but before that we need information.
And only you have this information, so calm down, take a deep breath, and calmly tell us exactly what happened so that we can act to save them.
The headmaster said, with no change in his calm expression other than an anxious glint in his eyes. Realizing that they were still insisting on trying to calm her down, the young witch of Beauxbatons began to get irritated. And just as she was about to yell at the headmaster, she felt her mother's hand land on her arm. Looking at her mother, she saw the older Vila looking at her with concern, but also with an understanding look.
Fleur, please.
She said to her daughter. Sensing her mother's concern, Fleur paused, and seeing her look that practically begged her to calm down, the younger Vila no longer tried to resist or argue. She then nodded slowly at her mother, before trying to calm herself down, realizing that her emotions really were a mess. After a few seconds of breathing in and out slowly, Fleur felt less agitated, and even though her emotions of worry were still bubbling in her chest, she felt that she was finally ready to tell them what had happened. And seeing this, Headmaster Dumbledore nodded, before beginning the questioning.
Miss Delacour, after you, Harry, and Ethan touched the cup and were teleported, did you end up in a graveyard?
He asked, having heard her say this earlier.
Yes, we ended up in an old graveyard after being teleported.
The Vila confirmed, and she still felt chills thinking about the sensations that dark place caused her.
And what happened after you arrived at this graveyard?
The headmaster continued to ask. In response, Fleur began telling everyone what happened to her and the boys from the moment they touched the cup, leaving no information behind. She spoke of the dark and macabre graveyard, of the glowing runes and the magic-suppressing ward that left them defenseless in this moment of unknown danger. And she didn't forget to talk about the fact that they weren't alone in that place, with someone who was obviously not a friend approaching them. Fleur spoke about the situation they had found themselves in with almost precise detail, vividly remembering the harrowing events that would not leave her mind. And everyone on the Quidditch pitch was in tense silence, listening attentively to everything that came out of the blonde Vila's mouth, absorbing this information with concern and distress.
And then Ethan and Harry threw the cup at me, activating the portkey on it again and bringing me here, leaving them behind, alone and in danger.
Fleur finished saying, a little breathless as she had been talking nonstop for some time. And after finishing telling them everything that happened and everything she knew about the situation, she turned back to look at the wizards and witches in front of her with anxiety, waiting for them to do something now that they had this important information. After hearing all this, Headmaster Dumbledore began to rub his beard with a thoughtful look. And while Headmaster Dumbledore was thinking, Professor McGonagall, who had noticed an inconsistency in the information given by Fleur, approached the Vila.
Miss Delacour, how long exactly were you there in that graveyard?
The old cat witch asked.
I'm not sure.
The Vila said, and her answer made Professor McGonagall frown.
That doesn't make sense.
She muttered loud enough for everyone to hear. She then turned to the others in the large group.
She says she was in the graveyard for 2 minutes, but that doesn't make sense chronologically, since they disappeared from the center of the maze over 15 minutes ago.
And those who, like Professor McGonagall, were also counting the time that had passed since the 3 champions disappeared, also had confused and strange looks on their faces. 15 minutes, and hearing what the head of Gryffindor said, Fleur blinked, confused and shocked. And before she could ask or say anything, Nick stepped forward.
Fleur, after you picked up the cup and the portkey activated, did you feel anything strange or different while you were being teleported here?
He asked.
I.
She began to reply.
Oh, and I also had the feeling that it took longer for me to be teleported back here than it did when I was sent to the graveyard.
And now Fleur was frowning, also starting to notice an anomaly about this portkey travel.
Something is very wrong.
Chapter 513. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter.
I see.
After hearing Fleur's answer, Nick nodded, an analytical and thoughtful look appearing on his face. He then turned to the other adult witches and wizards in the group.
I think Fleur is telling the truth. She probably escaped from the graveyard 2 minutes after getting there.
And seeing their confused and skeptical looks, he began to explain.
The only reason Fleur only got here now after escaping the graveyard was probably because of the runes she said were suppressing her and the boys' magic. These runes were most likely part of a suppressive ward activation set, and when they were activated, they must have interfered with the portkey activation, causing a slight glitch that diverted the travel, making it take longer for the teleportation to complete and Fleur to get here.
Yes, but a suppression ward alone wouldn't do that.
Penny said, adding to the explanation with her vast knowledge.
Those runes probably activated a double ward, and the other part of the set must have been an anti-apparition ward.
And since the cup was a portkey that was already connected and authorized in the ward to allow them to be taken to the graveyard, it probably still had permission to be used there again, which explains how Fleur was able to activate it and escape from there.
Nick continued.
Yeah, but the suppression ward messed with the portkey's magic, which caused the interference, making the travel take longer than it should.
And with that, Penny finished the joint explanation of the two alchemists. Seeing how the two immortals dissected the situation, analyzing everything that happened in the graveyard without even being there, using only Fleur's words as a basis, everyone on the Quidditch field couldn't help but be impressed. They really are the most intelligent and experienced wizards in existence, and they live up to their title of Master of Runes and Wards, was what everyone, even Headmaster Dumbledore, thought.
Hi.
Sirius asked, unsure if this information was relevant or useful to his current situation. At this question from the Lord of the Black House, Nick turned to him with a complicated look, hesitating for a moment before answering.
Well, that means that even if we locate Ethan and Harry or find the graveyard, we won't be able to get there quickly via apparition or portkey. So what you're saying is that rescuing them just got even harder.
Joshua grimaced.
Unfortunately, yes.
Nick let out a helpless sigh.
Damn it.
And with that response from Nick, even the usually calm and polite Joshua cursed, and no one could blame him for that. In fact, almost everyone was cursing this situation in their minds, with some like Sirius feeling a sudden urge to destroy something to relieve their frustrations. Realizing that saving the two boys quickly, before something bad or tragic happened, was becoming an almost impossible mission, a new wave of desperation filled the atmosphere. Sigh.
Ethan, you can still use wandless magic, right? Can you defeat Pettigrew or get us out of here?
Harry asked me in a whisper, approaching me while looking hatefully and intently at the traitor of his family.
Unfortunately, I can't.
I replied with a grim expression.
These runes are suppressing and weakening almost all of my magic, and because of that I can only use a little wandless magic, which won't be enough to get us out of this situation. So in that case, the only way for us to get out of here is if these runes are destroyed.
The green-eyed boy continued asking.
Yes.
I nodded.
However, these runes were not inscribed normally, being carved or drawn on something. They were written using magic, which means that only magic can destroy them.
Hearing this answer of mine, Harry frowned gravely.
So in the end, we are trapped without magic, and only magic can help us get out of here. How wonderful.
He said, frustrated. And realizing that our situation was worse than he expected, Harry began to despair, feeling completely cornered. Knowing that there was now nothing left for us to do but wait for Pettigrew to make his move, Harry felt a strong urge to swear, wanting to curse something or someone.
Hurry up, Wormtail.
Voldemort's cold, hissing voice rang out, snapping me out of my thoughts and interrupting Harry's barrage of insults. Realizing that the hard situation we were in was about to get hectic and dangerous, Harry beside me tensed up, with me calmly waiting to see what the two evil wizards in front of me would do.
Arrest the two boys immediately, and begin the ritual.
Voldemort ordered irritably, hurrying his cowardly servant. If we delay any longer in starting the ritual, that old fool Dumbledore might end up finding us with one of his stupid trinkets, the weakened Dark Lord thought, frowning. He knew that the headmaster of Hogwarts knew of his Muggle origins, which meant that he probably knew about this graveyard as well. And knowing this, Voldemort was sure that it wouldn't be long before the old wizard tracked them down. And that was why he wanted to finish the ritual as quickly as possible, not to mention the fact that he was anxious and excited to have his perfect body back, free from the curse that prevented him from hurting the Potter boy. Pettigrew, after being coldly ordered by his master, squeaked in fright before nodding.
Why, yes, master,
he said with a shaky voice. And still holding the vile fetus in his arms, he took his wand from the pocket of his cloak, before pointing it threateningly at Harry and I.
Expelliarmus, incarcerus.
The short, fat little man with a rat-like face said, casting this sequence of spells at the two of us. Harry, faced with this attack, prepared to dodge. However, before he could move, I used wandless magic to paralyze his body for an instant without him noticing my
Sabotage.
That short time he was stuck to the ground was enough for the spells to reach him, and then, in the next second, the two spells hit him, disarming him and entangling him in thick ropes. Knowing that for my plan to continue I could not resist, I also let myself be hit by Pettigrew's spells, losing my wand and also being restrained like the other Hogwarts champion. And now, both Harry and I were completely at the mercy of the two evil wizards, defenseless and without any way of escape.
Even though it's uncomfortable and a little annoying, I have to continue with the hostage act until the resurrection is complete.
Chapter 514. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter.
Damn it, let me go now, you son of a bitch.
Harry swore, glaring at Pettigrew. There was anger, hatred, and contempt in his expression, and deep in his green eyes you could see a fear and distress that he could not hide in the face of the desperate situation he found himself in. The boy with a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead was still tied up by the ropes from the dark wizard's restraining spell, being slowly levitated towards the statue of the Angel of Death on the Riddle's grave.
Damn.
He grunted in effort, thrashing frantically in a futile attempt to free himself from the ropes that bound him. But against these magical ropes, nothing he did was of any use, and he could only curse and rage as he was placed in front of the statue of the Reaper. Pettigrew then, with a wave of his wand, caused the statue to move, holding Harry firmly with its hands and scythe. Checking and confirming that Harry was properly restrained by the statue, Pettigrew nodded to himself, dispelling the ropes that bound him. After doing this, he turned to me, who had been left sitting next to another old gravestone. Like Harry, I was also tied up, but Pettigrew added an extra detail to my restraint, which was the silencing charm. And now, besides being immobilized, I could no longer speak, and could only stare coldly at the ugly and despicable rat.
Hello, Knight, long time no see.
Pettigrew said, showing his rotten, yellow teeth in a disgusting smile. Hearing this and feeling his anger and malice, I narrowed my eyes.
So he recognizes me.
I thought, realizing that he had probably seen my face, even if only for an instant, in the day I captured him. Pettigrew seemed to have more things to say to me, but knowing that it was unwise to anger his master by delaying his resurrection, he decided to remain quiet, putting any dissatisfaction he had with me aside and returning to focus on the ritual.
Well, from his hateful emotions, I'm sure he'd love to curse me right here and now. But unfortunately for him, his master is in a hurry. Besides, he also seems to have a strange interest in me, which stops this damn rat from attacking me.
I thought, seeing the traitor approach the large iron cauldron. I wasn't really worried about Voldemort's mysterious intentions towards me. I knew that, as a cliché villain full of monologues and arrogant speeches, he would take a while to do something against me.
I can't tell if that's good or bad.
I frowned. On the one hand, this stupid thought of his that he would be able to convert me into one of his followers was good, as it would protect me until the ritual was complete. This also saved me the trouble of having to fake my death, accident, or something like that to remain inactive, which would have been my excuse for not interfering with the ritual until the right moment, which wasn't necessary now, since I was trapped. However, on the other hand, the bad one, I was now under Voldemort's recruitment radar, and him knowing I was a Muggle-born and still trying to recruit me showed that he saw potential in me that surpassed his prejudices. And that was dangerous for me, because just as I had the potential to be one of his servants, I also had the potential to be a threat that needed to be eliminated. The only thing left for him was to choose which of these possible potentials I represented to him, and all of that would be decided by my response to his future offer.
Of course, this concern of mine will only need to be considered if I am really right about the reason for his interest in me. But I'm 80% sure I'm right.
As I pondered this, a rather peculiar and crazy thought flashed through my mind.
Actually, there's also the option that the noseless lord discovered a new and better resurrection ritual, and that ritual needs a handsome and intelligent boy like me as an ingredient.
I thought, pursing my lips. But shaking my head, I put those thoughts aside, turning my attention back to Pettigrew, who had already finished the preparations to begin the ritual. Pettigrew waved his wand, and a powerful green fire ignited beneath the iron cauldron. The liquid inside, which I didn't know if it was water or something darker, began to boil, bubbling restlessly.
Wormtail!
Voldemort urged him once more.
I immediately, my lord.
With that, Pettigrew picked up Voldemort's decrepit and temporary body in his arms, approaching the cauldron. Then, without hesitation, he threw the dark fetus into the thick, boiling liquid, and only the thud of the body hitting the bottom of the iron object was heard. He then went to the Riddle's grave, where a set of old bones lay on the ground in front of it. Picking up one of the bones, he returned to the cauldron.
Bone of the father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son.
He began to recite the incantation, throwing the bone into the cauldron, which caused the bubbling liquid to turn a poisonous shade of blue. Seeing the beginning of the ritual somewhat familiar to me, I relaxed a little.
Well, I think that rules out the second option, where I would be used as an ingredient.
I thought, looking with interest at the dark magic happening in front of me. The only other time I saw an evil black magic ritual being performed was in Marcel's memory, left by him in his diary. However, witnessing this in someone else's old memory was not the same as seeing it happen in person. Seeing and feeling magic being twisted and corrupted in such a cruel and disgusting way right next to me in real life was completely disturbing, giving me a sickening, cold feeling. However, I couldn't deny that this was also a unique and information-filled experience, and for that reason, as soon as the ritual was initiated by Pettigrew, I immediately activated my magic vision again. Lowering my head a little to hide the characteristic glow of my ocular abilities activation, I began to pay attention to the ritual, intensely observing every tiny detail or change in the magic around me. After throwing Voldemort's father's bone into the cauldron, Pettigrew took out his wand, pointing it at his arm.
Flesh of the servant, willingly sacrificed, you will revive your master.
He continued the incantation. However, before he mutilated himself, he paused for a moment, obvious hesitation appearing on his face. He, as a weak coward, obviously didn't want to get hurt, much less have to tear off a part of his body. However, the fear he had of his master was greater than his cowardice and indecision. Then, taking a deep breath, he summoned a courage he didn't even know he had, and with a quick, decisive wave of his wand, he cut off his hand, which fell into the cauldron.
Arg!
He screamed in pain, clutching his arm as tears streamed down his face. He was in unbearable, agonizing pain, wanting nothing more than to curl up in the fetal position and cry. But knowing he couldn't stop the ritual, Pettigrew endured the pain, tearing off a piece of his cloak and wrapping it tightly around his arm to stop the bleeding. Looking at the thick liquid that had turned red, Pettigrew had a regretful look on his face, but knowing that the decision had already been made, he could only regret. Shaking his head and putting his sadness aside, he looked back, staring at the one who was the main piece of the plan meticulously created by his master. Harry, who had been watching in horror the macabre ritual that was taking place in front of him, was immediately alarmed when he saw Pettigrew's gaze turn to him.
Damn!
Chapter 515. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Walking up to Harry and stopping in front of him, Pettigrew pulled from a sheath at his waist a small, sharp silver dagger. Bringing the dagger close to the struggling Gryffindor champion, Pettigrew, despite the pain he still felt, managed to look down at him arrogantly, savoring the boy's fearful and angry gaze.
What are you doing?
Harry demanded, a flash of panic passing through his eyes.
Don't come any closer. Get that knife away from me.
He cried, trying in vain to pull away from the Death Eater. In response to Harry's resistance, Pettigrew merely sneered. The rat then ignored the boy who lived's struggle, and with a spell forcibly stretched out his arm, making Harry groan in pain. The cowardly dark wizard seemed to find satisfaction in this, and with a vile, disgusting look, he placed the silver dagger against Harry's arm, just below the elbow. Smiling, Pettigrew deliberately dragged the sharp blade slowly across Harry's skin, creating a deep, ugly cut.
If I had to feel pain, then you will too.
He thought sadistically. As soon as the cut was made, blood immediately began to run down Harry's arm, and without wasting time, Pettigrew pulled a small vial from his pocket and held it near the wound. Bright red blood then began to flow from the wound into the vial, quickly filling it with a significant amount of blood. Now, with the final ingredient ready, Pettigrew reluctantly stopped torturing Harry, letting go of his arm roughly and rushing to the cauldron.
Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken.
He recited the final line of the incantation with an expectant look on his face, then tilted the vial, letting a few drops of blood fall into the cauldron. The moment the red liquid from the vial made contact with the red liquid in the cauldron, a magical reaction occurred. The contents of the cauldron, which had previously been a thick, viscous liquid, instantly transformed into a dense, gray mist, highly concentrated with magic. In addition to this change, the iron cauldron began to tremble violently, as though it could no longer contain the magic within it. Seeing this happen, Pettigrew wisely backed away from the cauldron, frightened and a little anxious, watching the object with great attention and fanaticism.
This magic.
I thought, frowning as I carefully observed the vile, twisted phenomenon of dark magic happening before me. I could also sense that the magic around me was highly agitated, filling the entire graveyard and clashing against the evil dark magic of the ritual, as if it knew that what was happening went against the natural laws of the world and wanted to stop it. But even though it was a powerful and primordial force, magic itself could not truly interfere with what was taking place, so all of its suppression was meaningless and in vain.
So even magic itself knows that tampering carelessly and intentionally with soul, life, and death is unacceptable.
I realized, mentally noting that information.
Arg!
I then heard a loud grunt of pain beside me. Turning to the source of the sound, I saw Harry writhing in the Angel of Death's stone arms, shaking his head with a clear expression of pain and anguish.
It's happening!
I thought seriously, seeing with my special eyes the stain of dark magic on the scar on his forehead getting stronger and more visible. This magic was entirely compatible and similar to the dark magic concentrated at the focal point of the ritual familiar to me in a very unpleasant way. Quickly turning my gaze back to the cauldron, I saw it tremble even more violently. The previously gray mist began to darken, with strands of green magic slithering through it. This mist then began to condense, taking on a vague shape. The iron cauldron, which had once seemed strong and sturdy, started to show cracks in it. Craig. The ritual's vessel, under the pressure of the volatile, dark magic that converged within it, could no longer contain the being that was emerging from within it. Craig. With this final echoing crack, the last remnants of the cauldron's resistance gave way. With a violent and repulsive force, the cauldron exploded, aggressively scattering shards of iron, magic, and gray mist across the graveyard. And at the center of where it all occurred, a pale, hunched form with black and green veins running through it floated a few centimeters above the ground, exuding a dark, sinister energy. That form resembling an embryo began to change gradually, as if it were undergoing an evolution, becoming more and more human. After a few seconds of tense, suffocating silence, in which I and the two other people in the graveyard only stared anxiously at the being, the transformation finally completed. And now we were all looking at a naked man, pale, tall, skeletal with reptilian features, slowly descending to the ground, exuding arrogance and sovereignty.
That's it!
I thought, looking at the Dark Lord whose back was turned to me. With my magic vision, I could see that his magic, which had once seemed ghostly and intangible, almost as if it were disconnected from the real world, was now growing stronger and denser. That dark, vile magic then fully condensed, stabilizing and anchoring itself to the world just like all the other magics around me. And when that happened, 7 dark magical lines burst out directly from Voldemort, shooting in various directions. One of those magical lines went far off, beyond the graveyard and the village of Little Hangleton, and another went to somewhere amidst the graveyard's bushes. 4 of them shot toward my chest where my shrunken suitcase was, and the last magical line shot toward Harry, or more specifically, the scar on his forehead. These magical lines were obviously Voldemort's soul magic, connecting him to the pieces of his soul in the Horcruxes, and seeing this, I knew he was now truly alive. And that was exactly what I had wanted to happen. That was the reason why I didn't stop the ritual or try to kill him earlier when he was still a weak fetus. I knew that after being defeated by baby Harry, Voldemort was in an undead state, removed from the real plane like a specter, and unfortunately that prevented me from actually killing him. But now that he had been resurrected, he could finally be truly killed, and the only thing necessary for that was the destruction of all his Horcruxes beforehand.
Finally,
Voldemort's cold, hissing voice rang out, filled with tones of satisfaction and pride. Voldemort was looking at his pale, cold body, running his hand over his face, head, arms, and chest. From his emotions, I knew he was very pleased. The dark wizard then stopped admiring his new body and summoned a black cloak with wandless magic to cover himself. After doing so, he turned his gaze to Wormtail, who was cowering in fear behind a large gravestone.
Wormtail, come here.
He ordered, still not looking at Harry or me.
Why, yes, my lord.
Pettigrew responded shakily. And not daring to delay, he quickly came out of his hiding place and went towards his master, stopping obediently in front of him.
My wand.
Voldemort held out his hand.
Here it is.
The cowardly rat said, pulling from his cloak pocket a very peculiar and sinister wand, slowly placing it in the Dark Lord's hand. This wand was completely white and smooth, as if it were aged bone, and its curved handle looked like it had been ripped from the claw of some creature.
It's been a long time, my friend.
Voldemort said, gently caressing his wand with a nostalgic look. That expression was completely strange to see on the Dark Lord's face, but just as quickly as it appeared, it vanished, replaced by a cold, malevolent look.
Now, how about we summon our loyal servants?
Chapter 516. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. After reacquainting himself with the feeling of having his wand in hand, Voldemort turned his gaze to the weak and cowardly man kneeling before him, his face tearful and pained.
Your arm, Wormtail. Thank you, my lord. Thank you so much.
Pettigrew said excitedly, extending his arm to his master and showing the bloody stump wrapped in cloth. He was extremely happy and ecstatic, thinking that his magnificent and powerful master would do something to ease the pain from having cut off his hand to complete the ritual, perhaps even restoring the limb to him. But Voldemort's next words shattered his joy, almost sending him into despair.
The other arm.
The Dark Lord said irritably, narrowing his cruel red eyes.
Why, yes, my lord, I made a mistake.
Pettigrew stammered hastily, not daring to show disappointment or dissatisfaction at the Dark Wizard's disregard. He then extended his other arm, the one still intact. Voldemort pushed the sleeve of the robe up to the elbow, revealing a tattoo that covered Pettigrew's forearm and wrist, pulsing a bright red as if it were burning. The tattoo was a dark, macabre skull with an open mouth, from which emerged a black and terrifying snake with hints of emerald green, slithering across Pettigrew's arm and wrist as if it were alive. This magical and dark tattoo, exuding a raw and evil energy, was clearly the Dark Mark, the brand given to all dark wizards in Voldemort's inner circle, connecting them to the Dark Lord. After seeing Pettigrew's outstretched arm, Voldemort grabbed it with his cold, skeletal hand before bringing his wand closer to the Dark Mark. As soon as the tip of the wand touched the tattoo, it pulsed with a faint green glow, and the snake began to move more frantically. Feeling a burning sensation in his arm, Pettigrew silently grunted in pain, but didn't try to pull away out of fear that Voldemort might see it as defiance.
Ugh!
I heard Harry suppress a cry, feeling his scar hurt even more.
Looks like my suspicions were correct.
I analyzed, looking between Harry's scar and the dark mark on Pettigrew's arm. Looking at the marks on the two wizards' bodies, I realized that the magic in the mark somewhat resembled that of Horcruxes. Obviously, there were no soul fragments in the marks, but there was a bit of Voldemort's essence and magic in them, something that caused a similar connection effect.
I think the Dark Mark is something I should research and study in the future.
I thought. Some time passed since Voldemort sent the signal to all his servants, and during that time, he walked around this part of the graveyard, getting used to his new body while waiting patiently. A silence then fell over the area, the only sounds being Voldemort's robes dragging on the ground, Pettigrew's whimpering, and Harry's pained grunts. But after a few seconds, the silence was broken by Voldemort himself, who turned to Harry and me for the first time since his resurrection.
You know, Potter, I didn't choose this place to regain my body and power by chance.
He began to say in a casual conversational tone, as if he weren't standing before his mortal enemy.
This graveyard actually holds a great and unfortunate significance for me and for the ritual that brought me back. Here in this graveyard lies my late Muggle father and his bones, along with those of my other.
When Voldemort began to speak of his father and non-magical relatives, his voice became more hissing and cold. His emotions were full of hatred and disgust, showing how much he despised his paternal origins.
My father was a foolish and pretentious man, much like your mother, Potter.
He let out a laugh full of cruelty and rage. Voldemort then pointed to the large house at the top of the hill.
Do you see that house there, Potter? That was where my father lived.
My mother was a witch who lived in this village and ended up falling in love with him, but when she told him what she was.
After that, he returned to his Muggle family, leaving her alone.
She died giving birth to me, Potter, and I was then sent to be raised in a Muggle orphanage, far from my legacy.
He clenched his fists, narrowing his snake-like eyes.
But I swore that one day I would find him, avenge myself.
As he spoke these words, Voldemort had an excited and almost manic expression on his face, smiling to himself wickedly and arrogantly. As soon as Harry heard all these shocking revelations come from Voldemort's mouth, his eyes widened in shock.
Your father?
Harry asked, stunned, focusing especially on that fact. His mind was working overtime, trying to process this information that could shake the entire wizarding world. It was no surprise that Harry was shocked by this information. Because I had interfered with the events of our second year, Harry didn't have to go through the traumatic events of the Chamber of Secrets, nor did he face the young soul of Voldemort in the diary. And because of that, he never discovered the other dark and infamous identity of the Dark Lord. The identity he so despised and tried to hide.
Huh?
Voldemort raised an eyebrow at Harry's shocked question.
You didn't know?
He asked slowly. And seeing that Harry hadn't replied, too stunned as he stared at his parents' killer, a scornful look appeared on his face.
It seems that old fool didn't tell you about that.
He said somewhat mockingly. His gaze then fell on me, noticing that even after discovering his true bloodline heritage, I hadn't shown any expression of surprise or confusion. I, who already knew all this and didn't bother to hide it, simply continued staring at him calmly but with a fierce, fearless posture.
Hey!
A chilling smile appeared on his pale, snake-like face, and I could see a satisfied and greedy gleam flash quickly in his threatening red eyes.
If before I only thought he was interested in me, now I'm certain.
I thought, frowning as I felt his intentions through his emotions. Voldemort seemed to be preparing to say something more, but suddenly he fell silent, turning and looking back. Noticing his actions, I also looked in that direction, and it was at this moment that something caught my attention. Looking at the ground and the gravestones around me, I noticed some runes on them beginning to glow faintly. I could also feel a shift in the surrounding magic, and narrowing my eyes attentively, I saw several distortions in space appearing behind Voldemort.
The Inner Circle Death Eaters are here.
Chapter 517. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. When these Death Eaters appeared, I immediately focused my attention on them, knowing that these were some of Voldemort's closest and most loyal wizards. Those who, in a way, were the reason he was so influential among the pureblood and supremacist wizards. Of course, I knew that these were not all the wizards in the Dark Lord's inner circle. Professor Snape, whose magic I wasn't sensing among the Death Eaters in the graveyard, should still be at Hogwarts alongside Dumbledore. And Karkaroff at this moment was probably preparing to flee or had already fled. As for the other Death Eaters who weren't here, they were either already dead or still locked up in Azkaban. But these imprisoned Death Eaters weren't as important as the ones here now. I was aware that the dark wizards who were here now were the ones who bribed the Ministry in the trials 13 years ago, managing to avoid imprisonment. Because of this, they were able to live freely in society, spending the remaining 13 years bribing more people and suppressing rivals, and now they exerted a great influence in the British wizarding community. And in the general context of the upcoming war, they will be the true and main danger and threat, much more than the imprisoned Death Eaters who were just crazy, bloodthirsty, and cruel. The wizards in this graveyard had already deeply infiltrated into the Ministry of Magic and other powerful organizations, controlling many people and forces, making it easier for Voldemort to regain his power. Knowing this, I focused on feeling the magical signature of all of them, trying to see if I recognized any of them as any of the wizards from the dark families that I had seen in my 4 years in the wizarding world. And those that I couldn't recognize, I made sure to try to memorize their magic, as all of these wizards would be the ones that I would have to pay close attention to when I started the process of
Cleansing.
the Ministry. As the wise men of war used to say, eliminating mere cannon fodder soldiers does not end a war. If you really want to deal a heavy blow to the enemy, you must focus on destroying their resources.
Master, congratulations on your return, my lord. I'm so happy to see you. My lord.
As soon as they saw their master standing in the middle of the graveyard, the Death Eaters who had just arrived immediately came forward, kneeling servilely before him. They then began to speak flattering and congratulatory words to Voldemort, trying to please him as they approached to kiss the hem of his robes. Voldemort, seeing this, showed no reaction other than a cold and indifferent look, letting them humble themselves at his feet with a feeling of sadistic satisfaction. Having demonstrated their loyalty and servitude to the Dark Lord, these Death Eaters did not dare to waste his time any longer. They stood up silently, stepping back and forming a circle around Voldemort, Harry, and me. As each Death Eater took their place in the graveyard, the evil wizard turned his gaze back to Harry, before approaching him with a cold, imposing smile.
See, Potter.
He began to say in a hissing, slurred whisper, low enough that only Harry and I, who had enhanced hearing, could hear.
These filthy fools buried in these graves.
Saying this, there was a touch of presumption and arrogance in his voice, as if all of this was not a goal, but rather an irreversible and concrete fact. Voldemort didn't wait for Harry to react or say anything after his bold proclamation, and without a second glance at the boy who lived, he turned back to his servants who were still standing in silence. This night should be a time of celebration, happiness, and pride for all these Death Eaters, as their all-powerful master, after more than a decade, had finally resurfaced. However, looking at the terrifying wizard standing in the middle of the graveyard, they could only feel a suffocating and evil tension in the air. A chill ran through their bodies, so nervous that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Voldemort, who didn't care about the fearful and distressed looks of his servants, began to walk with slow steps in front of them.
Well, I see there are a lot of empty places here today.
Voldemort began, looking around at the empty spaces between the Death Eaters.
Some, I know, were unable to attend today, as they are still imprisoned in the deepest parts of Azkaban.
He narrowed his eyes dangerously, with everyone sensing the threat in his tone.
Now, as for the rest of you.
He paused for a moment, looking at these dark wizards who immediately lowered their heads in submissiveness. And seeing this, Voldemort snorted coldly, before continuing to walk.
You came as soon as I called you, and that is acceptable. It shows that you still consider me your master. However, this still does not erase your grave mistake.
The more the Dark Lord spoke, the colder and angrier his voice sounded. Sensing that Voldemort's emotions were becoming more dangerous, a Death Eater quickly stepped forward in panic.
My lord, we didn't know where you were. If we had, we would have gone to you immediately.
He said, trying to make an excuse for their lack of effort.
Haha, would you?
Voldemort sneered.
Of course, my lord.
Another Death Eater stepped forward.
We would have done everything we could to come to you, and it would have been an honor to help you. Crucio. Aliag.
This Death Eater didn't have time to finish his sentence before he was hit by the red ray of the Dark Lord's dark spell. He was now writhing on the ground, screaming in pain as Voldemort just stared at him indifferently. Seeing his colleague being tortured in front of him, the Death Eater who was the first to step forward immediately froze in fright, not daring to make any movement or sound, afraid that he would be the next victim of the evil wizard's unforgivable curse. The torture lasted only a few seconds, but it was enough to satisfy Voldemort's sadistic pleasure, and also to remind his servants how dissatisfied he was and how cruel he could be because of it.
Don't think I don't know why you didn't look for me.
Voldemort began to say cruelly.
You all thought I was dead, defeated.
At the last sentence, the Dark Lord's voice slowed and lowered, with a cold and dark tone to it. A frightening pressure then fell upon the Death Eaters, with all of them noticing the warning and threat in that sentence. Even though I wasn't the focus of this pressure, I could still feel it clearly, which made me frown.
So this is his strength, right, after he resurrects?
Chapter 518. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Frightened by Voldemort's obvious threat, Pettigrew, who stood alongside the other Inner Circle Death Eaters, quickly stepped forward, kneeling in front of him.
Master, I'm not like them. I've come back, I've looked for you.
He said in panic, almost as if he was begging.
Yes, Wormtail, you came back.
Voldemort looked at the trembling wizard, contempt and disgust in his eyes.
However, even with your cowardly motives, you still helped me rise again, and Lord Voldemort always rewards those who serve him correctly.
Saying this, Voldemort lightly waved his wand, using magic to forcibly extend Pettigrew's injured arm, which caused him to suppress a grunt of pain. Roughly removing the bloody cloth that covered the severed stump, Voldemort, with an emotionless look, pointed his wand at the limb. From the tip of his wand came a silver liquid that looked like molten metal, and as soon as this liquid touched the stump, it began to take shape, solidifying and turning into a silver hand. When this artificial hand completely connected to Pettigrew's wrist, the rat-faced man carefully tried to move it, feeling a bit of hesitation and expectation. And in just a few tests, he was amazed, seeing that this new limb made entirely of magic responded to his commands with ease, as if it really were a real hand. Looking at his silver palm and fingers, a glint of fascination appeared in his eyes. After admiring his hand for a while, Pettigrew immediately looked at his master, beginning to bow repeatedly to him.
Thank you, my lord, thank you very much.
Pettigrew thanked him happily, holding his silver hand as if it were his most precious possession. Hearing this, Voldemort gave him an impassive look, unmoved by his thanks.
Remember, Wormtail.
He said, his voice low and sharp.
Why yes, master.
Pettigrew stammered.
HMPH.
The Dark Lord snorted in disdain, making it clear that he didn't believe that promise at all. And without paying any more attention to the treacherous and cowardly wizard, Voldemort turned his evil gaze to the other Death Eaters gathered in the graveyard. As he had already vented some of his anger and dissatisfaction by severely reprimanding his servants, the Dark Lord finally decided to stop criticizing them. He then, under everyone's gaze, began the speech that would definitively mark his grand return. His voice thick with arrogance and authority, he began to talk about how incredible he was, extolling his supposed invincibility and power, boasting that he had defied death and triumphed. And of course, in this speech he also couldn't forget to declare his ultimate goal, which was what made all these proud and arrogant pureblood wizards join his cause, submitting to him and following him. The goal of conquering the entire world, both Muggle and Wizarding, and subjugating it to their will. At the same time this was happening, I was almost finishing my preparations for my counterattack. But before I did anything, I turned to my hostage friend, seeing that there was a worried and anxious expression on his face. Harry seemed to feel my gaze on him, and turning to me he saw my calm gaze, which unconsciously made him relax a little. Looking at Harry, I nodded to him as a signal, which meant for him to prepare for the fight. And understanding the meaning of this sign, he nodded silently to me as well. Resisting the pain he felt in the scar on his head, Harry turned forward, fixing his gaze on the various dark wizards around us. Taking a deep breath, he tried to calm himself, mentally preparing himself as he knew the situation was about to become more dangerous and turbulent.
It's about time.
He thought, a serious and tense look appearing on his face. Seeing that Harry was already waiting, I turned my focus back to the suppressive runes around us. My hands, which were tied behind my back, moved quickly and in a coordinated manner. Magical lines pulsed and connected into a complex and intricate new set of runes, imperceptible to everyone. These runes I was creating would serve to block some of the runes scattered in the graveyard, and with the blocking of these runes, the suppressive ward would be deactivated for a few minutes, enough time for Harry and I to act.
Just a little bit more.
I thought, completely focused. While I was focused on creating these runes, I felt someone coming towards me, which momentarily attracted my attention. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw that this person was actually Pettigrew, who was approaching me slowly and silently, crouching down beside me. And he was acting in this sneaky and cautious way because he didn't want his actions to be noticed by the others in the cemetery, knowing that it wouldn't do him any good if he interrupted Voldemort's villainous speech.
I remember you, Knight.
He began to say in a slow, dark whisper.
That day, you were the one who came to the Gryffindor dormitories and captured me.
He glared at me, his eyes narrowing with cruel and evil intentions. And I didn't even need to use my empathy to realize that the traitorous rat was resentful towards me, because his voice alone already revealed his emotions, overflowing with hatred and anger.
But now, it seems the tables have turned.
He continued, a despicable smile appearing on his ugly face.
Now it's you who's trapped, completely at my mercy. And when my master finishes his business here, I will ask him to let me deal with you. But don't worry, I won't kill you right away.
He laughed pervertedly. At first I was indifferent to Pettigrew's mockery and threats, but as soon as he spoke about my friends and family, a murderous glint flashed in my eyes. My expression turned cold and my magic bubbled within my body, begging to be released, wanting to annihilate this damned rat. Click. And it was at that moment that I completed my runes, which activated automatically, infiltrating the runes in the graveyard and corrupting them. I then felt the ward around me lose its effect, which meant I could finally stop pretending to be defenseless.
Hey.
Knowing this, a sinister and wild smile appeared on my face, and slowly I turned to Pettigrew.
Has anyone ever told you that you should brush your teeth or at least eat some mints?
I said, narrowing my eyes at him.
Huh.
Hearing this, Pettigrew froze for a moment, blinking in surprise at seeing that I could speak. But before he could wonder why the silencing spell wasn't working on me anymore, I made my move.
Electropulsio.
As soon as I finished the incantation, spikes of electricity erupted from my body, accompanied by a powerful wave of repulsive force. The ropes binding me were instantly torn apart, and the gravestones around me exploded into shards. Pettigrew, who was dangerously close, was struck full on. The electric spikes pierced his flesh, brutally electrocuting him inside and out, and the repulsive force hit him like a runaway truck, his bones shattered, and his internal organs were violently shaken.
Arg!
He screamed in agony, being thrown far away until he collided with a tree. The impact of his body hitting the tree was followed by a sickening cracking sound. But before his mind could even process the pain or the damage he had suffered, I reached out my arm. Using my telekinesis, I pulled him back towards me, aggressively grabbing his neck with a single hand. Looking at the broken dark wizard in my hands, my face showed no emotion. However, my lack of expression told everyone how angry I was.
You know, Pettigrew, I always knew you were stupid, but I never thought you were suicidal either.
I commented.
You could have lived a few more minutes longer tonight, but you threatened my family, and that is unacceptable to me.
My amber eyes then flashed wildly, and I tightened my grip on his neck, making him gasp and grunt. Bringing my face closer to his, I glared at him with a deadly glare.
In your next life, stay quiet in some dark, filthy sewer, which is where you belong.
Chapter 519. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Pettigrew, shattered, burned, and weak in my hands, had no strength to respond or react to what I said. All he could do was groan in pain and whimper softly, shaking uncontrollably, overcome with fear and despair. As I stared into his terrified gaze, I couldn't help but smile cruelly, feeling a vengeful satisfaction at seeing this despicable worm so torn apart, especially after he dared to threaten the lives of my loved ones.
Interesting.
I heard a slow, hissing voice say. This voice momentarily snapped me out of my aggressive state, and still holding Pettigrew's neck, I slowly turned to look back. As soon as I turned around, I saw that all the Death Eaters in the graveyard were pointing their wands at me, alarmed and attentive, preparing to attack me at the slightest sign of their master. But Voldemort, unlike them, remained motionless, watching me with restrained amusement and genuine interest. The loud noise I made breaking free obviously interrupted his speech, but he didn't seem to mind, showing no sign of wanting to attack or stop me. In fact, he didn't seem at all concerned about the dangerous situation his servant was in, as if his life was irrelevant. And coming from Voldemort, it probably was.
I wasn't expecting you to break free, and I wasn't expecting you to do it in such a...
The Dark Lord commented in a calm, almost playful tone of voice. His eyes roamed the small area around me, now a mess filled with debris and faint burn marks.
Don't worry, I'm sure the cleaning crew can handle it later.
I said nonchalantly. In my eyes, there was no fear at all as I faced the dark wizards who were staring at me fiercely. I knew that until Voldemort made a move, they wouldn't dare to act, and I also had full confidence in my abilities not to be at a disadvantage if that situation occurred.
Oh,
It was at this moment that Pettigrew, who was almost fainting in my hands, regained some of his strength for a few moments. Hearing the voice of his beloved master, he remembered that he was not alone in this graveyard and that there was someone here who could help him. And that caused a spark of hope to be rekindled in him, along with a powerful survival instinct.
Master.
He called out in a hoarse and weak voice, choking on his own blood. His mind, already numb and filled with feelings of pain, made it very difficult for him to form any coherent thoughts, much less say a complete sentence.
Master.
He managed to beg.
HMPH, still talking.
I snorted coldly, not hiding the contempt in my eyes. Narrowing my eyes, I again tightened my grip on his neck, lifting him into the air with ease, demonstrating just how physically strong I was. And then, without giving Voldemort time to do anything, I gathered magic in the palm of my hand that held him, casting on this treacherous wizard one of the most evil and cruel spells I had created. At the point where my hand made contact with the skin on Pettigrew's neck, black spots and veins began to appear as if a dark, pulsating, corrupt substance were seeping into his body, exuding a sickly, malignant energy. These marks began to expand rapidly, covering his neck within seconds and rising towards his head while spreading towards his torso like poisonous roots.
IH.
Pettigrew, overcome with excruciating pain, screamed in agony and despair, writhing uncontrollably in my hands both from the pain he felt and from the futile instinct of trying to free himself from my death grip. He wanted to beg for mercy, cry out for help.
Alig. And no.
This excruciating pain that Pettigrew was feeling seemed to last an eternity to him, but in reality it was only a few seconds. But in just a few seconds, his body was completely corrupted, covered in black veins and sickly spots that spread like poison, invading every inch of his flesh. He looked like someone overcome by an incurable plague, as if he were being consumed by a fatal virus. This spell, in addition to causing unbearable pain, acted brutally and silently from within, destroying its victim's body cell by cell. Pettigrew's organs began to rot and fail. His blood boiled until it vaporized. His bones became as brittle as glass, shattering into dust. His skin eventually began to crack, entering a state of grotesque decay, as if death itself were feasting on him from the inside out.
I don't.
And with that last agonizing scream, filled with despair, resentment, denial, and unwillingness, Pettigrew took his final breath in this life. His lifeless, broken body looking like a corpse already in a serious state of decomposition hung limply in my hand. Looking at this dead man, I didn't even blink or frown, not shaken or showing any remorse for my cruel act.
Despicable worm.
I muttered disdainfully before throwing him to the ground without consideration. Thud. Pettigrew's limp, corrupted body hit the graveyard lawn with a muffled sound. His eyes, dull and lifeless, were wide in horror and agony. After I killed Pettigrew, a dark, intense silence fell over the entire graveyard. All the dark wizards present, except Voldemort, stared at me with wide eyes behind their masks, scared and incredulous. Even Harry, who had long wished for the despicable rat's death, looked shaken. His face showed a mixture of shock, confusion, and a little fear. He did not expect me to act so decisively in this murder, with such coldness and brutality, much less in front of the Dark Lord himself.
One down.
I thought, turning to the remaining Death Eaters with a cold glare. Noticing my gaze falling on them, these Death Eaters unconsciously took a step back, feeling a sense of danger and death coming from me. And that feeling was something they had only ever felt from one other person, their master, Lord Voldemort. Taking advantage of the stunned state of these dark wizards, I finally turned to Harry, deciding that it was time to free him from the Reaper's clutches.
Is it over, just like that?
Chapter 520. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter.
Are you fine?
I asked Harry as he stopped beside me, noticing his troubled expression.
Define fine.
He muttered, grimacing. There was a hint of distress in his voice, and his eyes, which glanced at me from the corner of his eye, showed hesitation. And besides this hesitation, his green eyes also showed other feelings, carrying a mixture of caution, strangeness.
Well, I expected that.
I sighed, feeling a slight pang of disappointment. From the beginning, I knew that my brutal actions against Pettigrew would end up making Harry uncomfortable and wary, perhaps even frightened of me. But even so, as much as I understood his feelings, I couldn't help but feel a slight sadness when I saw that suspicious look in his eyes.
It doesn't matter.
I shook my head, trying to push away the weight of those thoughts. Even if Harry came to see me as a monster or a cruel murderer, I would not regret my actions. In fact, if I had more time, and we weren't in the middle of such a dangerous situation, Pettigrew wouldn't have met such a quick death at my hands. In my opinion, the death I gave to that wretched rat could even be considered an act of mercy. For someone like him, who threatened the people I love, I wanted to make him suffer something much worse. I wanted him to experience torture so cruel and violent that it would leave even Salazar Slytherin and Herpo the Foul in fear and awe. And not just him. All of these dark wizards who were here had already committed atrocities and crimes in their lives to deserve a similar fate, a slow and painful death. Death for them would not be a punishment, but rather a liberation that they would beg to have.
Sigh.
I shook my head. Pettigrew was a sneaky coward who had managed to escape many deadly situations before, so it wouldn't be impossible for some miracle to happen and he could escape again. So either way, killing him outright was, in the end, the safest choice. At least that way I won't have to worry about him doing anything to those close to me anymore. Besides, killing him could also be considered my way of apologizing and redeeming myself, even if minimally, to Sirius, Harry, and Amelia. After all, it was because of me that he managed to escape from the Ministry the last time. Having sorted out my thoughts, I looked back at Harry, noticing that he still looked tense, even though he tried to hide it.
Hey Harry, don't worry. We'll get out of here.
I reassured him, even though I knew that wasn't the real reason for his anxiety.
Huh? Oh yeah.
He said with a feigned calm expression. Seeing this, I sighed, and knowing that insisting would only make him more distressed, I decided to change the subject.
So,
I asked.
for this situation.
He pursed his lips.
Not entirely.
Hearing this, I shrugged my shoulders.
For a fight, I think this is enough.
Maybe.
he said, feeling somewhat helpless and vulnerable in the face of the current situation. Listening to his bitter complaint, I said nothing and simply snapped my fingers. Our wands, which were lying on the ground far away from us, were summoned by me, flying and landing gently in my outstretched hand.
Here, problem solved.
I said, handing the phoenix feathercord wand to the Gryffindor boy. Harry, without any hesitation, picked up his wand, holding it tightly. As soon as the magical instrument touched his hands, he felt a familiar magical connection with the item. It was like reclaiming a part of himself, which brought him a sense of security and power, and for an instant, the tension in his shoulders eased a little.
Okay.
He asked me, a little more confident.
Now let's find out what he wants.
I replied, nodding slightly in Voldemort's direction. My answer then made Harry pay attention again to the enemies surrounding us, and only then did he notice something curious. None of the dark wizards had moved to attack us. No spells were cast, no threats. Harry gripped his wand more tightly, a wary, watchful look on his face. Voldemort, upon seeing that we had finished our conversation and were now looking at him, took a step forward before he began to speak.
Well, it seems your little chat has finally come to an end.
He said, his red, emotionless eyes fixed on us. But a second later, his gaze shifted downward, landing on the corpse of his fallen servant. For the briefest moment, something flickered in his reptilian eyes, an emotion quickly concealed. However, thanks to my empathic ability, I could easily sense the feelings he failed to suppress. I felt his anger, disdain, frustration, and malice, and it wasn't hard to figure out the reasons behind them. The disdain and dissatisfaction he felt was directed at Pettigrew, who died so easily and in such a pathetic way, and it happened because he did not keep quiet while the Dark Lord was making his speech. And his anger and malice were directed at me, and those were the very emotions he tried to hide. He was obviously angry that I had killed his servant, especially since it was right after he had rewarded that servant for helping him in his resurrection. Basically, it felt like I had ignored his authority by doing something so violent to one of his followers in front of the other Death Eaters. This, to Voldemort, was like a slap in his face. Still knowing that I could still be of some use to him, he decided not to act impulsively, keeping his emotions in check. And of course, part of his lack of action was also due to the fact that he didn't care that much about Pettigrew in the first place. In his calculating mind, he had already decided that the cowardly rat's death would be worth it if it brought him closer to achieving his ambitious goals. Turning his gaze away from Pettigrew, Voldemort focused on me.
You know, Knight.
He began.
Some say you're a brilliant and powerful wizard. Others say you're reckless and fearless.
Chapter 521. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Having heard Voldemort say all this about me, or rather, what he thought he understood about me, I just frowned, pretending to be slightly bothered.
Knight, you must already know that one of my servants, Barty Crouch Jr., had infiltrated Hogwarts.
He said, looking at me carefully. As soon as the Dark Lord revealed this, his followers' eyes widened in surprise, discovering that moment that Barty Jr. was alive, and not dead as they thought. Harry, on the other hand, was completely shocked to discover that there was a Death Eater infiltrated at Hogwarts. Blinking in confusion, I found this sudden change of subject strange, not knowing where Voldemort was going by bringing this subject up. But ignoring everyone's reactions, the evil wizard continued with the same calculating calm.
But well,
I replied firmly, not trying to deny it because it would be pointless. Voldemort was already sure of his servant's fate, he just wanted me to confirm it.
I understand.
As soon as I confirmed what he already knew, a flash of emotion quickly passed through Voldemort's eyes. However, unlike the disdainful and almost indifferent emotions he felt at Pettigrew's death, the emotions he displayed now were of sadness and grief. And it was at this moment that I realized that even though he was someone cold and arrogant, who only thought of himself and despised everyone, the Dark Lord was still capable of mourning the death of a truly faithful and loyal servant. Of course, I knew that didn't mean he cared about Barty, let alone any other Death Eater. His grief wasn't out of empathy or care.
You know, Knight.
He spoke again, his voice low and controlled.
However, after the first 2 tasks, he contacted me again.
Voldemort nodded slightly after saying this, as if this gesture was some kind of acknowledgement from him to me.
So my loyal and attentive servant proposed something quite bold and even a little unbelievable coming from him. He suggested that I offer you a place among our ranks.
And with those words, I resisted the urge to roll my eyes, realizing that I had actually been right in my assumption. Voldemort, like Barty Jr., wanted me to become a Death Eater.
Honestly, I think it was less annoying when dark wizards tried to kill me, instead of inviting me into their secret group of evil friends.
I thought, snorting in silent contempt. In fact, it made no sense to me that he was insisting on recruiting me, and it made even less sense that Voldemort thought I would accept his offer, especially after I had refused Barty Jr.'s.
Well, at least knowing that I'm so desired by dark wizards feeds my ego a little.
Unaware of my thoughts that would surely make him angry, Voldemort continued his speech.
And well, after some consideration and reflection on my part, I came to the conclusion that you were indeed someone worth recruiting under my command, even with your little blood problem. So that is why I, Lord Voldemort, now say to you.
The newly resurrected Dark Lord extended his arm, offering his hand to me in a solemn and inviting, almost theatrical way.
Join me, Knight, become my servant and warrior. You!
Me? No, you must have heard wrong.
I denied without changing my expression.
Please continue with what you were saying.
Voldemort looked at me without really believing my answer, but he continued to speak anyway.
As I was saying.
I heard it, you said it again.
And being interrupted again, Voldemort exploded, looking at me angrily.
I didn't say.
I shook my head.
You said it. Didn't say. You said.
Harry, did I say something?
I then turned to the boy next to me. Being suddenly added to the conversation, Harry blinked in surprise. He then looked at me, at Voldemort, and then back at me. It was obvious to him how irritated the Dark Lord was, and he could see that even though my expression was serious, there was still a glint of mischief in my eyes. Harry knew that mocking the Dark Lord the way I was doing was dangerous and reckless, but it was also hilarious. And seeing the noseless wizard's growing irritation, he couldn't help but join in the fun too.
No, you didn't.
He replied, his lips twitching in amusement. Hearing Harry's answer, I nodded, before looking back at Voldemort.
See, I told you I didn't say.
I looked at him with a smug expression. This expression of mine caused a vein to pop on the Dark Lord's forehead. I could then see the arm holding his wand begin to tremble slightly, with his hands gripping the handle of the magical item tightly, as if he wanted to take it and curse us. And from the emotions I was picking up on from him, that was exactly what he was about to do.
Wait!
I held up my hand to stop him.
Okay, I confess, I did say nah to you.
Voldemort asked through gritted teeth, struggling to control his anger.
Well, first of all, it's the clothes. Nothing personal, but this dark gothic look doesn't really suit my style. And those skull masks, totally outdated.
I began to say.
And second, it's your friendship tattoos.
These.
The heir of Slytherin asked, half incredulously and half infuriated.
Oh no, those are just a few reasons.
I shook my head.
The main reason, actually, is that I've heard that the hiring benefits offered by your organization aren't as good as your competitors. And besides, the salary you're going to offer me will definitely be too little for someone at my level. Hey, are you kidding me?
Voldemort asked in a slow hiss, finally understanding very belatedly that I had been making fun of him all along. His red eyes that stared at me were shining brightly, and I could tell that he had reached the limit of his patience. Chapter 522. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Voldemort, now completely enraged and angered by my mockery, put aside any thoughts of recruiting me. And then, with a hateful, cold gaze that shone with murderous intent, he pointed his wand at me.
Crucio!
He exclaimed in a dark, chilling voice, casting the torturous curse without hesitation. The cruel crimson ray of the unforgivable curse shot towards me at great speed, and reacting on instinct, I quickly summoned a marble gravestone in front of me to protect myself. The spell, after hitting the gravestone, left some cracks on its surface, unable to penetrate the cold marble. The place where the spell hit was left with a dark burn mark. After I defended myself from this attack, I didn't remain idle. With a flick of my wrist, I aggressively threw the gravestone at the Dark Lord, followed by a sequence of spells.
Defindo expulso!
Voldemort, unmoved by my attacks, blasted the gravestone with a wave of his wand. He then moved with serene grace, dodging my first spell by stepping to the side and redirecting the second with the tip of his wand.
HMPH!
He snorted disdainfully. And with natural arrogance, he didn't stay on the defensive, continuing his attack on me fiercely and decisively. I, of course, did the same, and in this intense clash between the two of us, several offensive and dangerous spells began to be cast one after another. Green, blue, red, purple, and black rays of light danced between us, in a spectacle that might seem beautiful but was actually very deadly. Each spell cast was answered with another, and with each passing second the space around us became more destroyed. Graves and gravestones were blown up, trees snapped, and the barren, damp soil cracked. At the same time that this happened, my heart was beating violently. And it wasn't from fear, but from excitement at being able to test my skills against one of the most powerful wizards who ever existed. As this battle of titans continued, everyone else in the graveyard stared at the two of us unblinkingly, mesmerized by the fight. But besides being focused on the fight, Harry was also paying attention to me, or more specifically, my free hand. And when I dodged another of Voldemort's curses with a spin, I raised that hand before clenching my fist. This simple gesture was the signal Harry had been waiting for to start acting, and without wasting any time, he made his move.
Stupefy!
He exclaimed, charging at the Death Eater closest to him. This Death Eater, like the others, was completely unaware of what was happening around him, too focused on his master's fight. Because of this, he only noticed Harry's stunning spell when it was too late, being hit hard by it in the chest. The impact of the spell threw him backwards like a rag doll, falling to the ground with a dull thud, unconscious. This sudden attack snapped the remaining Death Eaters out of their trance, alarming them. At the beginning of all this confusion, they didn't know if they should do something when their master started attacking me, knowing that Voldemort liked to deal with his matters on his own, without interference. But now that they had been targeted by Harry, they could no longer just stand by. And with their wands in hand, they focused their attention on the lone Gryffindor, glaring at him with malicious intent. Feeling more than 10 pairs of evil eyes on him, Harry couldn't help but swallow hard.
Well,
He thought, pursing his lips.
bombardeth! Incendio! Repulso!
Without giving Harry time to prepare, these dark wizards cast their spells at him, forcing the green-eyed boy to dodge their attacks. Spells rained down on him like heavy artillery. Knowing that dodging all these spells would be very difficult and would tire him quickly, Harry made the decision to hide behind the large Riddle family's gravestone. Taking refuge behind this gravestone, he began to use it as cover in this fight, protecting himself from the unrestrained attacks of the Death Eaters. He fought back as best he could, attacking whenever he found an opportunity, looking for any opening in the Dark Wizard's formation. With the Death Eater's initiative to attack Harry, thus joining the fight that was already happening between Voldemort and me, a large-scale and fierce battle began in the Little Hangleton graveyard. Lights and flashes of various colors illuminated the gloomy place, with sounds of explosions, cracks, and cutting wind echoing everywhere.
You will regret refusing my kindness, knight.
Voldemort said to me, his face showing anger and cruelty.
And tonight you will understand why I am feared by everyone.
He finished, casting another curse that he had in his large and almost unlimited repertoire of dark magic.
Valdi, has anyone ever told you that holding a grudge isn't good for your health?
I teased, dodging a purple bolt of lightning with a nimble spin and casting a hefty pratigo against another attack.
In fact, I heard it can even cause hair loss. But thinking about it, I don't think you'll need to worry about that.
A mischievous smile appeared on my face. In response to this, the noseless lord merely growled, intensifying his attacks. With each sentence or action of mine, he felt his hatred for me increase, reaching a level that almost compared to his hatred and contempt for Headmaster Dumbledore. And now he just wanted my death and suffering, so he stopped holding back, starting an attack with a brutal sequence of curses.
Sanguinius, Glacier, Fraguiasi. Avada Kedavra.
I was able to easily defend myself from the first 3 spells with a shield, but the last one forced me to dodge it. A dark, inhuman, and vile energy filled my senses. A horrifying, suffocating green beam whizzed past me, as if carrying death itself.
Wow, are we already casting Avada on each other? Our relationship has evolved quickly.
And just as I was about to say another sarcastic and sassy sentence to the Dark Lord, I heard Harry scream.
Ethan, a little help here.
He said, his voice drowned out by the chaos of the place. Hearing a slight hint of panic and urgency in his voice, I immediately disengaged from my duel against Voldemort, casting a large attack on him, forcing him to defend himself. This short pause gave me enough time to quickly assess Harry's situation on the battlefield. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Harry behind a gravestone, being slowly cornered by the Death Eaters, who were approaching his location while casting several spells at him. The boy who lived was holding his own against them, but it would only be a matter of time before he was overwhelmed.
Looks like Harry's situation is getting a little complicated.
I thought. Then, without taking my eyes off the pale enemy in front of me who had returned to attack me, I waved my wand in the direction of those Death Eaters, casting a large-scale destructive spell at them. This spell exploded in front of them, sending rocks and dust flying into the air and stopping their advance for a few moments. But this interruption was enough for Harry to reposition himself, running towards me. Once he reached me, he stood back to back with me, panting as he looked at the dark wizards surrounding us with concern. Knowing that this 2 versus many situation was very disadvantageous for us, I quickly created a powerful dome-shaped shield around us, a bright and dense barrier that would protect us from the next attacks, giving us some time to breathe and think of some strategy.
Damn, these guys aren't kidding around.
Harry grumbled, wiping the sweat from his forehead.
Well, if you want, we can switch opponents.
I suggested with a light laugh despite the tense situation. Hearing this, Harry cast a quick glance at Voldemort, who had stopped attacking me for a moment, staring at us in dark, oppressive silence, the tip of his wand glowing menacingly. But as soon as he saw the Dark Lord's cold and angry eyes, he immediately shook his head.
You know, I guess fighting those Death Eaters isn't so bad after all.
He said, looking away.
I see.
Chapter 523. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. While Harry and I were temporarily protected by the magical dome I had conjured, the Death Eaters kept hurling spells and curses at us incessantly.
Foolishly.
Refused his offer. Because of that, Voldemort believed that our defeat deserved a more impactful and dramatic conclusion.
Ethan, I know you're an expert at getting out of tight spots and disastrous situations.
Harry began, glancing around at our enemies with his lips pursed in concern.
But how exactly are we going to escape from here without the cup?
He asked.
How, with the power of friendship, of course.
I replied, nodding firmly.
Power of friendship.
He stared at me in disbelief.
What are you, one of the Care Bears? For your information, a lot of people would love to be a Care Bear.
I replied with a dignified expression. In response, I received nothing but a blank stare from Harry, who remained completely silent. Seeing his blank face, I looked away. I
Subtly.
changed the subject.
Oh, how wonderful.
He said sarcastically.
So please tell me.
Hearing the golden boy's question, I felt my left eye twitch. I had the feeling he was mocking me, but I had no way to prove it. Shaking my head, I decided to refocus on what truly mattered.
Well, the plan is actually quite simple.
I quickly reviewed the steps in my mind.
I managed to deactivate the ward that was suppressing our magic using some runes. But when I did that, I noticed there was another ward layered on top of it.
I began explaining.
So, in order for us to escape from here using one of these means, which are unfortunately the only ones available to us, we'll have to break that ward. Right, break the ward.
Harry nodded. He then paused, turning to me with a confused look.
And how do we do that?
He asked.
How?
I laughed, my eyes gleaming with excitement.
Easy.
The young lion repeated, staring at me stunned.
Yep.
I finished.
But wait, Ethan.
Harry looked at me with a strange expression.
Wouldn't us doing that be, like, super disrespectful to the dead who are buried here?
He asked, clearly uncomfortable.
Well, if we don't do it, we'll end up joining them too.
I shrugged.
Okay, you have a point.
Harry conceded, without much conviction. But even though he acknowledged that my plan had some merit, he couldn't help but point out a small problem he saw in it.
But Ethan, even if your plan could actually works, it's still going to be very hard to pull it off, since we'll have to deal with all these dark wizards while doing it. And I don't know about you, but I have the feeling they won't just stand around and watch while we destroy everything here.
He added dryly.
That's obvious.
I rolled my eyes.
And that's why we're going to cover up our plan by pretending we're attacking them, when in fact we'll be targeting the graveyard itself. Oh.
Harry slowly nodded in understanding. Seeing that my troublesome friend had understood and apparently accepted my plan, I nodded in satisfaction.
Fine, so now that everything is settled, get ready for the fight.
I said. Looking at the dome-shaped barrier around us, Harry could see I was right. On the surface of the shield, where the Death Eater's spells and curses still rained down like heavy hail, cracks had begun to appear and spread. It obviously wouldn't take long for it to shatter, and when that happened, we'd be standing under the threatening tips of more than 10 murderous and cruel dark wizards' wands.
Okay.
Harry thought to himself, getting into a combat stance. In his eyes, filled with a desperate desire to survive, there was only fierce and unwavering determination, unshaken even in the face of the danger surrounding him. He knew this would be the biggest and most important battle of his life so far, and he had every intention of walking away from it alive and well, returning to the arms of his family at Hogwarts.
Oh, I almost forgot to mention.
I suddenly said, drawing the boy who lived's attention back to me.
This time, let me take care of the Death Eaters.
Harry quickly turned to me, shocked and slightly terrified. But unfortunately for the green-eyed boy, I couldn't answer him. I was far too busy preparing to cast a big spell. Crag. The shield, under the pressure of countless attacks, was hanging on by a thread.
Okay, now's the time.
Chapter 524. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. As soon as I concluded that thought, I raised my wand in front of my chest, pointing it directly at the palm of my open hand. In the space between my palm and the tip of my wand, a dense, white, almost translucent orb of energy began to form, pulsing rhythmically with a faint buzzing sound. The orb quickly grew in size, and within seconds it had reached the size of a football ball, vibrating intensely and causing visible ripples in the air. Sensing that the spell had reached the necessary power for what I wanted to do, I nodded slightly to myself, deciding it was time to act. But before doing so, I raised my head, and my wild, intense eyes met the cold, oppressive gaze of Voldemort. With this visual clash between him and me, an intense and fierce energy began to emanate from both of us in a dangerous, tense, and silent challenge.
Hey.
I smirked, no fear or worry on my face. Noticing my smile, a flicker of interest flashed briefly in Riddle's crimson eyes. It was obvious I wasn't smiling for no reason. He knew something was about to happen, and he almost seemed eager for it. And seeing that Voldemort didn't intend to stop me yet, I stopped paying attention to him, returning to focus on what was happening on this improvised battlefield. The Death Eaters continued to bombard my shield, and when they saw cracks spreading across it, showing that it was close to shattering, they increased the intensity of their attacks, casting spells with impatience and fury. With my empathy, I could feel waves of excitement and sadism pulsing within them.
Filthy bunch of idiots.
I thought with a cold snort. I then didn't wait for the Death Eaters to destroy the shield. I had no intention of letting them enjoy the pleasure of breaking it and leaving us at their mercy. With a serious, determined look, I made my decision.
I split my soul like it's made of Legos.
I saw a gap appear in the midst of the disoriented Death Eaters, giving me the perfect opportunity to strike back at them. So, without waiting for them to recover, I immediately attacked them with fury and precision.
Let's go for round 2.
I thought, charging toward the Death Eaters. My steps were quick and precise, and with my wand in hand, I cast a concussive spell at 2 Death Eaters who were trying to get back up.
Abruptio.
Before they could react, the blast from the spell threw them back again, their wands flying from their hands. And judging by the snapping sounds that followed the thuds of their bodies falling to the ground, they'd probably dislocated some bones as well.
Defindo.
I shouted, targeting another dark wizard, hitting him and leaving a nasty cut on his arm.
Arg.
He groaned in pain, clutching his arm to stop the bleeding. One of his supremacist's buddies, upon seeing this, stepped forward to stand in front of him, offering cover and support. Meanwhile, the remaining Death Eaters regrouped, starting to form a circle around me.
They're more united and disciplined than I expected.
I analyzed. Then again, it made sense. These were people who had fought in a bloody war. Obviously, they would be able to adapt to this situation. My instincts suddenly warned me of an attack coming from behind me, snapping me out of my thoughts. Without hesitation, I ducked immediately, seeing a yellow ray passing over my head. Another spell followed right after that, and to dodge it I had to roll to the side before turning to face the attacker. This Death Eater, upon noticing my gaze upon him, merely snorted in obvious disdain, and without hesitation he cast another curse at me. This time I paid close attention to his magic, and noticed something strangely familiar.
So this is Mr. Knot.
I realized, dodging his spell as my eyes narrowed cruelly. From the few things Theo had told me about his family, I knew his father was a dark wizard nearly, or just as despicable as Draco's dad. Lucius could be a vile, prejudiced, and unbearable person, but at least he cared about his family and treated his son well.
Well, let's do Theo and his mom a little favor.
With that small goal in mind, I began retaliating his attacks with my own spells.
Sanguinius. Sectum Zembra. Umbra Mortis.
Incantations came out of my mouth as powerful spells shot from the tip of my wand. From the beginning, I hadn't even considered using simple offensive magic against him. Fiercely and with a touch of cruelty, I fired brutal and dark curses, choosing the ones that I knew, if they hit him, would definitely leave him seriously injured.
Damn it.
Not swore, sensing the danger behind the spells. The arrogance and contempt he had showed just moments ago were gone, replaced by panic and caution. He was also clearly pissed off, offended by the fact that he was being forced by me to remain on the defensive, something he considered humiliating. But more than just anger, he was also feeling fear.
Shit, why aren't you helping me?
He mentally screamed at his fellow Death Eaters. Unfortunately for him, his supremacist friends couldn't help him in that moment, and it wasn't because they didn't want to. Actually, during my savage assault, they did try to attack me and pull me away from Knot. But even though I was focusing exclusively on him, I still kept my attention on the other wizards in the graveyard. Without even needing to take my eyes off Knot, I blocked and dodged these dark wizard spells with instinctive precision, even striking back at them at opportune moments.
This boy is an aberration.
Some of the Death Eaters thought. Seeing how efficiently and easily I dealt with his servants, Voldemort, who was observing the fight, frowned darkly, more irritated by their incompetence than impressed with me. He then clicked his tongue before slowly raising his wand, pointing it at me, ready to curse me.
Stupefy.
But before the Dark Lord could make his move, a spell was cast against him.
Um,
He calmly redirected that spell, turning to face the one who dared attack him.
so it's you.
Chapter 525. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter.
It seems you've inherited some of that old fool's habits.
Voldemort said, a cold, emotionless smile on his lips. Standing before him with steady eyes and a fearless, defiant posture was Harry, who had his phoenix feather wand pointed directly at his nemesis. The Dark Lord's eyes were fixed on the Gryffindor boy's face, watching him closely, letting his gaze trace every line before pausing for a moment on the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead.
HMPH.
Harry retorted, staring the dreaded wizard down with bravery. Being called a coward so directly by the
Weak boy.
in front of him made Riddle's blood instantly boil. His gaze shifted from the infamous scar back to the young wizard's face, now filled with growing coldness and rage.
So it seems you do have a little courage in you, after all.
Voldemort murmured, almost disdainfully. Even though he appeared to be mocking Harry, it was clear that the Gryffindor student's words had gotten under his skin. The evil aura surrounding him seemed to grow thicker, almost visible, like a black veil wrapped around his body. He narrowed his eyes.
But unfortunately for you, you've chosen to use that foolish courage at the worst possible moment.
Saying this, he directed all his killing intent toward Harry, slowly raising his bone wand and pointing it at him with deadly intent. Feeling Voldemort's deadly and dark presence bearing down on him, a chill ran down Harry's spine. Sweat began to slide down his back and his heart pounded loudly in his chest. The tension was suffocating.
Note to myself, never let Ethan decide who fights who again.
He thought with a slight grimace. But despite the nerves, he did not back down or falter. He held his ground in a combat stance, his face set with determination and defiance. His hand holding the wand was tense, nearly trembling. However, Harry wouldn't let Voldemort see that his words and threats had affected him.
Come on.
He told himself. It was a simple, brief form of self-encouragement, but it worked. He now felt fully ready for battle. Realizing his intimidation tactic had failed on the Golden Boy, Voldemort didn't seem disappointed or show any reaction. He knew fools always acted brave when facing him, but in the end, they always ended up crumpled at his feet.
Harry.
He thought, a triumphant grin blooming in his mind. Riddle then, with his wand still aimed at Harry, slightly parted his lips, and in a whispering, malicious voice began chanting a spell.
Oscuru foe. Expulso.
However, with a quick shout, Harry interrupted the Dark Lord's enchantment, attacking him the moment he saw light beginning to spark at the enemy wand's tip.
HMPH.
Voldemort scoffed, easily dodging the spell. But Harry didn't stop. Right after that attack, he cast another spell at the snake-faced man, followed by another and another, in a relentless and rapid-fire sequence. Harry had no intention of giving Voldemort the chance to strike back, knowing, and grudgingly admitting, that he was at a complete disadvantage in this duel. He was just a regular teenager, a novice wizard who hadn't even finished his education at Hogwarts. And on the opposite side stood the one everyone he knew feared.
Never let your enemy be the one to take the initiative in battle, especially if he's stronger than you. Stupefy.
The boy who lived shouted again, shooting another beam of light from the tip of his wand.
Tusk.
Voldemort clicked his tongue, a vein popping on his forehead. It was already frustrating enough that he'd had a hard duel with me, unable to kill or even injure me in any way.
Enough.
Voldemort hissed in anger, his voice deep and sinister. He then raised his bony, barefoot foot.
Akio rock.
He shouted, summoning a marble gravestone lid to shield himself. Clang, 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 clang. Dozens upon dozens of blackened leaves, twigs, and stones struck the stone shield, ricocheting off with harsh, hollow clangs. Thankfully, the destructive and penetrating power of the projectiles wasn't overwhelming, only managing to cause some cracks and scratches on the resilient marble. While Harry struggled under the fierce assault, Voldemort didn't immediately follow up with another spell. Instead, he used that moment to glance at his pale, thin hand.
This body.
The Dark Lord thought, frowning. This new body, created through rituals and magic, was stronger, more durable, and more agile than a normal one, practically a perfect vessel. But after spending so many years as a weak, fragile shadow,
Tusk, I still need a few more days to fully adapt.
he assessed, clenching his fist tightly.
Ventus!
It was at that moment Voldemort heard Harry shout a spell, snapping him out of his thoughts. Looking back at the last Potter, the Dark Lord saw him unleash a strong wind spell at the transfigured projectiles still falling over him. The powerful gust of wind that came from the tip of his wand scattered the metallic leaves, branches, and stones, blowing them away and creating an opening for Harry to face Voldemort once again.
Come on, Tom, is that all you've got?
Harry taunted boldly, using the Slytherin's real name deliberately for the first time. He knew provoking the Dark Lord wasn't the wisest choice.
I just need to hold on a little longer.
Chapter 526. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Voldemort stared at Harry with a look of contempt, almost indifferent. However, upon hearing the name he hated most coming from the boy's mouth, his expression changed in the blink of an eye. Hatred surged across his pale face. The mere mention of his true name, just like anything that reminded him of his shameful Muggle origin, was an absolute taboo for Voldemort. And now, a boy who could barely stand in front of him without trembling had dared to use it.
Insolent boy!
Voldemort growled, narrowing his eyes coldly. He then raised his wand with a murderous glare, staring at Harry with hatred, as if already foreseeing his death. Seeing this, Harry realized that a dangerous and possibly deadly spell was about to be cast by the Dark Wizard. Sensing the threat in the air, the green-eyed boy instinctively raised his wand too, bracing himself for the next attack. Pulling his arm back, emerald lightning began to flicker and dance at the tip of the Dark Lord's wand, electrifying, nauseating, and vile.
Avada Kedavra! Expelliarmus!
With shouts that sounded like growls from both wizards, two beams of light shot from their wand tips, rushing straight toward one another. The scarlet and green beams collided in midair with a deafening blast, forming a static stream that echoed with a vibrant, tense, and continuous hum.
What?
Voldemort's eyes widened in shock. For a moment, his mind simply.
Impossible!
The Dark Lord muttered, unable to contain his disbelief. Flashes of memory suddenly raced through his mind, reminding him of the fateful Halloween night that preceded his first defeat at the hands of another being. The crib, the scream, the flash, and then.
No!
He hissed through clenched teeth. The knuckles of his pale, skeletal fingers turned even whiter from the force with which he gripped his wand. Refusing to accept this bizarre and inexplicable situation, Voldemort poured more power and magic into his spell. More force, more magic.
Oh,
Harry staggered a step back, feeling the heavy pressure of the magical clash fall upon him. But even with this sudden, furious surge, the Emerald Curse couldn't reach Harry, as if something were stopping it. And the same could be said of the Golden Boy's spell. The two spells remained locked, advancing neither forward nor backward, in a strange, intense, and untamable balance. ZHRRRMMM. Suddenly, the two magics flickered chaotically, releasing pulses and ripples of energy through the air. The magical tug-of-war seemed about to collapse, but then, a change began to occur in the spells. From the point where the Avada Kedavra and Expelliarmus were connected, a dazzling golden light emerged. This light then spread into the green and red beams, consuming them and turning them golden as well. Once that happened, it no longer looked like two spells violently clashing with volatile intentions, but rather a single magical thread stretching from the tip of one wand to the other. A peculiar, resplendent magical line linking the two wands.
holy shit!
Harry exclaimed in his mind, shocked and confused. He stared wide-eyed at the powerful golden beam, feeling a strange connection to it. Briefly turning his gaze from the magic, the stunned boy looked toward his enemy on the other side of the beam. At a glance, he saw that the same expression he wore was mirrored on Voldemort's face. That made him immediately understand that what was happening here was so strange and unusual that even the
Greatest dark wizard.
in history was surprised. Not even someone who had likely spent years studying magic in depth could comprehend the current situation.
What the hell is this?
Harry whispered to himself. And for the first time on this dark night, the two wizards on opposing sides shared the same feeling. On the other side of the battlefield, my fight against the Death Eaters was still raging, chaotic and frenzied, in a way only a magical confrontation could be. Since the battle began, I hadn't stopped attacking the Dark Wizards for even a second, keeping up a wild and brutal offensive against them. I had already lost count of how many spells I had cast, but I was sure the number was easily in the hundreds. Of course, I said I was attacking them, but most of my spells weren't actually aimed to hit them directly. Following my plan, I was targeting the graveyard itself, trying to cause as much destruction to the place as possible. And for that reason, the spells I was using were, for the most part, highly destructive and large-scale.
Decisive. Laniatus. Ignis obscur.
Along with those 3 incantations, 3 dark spells were cast on me.
Vitrum Aegis.
I cast mentally, conjuring a crystalline shield in front of me that absorbed the impact of the attacks. Then, without hesitation, with a swift flick of my wand, I shattered the shield into dozens of pieces before launching the fragments at the Death Eater to my right. That Death Eater tried to react by raising an earthen barrier to defend himself, but he wasn't fast enough. Some of the sharp fragments struck him, cutting into his body.
Damn.
He grunted, collapsing to his knees as he clutched his side.
Are you okay, not?
One of his companions asked, alarmed.
Do I look okay to you?
Not growled, gritting his teeth while pressing the wound at his waist. Not then looked at me.
I'm absolutely sure that this boy has some grudge against me, but I still don't know why.
He thought grimly. So far, he had been the most targeted Death Eater in this battle, and no matter how much he tried to defend or hide, I always found a way to hurt him.
Tusk!
Another dark wizard shouted angrily.
How the hell should I know?
The one to his left snapped back, his voice full of frustration and humiliation. Those 2 who had just spoken were Avery and McNair. And how did I know that? Well, I simply overheard them calling each other by name amid the chaos. Apparently, they weren't worried about hiding their identities, as if it were a trivial matter. And honestly, I could even guess why. They probably didn't think I would survive. And even if I made it out alive, they knew they were influential enough to discredit my words if I ever tried to tell someone the truth. But well, them underestimating and dismissing me like that worked in my favor. Then, just as I was about to cast a high-powered explosive spell at the nearest grave,
Oh.
I blinked in confusion, turning my body to look behind me. As soon as I turned to face the source of the phenomenon, I saw a dazzling golden light beginning to illuminate the entire graveyard. With a serious expression, I focused my gaze on that light, trying to see through it. When I managed to see clearly, I discovered what was causing all of it.
Priori incantatum.
Chapter 527. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Watching the magical manifestation triggered by the clash between the 2 wielders of the twin wands, I felt some of my worries dissipate. From the beginning, I was always 100% certain that, when Harry and Voldemort finally faced each other, this peculiar and extraordinary phenomenon would occur. However, even knowing that, I obviously still wished for a firmer, more undeniable confirmation. You never know, my existence and the interference I've caused in this world could very well have triggered a butterfly effect capable of altering even this detail. And now, seeing the golden connection forming right before my eyes, I was able to relax a bit. Of course, whether priori incantatum happened or not wasn't exactly critical or central to me. In fact, it wasn't even that important to my plans. This magical manifestation, as powerful and mystical as it was still just another layer of protection that Harry possessed against Voldemort. Actually, it would have been much more advantageous if the Dark Lord had remained unaware of it, considering the bigger picture. If he had never discovered that he couldn't kill Harry using his own wand, he would never have kidnapped and interrogated Mr. Ollivander, which, in turn, would have prevented him from learning about the existence of the Elder Wand. And without that knowledge, he wouldn't have gone after one of the most dangerous and unpredictable magical artifacts in history. An object that, if acquired by him, could completely change the course of the war. There are many rules and conditions for earning this particular Deathly Hallows loyalty, but I couldn't guarantee that Voldemort wouldn't be able to get his hands on it somehow, even through twisted means. So, considering that concern, it was preferable, and even wise, that he had remained ignorant of priori incantatem.
Sigh.
I thought. In my mind, I was already starting to sketch out and plan potential countermeasures to protect that eccentric, yet kind old wizard. Then an electric, vibrating sound sounded again, snapping me out of my thoughts. I immediately turned my attention back to the magical tug-of-war in front of me. With a sharp, calculating expression, I focused closely on the two wizards locked in battle, the brave, kind young boy on the side of light, and the cruel, arrogant man on the side of darkness.
It's happening.
I thought, narrowing my eyes as I felt and saw the magic around us becoming denser and stronger. Nearly all of the ambient magic in the graveyard began to converge toward a single point, the golden beam created by priori incantatem. Then, a single, powerful pulse of magic exploded, emerging directly from the point where the two spells were connected. Immediately afterward, wave after wave of energy was released, and those waves began to form a translucent golden dome that rapidly expanded, completely enclosing both duelists. To the surprise of all the wizards present, except me, once the dome formed, the two wizards inside began to slowly levitate.
What the hell is happening?
Harry shouted in a panic in his mind, not knowing this was the exact same thought running through his enemy's head. Both were so shocked and shaken by the situation that they didn't even know how to react. Unable to stop whatever was happening, all they could do was watch, wide-eyed, the magical spectacle unfolding around them. I, however, knew exactly what was going on. Priori incantatem had entered its final phase. Now Harry and the bald dark wizard would face off in a different kind of battle, a contest of will and intent.
Perfect.
I nodded to myself. This was the opportunity I had been waiting for all along. It was precisely because I knew this moment would come that I asked Harry to face Voldemort alone.
Now that the true final battle of the night has begun, I need to hurry and destroy this damn anti-apparition ward as fast as possible.
I murmured internally, fully aware of how urgent my situation was. Still using my ocular ability, I began scanning every corner of the graveyard, searching for any rune that had yet to be destroyed. My amber eyes with slitted pupils glowed intensely wild and sharp like a predator's, completely enhanced by my magic. My magic vision had remained active since the moment I stepped into this death-marked place, and now, while searching for the runes scattered around the graveyard, I pushed it to its absolute limit. I didn't let my eyes rest for even a second, which inevitably began straining my vision and draining my mental energy. Still, I resisted the fatigue. There was something far more important than my health to deal with at the moment.
Damn it!
I cursed, resisting the urge to hex the dark wizard trapped inside the golden dome. My frustration came after close and careful observation, where I realized that it would take far longer than I'd anticipated to break all the runes in the area. Voldemort had inscribed the anti-apparition and anti-portkey runes deep into the graveyard, clearly intending to prevent anyone likely Headmaster Dumbledore or the Aurors from interfering with his resurrection. With my enhanced vision, I could see that the ward covered a much wider area than just the graveyard. The runes stretched across the entire place, even reaching the Riddle House at the top of the hill. And beyond that, there were runes inscribed within every grave, mausoleum, and catacomb, from the most visible and accessible to the deepest and most hidden.
He must have gone through a lot of trouble to do all this.
I thought sarcastically, clearly frustrated. But knowing that getting angry wouldn't help, I calmed myself, abandoning my original escape plan of using a portkey or apparition.
Well, looks like I have no choice but to go with Plan C.
I thought with a serious look, making my decision. This plan was a backup I had saved in case my initial strategies failed, as was currently the case. And in some ways, it was simpler and easier than the others, but also the one with the highest chance of failure, which is why I had left it for last.
I just hope he hears me.
I thought, somewhat apprehensive. Then, taking a deep breath, I focused completely. I let my magic flow freely, strengthening the connection I had with it and with my beast talk, which I would also use. When I felt ready, I looked up to the sky.
Fogs!
I shouted in my mind, adding a bit of magic to my inner voice.
Please.
Hogwarts inside the castle. In the headmaster's office, perched on his golden stand, a large bird with red and orange feathers burning like embers raised its head. He heard a familiar voice in his mind, calling to him like a prayer. Recognizing that voice and sensing the urgency in it, Fawkes didn't hesitate for a second before answering the call. Without delay, he spread his wings and took flight, soaring out through the open window. Flying through the moonlit night sky, Fawkes let out a solemn, ringing cry, beginning to gather his magic. In mere moments, his special magic had fully gathered and concentrated within his body, burning like the very flame of life. Then, with a powerful thrust, he released that magic, resulting in a beautiful explosion of red and golden flames that completely engulfed the phoenix. And after this phenomenon, one last birdsong echoed before the immortal bird vanished into the fire. The magnificent and magical cry resounded throughout the entire school of Hogwarts, reaching the ears of those on the Quidditch pitch. Everyone, professors, students, ministry officials, and guests alike, looked up, surprised and confused. Headmaster Dumbledore, who had also heard the familiar cry of his animal friend, raised his head to glance toward the tower where his office was. His eyes, which had previously been serious and troubled over the current crisis involving the disappearance of two champions, now lit up with a glint of understanding.
So that's it.
Chapter 528. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Inside the magical dome, Harry and Voldemort kept a firm grip on their wands, as if their hands were bound by invisible chains. Neither of them intended to yield in this contest, knowing just how decisive and fatal it was.
Ugh!
Harry grunted, feeling as though his entire body were submerged in a boiling ocean of magic. His hands trembled slightly, but his gaze remained steady and defiant. On the other side, Voldemort gave a low snarl, scarlet eyes narrowing with rage. Since the dome had appeared, he had been trying to break the priori incantatem connection, but it was like fighting against reality itself. Every push of his wand was returned with double the force, a battle that was not only about magic but something deeper.
You're just a weak boy.
He thought, irritated and even slightly humiliated. The mystical barrier that held them as if in a dueling ring pulsed rhythmically. The golden beam between their wands grew more and more intense as time passed. But then, suddenly and inexplicably, something changed. Harry's wand began to vibrate at a different frequency. He didn't know how or why, but something inside him seemed to be reacting to Voldemort's magical aggression, responding with pure, raw power. And at that moment, the true effect of priori incantatem revealed itself.
How?
He muttered, stunned. His shock and fear made his grip on his wand falter for a moment, causing a brief but noticeable flicker in the golden beam. It seemed that this fleeting moment of weakness was enough to put him at a disadvantage against Harry.
No!
Voldemort roared inwardly, now using his other hand to grip his wand as well. But the wrathful spirits would not let him recover. The moment they saw that the Dark Lord had been shaken by their presence, they decided they would not let him win this magical struggle. There were many spirits floating within the dome, more than a dozen. This was proof that the number of lives claimed by Voldemort's bone-white wand was immense. And this was probably not even half of them. These more than 10 spirits then split up, most of them moving toward Voldemort to hinder him, while the rest calmly approached Harry.
Stay away from me.
Voldemort shouted, but his voice came out weak, muffled by the hum of the golden glow. While Voldemort faced those he had once slain, Harry was also in a tense moment. His eyes were wide, fixed on the approaching spirits. But the reason for his shock was different from Voldemort's. While the Dark Lord was stunned, fearful, and panicked, Harry was surprised, confused.
This.
The poor boy's mind froze, collapsing under the weight of his emotions. James, seeing his son's stunned expression and slightly teary eyes, stepped forward, approaching him with a calm smile.
Hold on tight, Harry.
He said, placing his spectral hand on the boy's shoulder.
It's almost over.
Outside, the Death Eaters still watched the enigmatic and mystical duel, frozen in place. Odd and bewildered expressions marked their masked faces. I, however, had already stopped paying attention to the duel between the two hyphenated title wizards. My gaze shifted to the dark wizards around me, a cold and dangerous light gleaming in my eyes.
This time, I'm going to make sure I take at least one of you down.
I thought, feeling my most animalistic and violent instincts emerge. Apparently, the killing intent leaking from me was stronger than I had expected, because some of the Death Eaters stopped watching their masters duel and turned toward me with wary looks.
HMPH.
I snorted in disdain. I didn't care that they were now focused on me. I never intended to attack them stealthily anyway. Focused, my instincts once again on high alert, I gripped my wand tightly. Purple sparks began to flicker at its tip. Lucius, who had never completely taken his eyes off me, saw my small gesture. And upon seeing that a spell was ready at my wand's tip, moments from being cast, he became alarmed.
Careful!
He shouted, warning his comrades. Those already watching me immediately raised their wands, entering battle stances once more. The remaining Death Eaters were snapped out of their daze by Malfoy's shout. Their years of war-trained instincts kicked in, making them prepare as well.
He's.
Seeing this, I only smiled dangerously. Raising my arm, I cast a spell quickly and decisively.
Lacerare Trio.
3 purple bolts shot from my wand, slicing diagonally through the air like magical claws made of electric blades. My target, obviously it was still Theo's father. Not my greatest victim in the battle so far, wasn't completely distracted either. Knowing I could and likely would attack him at any moment, he had already prepared to conjure a shield at the slightest sign of danger.
Pratigo.
He exclaimed, a translucent blue barrier appearing in front of him.
Defindo Repulso Confringo.
Seeing him defend, I followed up with more spells.
Come on, take down this brat. Yeah, kill him.
2 Death Eaters, a man and a woman I assumed were the Caro siblings due to their similar magic, shouted, prompting the other dark wizards to act.
Ossiagnes. Crucio. Avada Kedavra.
With these dark spells being cast, 2 of them among the deadliest unforgivable curses, I realized these wizards and witches were no longer holding back. However, now that I no longer intended to destroy the graveyard, I could focus my attacks entirely on them, meaning, unfortunately for them, that I would also stop holding back. Pointing my wand downward, a black mist flowed from its tip, seeping into the ground as if the graveyard itself were breathing it in. Rumbled. In an instant, the ground began to shake. From the muddy, barren soil, skeletal, claw-like hands tore through the earth. Hands became arms, arms gave way to skulls and ribcage, and at last, legs climbed their way free. Slowly, climbing out of their own graves, dozens of skeletons emerged, dragging themselves free of the ground and shaking off the clinging dirt. They had a filthy, grotesque appearance, some still having scraps of decayed flesh and tattered old clothes on their bodies. They moved stiffly, unnaturally. With each step, sickening sounds of bones knocking and joints popping echoed.
This.
The Death Eaters stared in shock at the undead skeletons. From their perspective, casting such magic demanded years of mastery and a profound understanding of the dark arts. And although I was a talented and powerful boy, to them I was still just that.
Damn.
A Death Eater swore under his breath, feeling a shiver as he looked at the new guests. Seeing the surprised and slightly fearful looks on the dark wizards' faces, I felt a small satisfaction. Then, slowly and almost dramatically, I raised my wand before pointing it at my opponents.
Now,
Chapter 529. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter.
Confringo, traverse on your left.
I already saw. Repulso. Come on, guys, they're just walking bones.
Yeah, hurry up and smash these things.
I don't know if you noticed, but we are trying.
Then try harder. Args bombarda. Reducto. Defindo.
A rain of spells of all kinds lit up the graveyard, but it was useless. Faced with the army of aggressive and uncontrollable skeletons, the Death Eaters, who until moments ago believed they had the entire situation under control, now found themselves at a disadvantage and in great danger. What before was an unfair fight of 10 against 1 had now become a fight of 10 against dozens. Each Death Eater was facing at least 4 skeletons, and since they weren't really alive, being only bones reanimated by magic, it was nearly impossible to defeat them. When a skeleton fell, it would stand back up perfectly fine in just a few moments. And if they were broken or destroyed by some spell, I only needed to cast a simple reparo on them to bring them back into the fight.
Glacius.
Malfoy froze a skeleton that attacked him, before taking a few steps back to distance himself from the others that approached. In that brief instant where he gained some time to breathe, he took the chance to look around, analyzing the current situation on the battlefield. Seeing that he and his companions were in an unfavorable and critical position, where any mistake could result in a fatal wound or even death, he couldn't help but frown, feeling the weight of the pressure.
Damn, we can't go on like this.
Mulciber growled, dodging a pair of bony claws. Knowing his longtime friend was right, Malfoy couldn't contain his frustration.
Damn it.
He cursed, grinding his teeth. But even though he was irritated and worried, his years of war experience kicked in. His experienced mind began to work, and with a calculating gaze, he quickly began to think of a strategy. As he looked at all the fights taking place in the graveyard, his eyes unconsciously fell on me, who was standing still, watching the battles with presumption and satisfaction. That's when something clicked in his mind. He realized that he and the other Death Eaters had been focusing on the wrong target all this time.
In that case, the only thing we can do to stop these undead.
He said with a cold voice. Hearing that, all the dark wizards paused for a second. Then, cruel smiles appeared on their faces and they all turned their gazes toward me.
Heh.
I smiled inwardly as I felt those malicious looks. The Hairgel Lord might think I hadn't heard him, but I had. In fact, I was even wondering how long it would take until they realized that. But I didn't care much about what they were saying or planning, because I had finally found the opening I had been waiting for. In the direction I was looking, several meters away from me, was Not, facing a group of skeletons surrounding him. There were more skeletons around him than around his companions, keeping him in a tense and problematic situation. Because he was so busy and so far from me, he stopped for a moment paying attention to my actions, fully focused on his own battle and survival.
This is the time.
I thought with an excited and expectant look. Quickly calculating the distance between him and me, I slightly bent my knees. The muscles in my legs contracted, strengthening and gathering force and even magic. Then, staring at that dark wizard, a despicable, abusive, and cowardly father with feelings of repulsion and anger, I dashed forward at great speed. Driven by my superhuman physical attributes and my magical enhancement, I tore through the battlefield like a bullet. To others, I was nothing more than a fleeting shadow, followed by the whistling of the wind as it was cut. In just a few moments, I crossed the graveyard, arriving at Not's side, and without wasting time, I swung my wand toward him. But I underestimated his reflexes and instincts. As soon as he felt something beside him, he turned with his wand in hand, immediately casting a cutting spell at me. My eyes narrowed, and stopping the enchantment that was on the tip of my tongue, I redirected his spell with my wand. When Not saw that the one attacking him was me, and not another skeleton, he tensed. But when he realized he had managed to stop my attack, he felt relieved and even a little smug.
Idiot.
I thought, feeling his stupid arrogance emerging. I knew my first attack would probably fail, but unfortunately for that unscrupulous wizard, that was exactly what I wanted.
Got you.
I thought, my eyes shining fiercely. While not reveled in the presumption that he had blocked yet another of my attacks, I raised my free hand and extended it toward him. Looking at the outstretched hand right in front of his face, the Death Eater blinked in confusion, wondering if I would now try to physically attack him. In response to his confused look, I formed a weapon with my hand, my thumb raised, and my index and ring fingers pointing at him. Then, staring deep into the eyes of that supremacist and racist wizard, I lowered my thumb.
Pow!
I smiled coldly. As soon as I did that, from the tip of my fingers, a cyan ray shot out. Not, who wasn't expecting me to cast spells without a wand so easily, widened his eyes. He took a step back in panic as he tried to raise his wand, wanting to somehow defend himself. But this time he wasn't so lucky. My spell was point blank, so even though he tried to defend himself, he was still hit. Unfortunately, the step he took caused the spell not to hit him directly, striking only his elbow. Boom! Crack! An explosion sounded, followed by a snap, the muffled noise of something falling to the ground, and finishing with an enormous scream of pain.
ARGH.
Not fell to his knees on the ground, putting his left hand on his right arm.
And no.
He stammered in a murmur, completely incredulous. He tried to move his arm and his fingers, but he didn't feel the same sensation as before.
Damn, 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 damn.
He cursed nonstop, and whether it was from pain, panic, or disbelief, I didn't know. Seeing this, my eyes showed no pity or remorse, only coldness and a sadistic sense of mission accomplished.
What's wrong, Not? Do you need a hand there?
I couldn't help but mock him. In response, I received a look full of hatred, rage, and a hint of fear he tried to suppress.
You!
Chapter 530, Death Eater 101, How to Push Their Buttons. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Not, still kneeling in front of me, held tightly to the stump that was all that remained of his severed limb. His hands and clothes were almost entirely scarlet, stained by the blood that wouldn't stop pouring out. His pale and weakened face was twisted into an expression of pain, anguish, and an indescribable agony. However, the gleam in his eyes, still fixed on me, was strong and intense, almost tangible. If looks could kill, I was certain that right now I would already be in the line of the reincarnation cycle.
Bombarda Maxima.
Avery's voice echoed, breaking the tension. He, who had been occupied with his fight, finally managed to break free from the savage skeletons surrounding him, blasting his way through the undead. Panting, he retreated a few steps, taking advantage of the brief pause to take a deep breath and recover his strength. He also used that pause to look back toward the opposite side of the battlefield. That's where he had heard someone scream in pain, followed by a furious, familiar roar. As soon as he turned, his eyes immediately caught a scene that confirmed his fears. However, what he saw was much bloodier than he expected, which made his worried expression turn into shock and panic.
Clichés.
The name escaped his lips in an alarmed shout. Hearing that, I turned to look at Avery for an instant. He was trying to reach us, attacking every skeleton that crossed his path. I could feel all his distress and concern as he looked at his friend. I waved my wand, repairing the skeletons he destroyed and commanding them to attack him again. After that, I turned back to face Not.
So,
I looked at the crippled Death Eater, raising an eyebrow in amusement. Then, with a mischievous spirit, a mocking smile appeared on my face.
heh,
Hearing me mock his
dignified and powerful.
name, Not growled furiously.
Avada Kedavra.
Warned by my instincts and a shout, I jumped back, just in time to see a green bolt strike the ground where I had been moments before. Hurried footsteps soon followed, announcing the arrival of reinforcements.
Can you stand, Not?
Malfoy asked, crouching down and supporting the wounded wizard. Beside him were Macnair and Avery, who had managed to free himself from the skeletons with the help of the two Death Eaters. The three dark wizards stared at me intently, no longer keeping their calm and arrogant expressions. Seeing the three in front of me, I raised an eyebrow before deciding to look around. Observing the graveyard, I saw that the number of standing skeletons had decreased, with many shattered and crumbling bones scattered on the ground. Then I realized, belatedly, that most of my skeletons had already been destroyed. I had been so focused on attacking Not and mocking him that I had stopped paying attention to the fights around me. And because of that, I had also stopped repairing the skeletons as they were destroyed. Thanks to this, those Death Eaters managed to defeat most of them, which allowed some of them to regroup and come to their friends' aid.
Meh, they weren't useful anymore anyway.
I shrugged before returning my attention to my enemies.
Well, CLECUS.
I began, not missing the chance to mock Not's name again.
It seems your friends finally showed up to help you. But I think they arrived a little.
My eyes drifted to his bloody stump. That also made Malfoy, Avery, and Macnair's eyes fall on the severed limb. Emotions of grief, pity, and fear flickered in their eyes. Feeling his colleagues' stares fall on him, Not lowered his head, ashamed and irritated with his own state.
You know, I've never been foolish enough to lose an arm, but I imagine that must be devastating.
I commented, drawing their attention again.
And in your case, Not, that must be even worse, right? After all, how are you going to please your master now, since you won't be able to?
A cruel, mocking smile curled my lips.
But don't worry, I'm sure your friends here will be more than happy to take your place in such a dignified and glorious service.
Then, under the furious stares of the four dark wizards, I brought my hand to my chin, scratching it lightly. I muttered to myself, as if reflecting aloud.
That bastard!
Macnair snarled, and with fury and indignation, he lunged aggressively forward, only to be restrained by Malfoy's arm.
Don't listen to him. He's provoking us to make us attack recklessly.
Draco's father said, stopping any of his allies from acting.
Heh, of course I'm provoking you.
I said, looking at them with disdain.
What other reason would I have to waste my voice talking to worms as pathetic and weak as you if not for this? But you know, I've been thinking.
I continued, savoring their venomous glares.
But thinking logically, maybe marrying someone from your own family really is the only way for you to continue your bloodline. After all, no woman in her right mind would marry men as incompetent and fragile as you. And so, the only ones left were the crazy women obsessed with pure blood from your own families.
My gaze then fell on the brutish and explosive Death Eater.
But well, maybe that's not your case, Macnair.
A malicious smile spread across my face, causing Malfoy to feel a sense of foreboding.
You probably rejected all the women who approached you because you have a...
Macnair could no longer stand listening to my mocking and humiliating words. With a furious roar filled with rage, hatred, and humiliation, he lunged aggressively at me, ignoring his friend's warnings and attempts to stop him.
You bastard!
He shouted. With a sharp flick of his wand, he conjured a large and heavy axe, gripping it tightly with both hands. The weapon was almost bigger than Macnair himself. It had a thick, long shaft of dark wood, with its head made of iron, sharp and lethal. Macnair didn't want to defeat me with magic.
Walden, stop!
He shouted, trying to warn his friend. But his words fell on Macnair's deaf ears. He was already in front of me, blood and vengeance burning in his eyes.
Die, filthy mudblood!
Chapter 531, Dark Wizards Losing Their Heads. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. With brutal strength fueled by hatred, Macnair, holding his axe above his head, delivered a ferocious blow against me. The blade came down at high speed, slicing through the air with deadly intent. The instant the sharp weapon was just inches from my head, about to strike me, I took a swift step to the side, narrowly escaping an attack that would have claimed my life. Almost at the same time I dodged the strike, I raised my arm with my wand. With precision and coldness, I swung the magical instrument horizontally, firing a silver spell from its tip. Bang! Swish! Two sounds rang out in sync. the heavy thud of the axe crashing into the ground, kicking up dirt and debris, and the sharp, piercing whistle cutting through the air. When the clash ended, we both remained standing in our positions for a moment. Even the nearby dark wizard stopped moving, watching us in a silence thick with tension. And then, before the eyes of all the Death Eaters in the graveyard, Macnair's head separated from his body. It hit the ground with a dull thud, rolling several feet before stopping near Malfoy's feet. The mask that had hidden the dark wizard's identity had slipped off during the roll. Now uncovered, everyone could clearly see his lifeless face. His expression was frozen, and his gaze revealed his final emotions before death: shock, horror, and disbelief. The next moment, the Death Eater's headless body, which until now had still been standing, axe in hand, finally collapsed. Thump. The silence that followed was almost tangible, laden with disbelief and panic. The entire battlefield was immersed in that tense and deadly atmosphere. Everyone was in shock, unsure how to react to what had just happened. Macnair, the man so proud of beheading his enemies, had met death in the exact same way, abrupt and cruel. It was a tragic fate for him, but for me, nothing could have been more ironic.
Aichi.
Avery stammered, pale as he stared at the head on the ground before him.
Hey.
Malfoy said, confirming the obvious fact, a fact no one wanted to believe. Faced with the death of one of their own, the Death Eaters felt rage and thirst for revenge, consumed by the desire to tear me apart. However, now that one of them had fallen to me, they became more cautious and fearful. They finally realized I was not someone to be taken lightly. Not only did I have the strength to face them, but I was also willing to kill. Because of that, none of them dared to initiate any attack against me, afraid of becoming my next victims. Not still trying to staunch the bleeding of his severed arm, stared at the bloody stump. Complex emotions flickered across his face. For an instant, a bitter feeling of relief appeared in his expression. Losing only an arm, compared to Macnair's fate, almost seemed like luck.
HMPH.
I let out a snort of contempt, noting the hesitant stares around me.
As expected.
I thought coldly.
These worms tremble just imagining Azkaban, so starting a fight that could cost their lives? No chance. And I'm sure that if those here were the Death Eaters imprisoned in Azkaban, they would have attacked me the moment one of them fell.
In fact, they probably wouldn't even be in such a miserable situation as this.
Those damned madmen locked away are completely different from these weak cowards in battle.
I pressed my lips together. Shaking my head, I swallowed that thought with some discomfort. I wasn't stupid. I had already begrudgingly accepted that my success in this great battle was mostly due to the incapacity of my opponents. Of course, I wouldn't dismiss my own merit entirely. I had full confidence in my abilities and knew all my training had paid off. However, I also knew I had only survived these fights because no one had truly gone all out, not Voldemort, who was not at full power, nor the Death Eaters, who underestimated me.
When the Second Blood War begins, things will definitely be different.
I thought with a firm and resolute gaze. Then, as if to bring my attention back to the present moment, I felt a powerful and mystical magic enter my radar. I smiled faintly, recognizing that specific and pure magic. Happiness and relief were the emotions surging within me. Scree! A bird's cry pierced the graveyard. Soon after, golden and crimson flames exploded in the sky, illuminating the entire place with a blazing glow. From within the fire in the sky emerged a majestic phoenix, descending in a triumphant flight. Its song echoed like a wave of hope, uplifting the good-hearted and making the wicked tremble. With the appearance of this magical creature, time itself seemed to stop. Around us, the remaining Death Eaters recoiled, shocked and terrified. To them, the presence of Fawkes could only mean that reinforcements for Harry and me had finally arrived. Moreover, the pure, benevolent light magic of the immortal bird, beyond calming and inspiring the good, also weakened and suppressed those with corrupted hearts. Because of this, these dark wizards, already shaken by the death of a comrade, now felt the pressure on them grow even heavier. Looking at the witches and wizards around me, I could sense their fear and unease. any intention of fighting or courage they might have had completely evaporated.
Well, looks like I can finally relax a little.
I thought, no longer keeping my instincts and senses stretched to the maximum. Since I no longer needed to stay fully alert against the dark wizards, I turned my gaze toward the great and important duel inside the Golden Dome. And with just one look, I could tell that the clash of wills and magic was nearly finished. Meanwhile, inside the dome, the pressure both wizards felt was intensifying with every second. Harry felt as though his mind was being crushed by a giant, making him falter slightly. Yet the shadows of the dead formed a circle around him, protecting him.
Harry, you can do it. Keep pushing.
Urged the ghostly image of his mother. She had her hand over his, which held his wand, helping him stay steady in the duel. Her eyes on him were filled with affection, love, and trust. A bird's cry pierced the graveyard. Soon after, golden and crimson flames exploded in the sky, illuminating the entire place with a blazing glow. From within the fire in the sky emerged a majestic phoenix, descending in a triumphant flight. Its song echoed like a wave of hope, uplifting the good-hearted and making the wicked tremble. With the appearance of this magical creature, time itself seemed to stop. Around us, the remaining Death Eaters recoiled, shocked and terrified. To them, the presence of Fawkes could only mean that reinforcements for Harry and me had finally arrived. Moreover, the pure, benevolent light magic of the immortal bird, beyond calming and inspiring the good, also weakened and suppressed those with corrupted hearts. Because of this, these dark wizards, already shaken by the death of a comrade, now felt the pressure on them grow even heavier. Looking at the witches and wizards around me, I could sense their fear and unease. Any intention of fighting or courage they might have had completely evaporated. Well, looks like I can finally relax a little, I thought, no longer keeping my instincts and senses stretched to the maximum. Since I no longer needed to stay fully alert against the dark wizards, I turned my gaze toward the great and important duel inside the Golden Dome. And with just one look, I could tell that the clash of wills and magic was nearly finished. Meanwhile, inside the dome, the pressure both wizards felt was intensifying with every second. Harry felt as though his mind was being crushed by a giant, making him falter slightly. Yet the shadows of the dead formed a circle around him, protecting him. Harry, you can do it, keep pushing, urged the ghostly image of his mother. She had her hand over his, which held his wand, helping him stay steady in the duel. Her eyes on him were filled with affection, love, and trust. Yes, son, you just need to hold on, his father said, standing supportively at his side. And Harry, feeling the love and support of his parents, grew even more determined to win this struggle. Scree! The boy who lived, staring determinedly at Voldemort, heard the cry of a bird. Right after, he felt a warm and comforting sensation fill his body, both energizing and calming him. Surprised and confused, he looked up, and what he saw was Fawkes slowly descending over the graveyard, spreading his majestic wings, casting light across the entire battlefield.
Oh,
With the Phoenix's arrival, Voldemort, a being wholly devoted and saturated with darkness and malice, felt weak. That sudden vulnerability became the final, decisive point in the duel. Sensing his growing strength as well as the Dark Lord's weakness, Harry realized this was the moment. And then, the Golden Boy acted, focusing and channeling all his strength, magic, and everything else he had into his golden beam.
Arg!
From his throat burst a roar of pure emotion.
No!
Chapter 532, Fawkes the Hero Returning to Hogwarts. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. When the magical dome broke apart and the golden beam disappeared, all the phenomena caused by the priori incantatum came to an end. With that, the magic that held Harry floating a few inches above the ground was also cancelled, and he once again felt the weight of gravity. Staggering, he fell half-kneeling to the ground.
Huff!
Harry, supporting himself with his hand on the ground so as not to collapse, panted heavily. He was obviously exhausted after everything he had been through, mentally, physically, and magically. And beyond the exhaustion, he was also a little disoriented from the abrupt end of the magical duel. His mind still wandered in the memory of the spectral forms of his parents, who vanished the moment the connection between the wands was interrupted.
Mom!
The question tore at him, mixed with a whirlwind of emotions: anguish, longing, happiness, sadness, affection.
Harry!
The young green-eyed wizard was then jolted out of his dazed state by me as I ran toward the boy. Kneeling beside him, I gently pulled him by the arm, helping him to stand.
Come on, we have to go.
I said with some urgency. My watchful eyes hadn't left the Death Eaters, who were still frozen in fear, and the Dark Lord, who was struggling to recover from his recent defeat. Hearing my warning, Harry nodded. He was already on his feet, leaning slightly on me, and even though he was still a bit dizzy, he was steadier than before. His gaze then fell upon the incandescent red bird hovering at our side, radiating magic as if it were protecting us.
Why is he here? Did Headmaster Dumbledore come to save us?
He asked hopefully, looking around for the old wizard.
No, the headmaster didn't come.
I replied, which made Harry look at me confused and a little disappointed. Noticing his slight disappointment, I shook my head in amusement.
But don't worry, he's all we need right now.
I said, smiling at the phoenix who sang proudly, confirming my words.
Oh,
Harry murmured, trusting me, and also the immortal bird.
Well, in that case, what are we waiting for? Let's get out of here. Right.
I nodded before looking at the mystical animal.
Fox, take us back to Hogwarts.
I asked, receiving in response an affirmative cry. Fox then let out another song, soft, yet powerful and magical. All his feathers began to shine like living embers, until his entire body resembled a small sun. The scarlet and golden flames that had only covered his body before expanded, enveloping Harry and me in a world of fire, without pain or heat, only care and comfort. I knew that what Fox was doing was covering us with his magic to make his fire teleportation easier. And realizing we were about to leave this graveyard forever, I narrowed my eyes before raising my wand.
Akio, Pettigrew's body, McNair's head, and Knott's arm.
I cast the spell silently in my mind. Then, as if pulled by an unseen force, the coward rat's corpse and the 2 grisly trophies came flying toward me. The Death Eaters could only watch as these remains were summoned, too slow to react, too stunned to interfere. In the blink of an eye, the body and the severed parts fell at my feet, and I planted my boot on them to secure the contact I needed for apparition.
Wait, you're bringing those things with us.
Harry exclaimed, shocked and disgusted.
I
looked at him as if it were obvious.
These are the proof of what happened here with us tonight, so of course I need to show them to the Aurors and the headmaster. Well, but you don't need to take all 3, right?
The Gryffindor insisted.
The more evidence, the better.
I shrugged. He then pursed his lips, not bothering to hide his expression of disgust. But knowing I was right and not wanting to waste any more time, he relented.
Urgh!
I rolled my eyes, pushing the corpse and the head a little away with my foot.
Phew!
He sighed, feeling more at ease. Seeing his relieved look, I shook my head ironically before refocusing on the present moment. With just a glance, I could see that the dark wizards had regained a bit of their courage, and that they were preparing to act, unwilling to let us escape. I could also see that Voldemort had already partially recovered from the attack he suffered from the breaking of the Priori Incantatem. The emotions he felt while looking at Harry and me, beyond confusion and shock, also showed anger, hatred, and humiliation.
Well, I guess that's our signal to go home.
I thought, feeling the he who cannot smell's murderous intent.
Fox now!
With that command, the phoenix perched his claws on my shoulder, gripping me firmly, before opening his magnificent wings.
Scree!
With a cry, a pulse of magic surged with Fox as its center, quickly covering the 3 of us plus my other.
War trophies! Until next time, Voldemort, crap eaters.
I said, smiling coldly and with disdain at them. Then, before they could say or do anything, the flames around us grew even more powerful and intense. From the point where we stood, a wave of magic surged. FWOSH. Right after that, an incandescent explosion of golden and red colors lit up the entire graveyard, forcing all the dark wizards to close and cover their eyes. After a few seconds, the glow dissipated. The graveyard returned to its usual macabre and suffocating darkness, echoing with an oppressive and grim silence. As soon as the Death Eaters and Voldemort managed to open their eyes again, they saw that in the place where we had stood just moments before, now it was empty, without any sign of us. Voldemort, realizing that the prey he wanted and had to kill had escaped, gnashed his teeth. His fists clenched in fury and his cruel red eyes gleamed.
Harry Potter, ETHAN Knight.
His furious scream echoed through the graveyard, startling the crows and making his servants tremble. Hogwarts. Back at the Quidditch pitch, the turmoil in front of the maze's entrance did not cease, fervent, tense, and with a suffocating air that weighed upon everyone. After so long without any sign of the two Hogwarts champions, even the audience who had initially watched the tournament with excitement was now beginning to worry. Students, professors, and guests who had any sort of connection, however small, with the missing boys, had already descended from the stands and joined their families on the field. Everyone had already realized for some time that something was terribly wrong with this task, and now they only wanted answers.
When will the ministry finally do something? Until now, they're just walking around like headless chickens.
Sarah said angrily, her voice intentionally loud. Many nodded to her words. At this moment, the ministry was proving to be more useless than if they had asked Peeves for help. Sirius, outraged, felt that these government officials needed to be pressured a bit. So, he approached the short man in the corner, who nervously held his ugly green hat.
Fudge, this has gone on long enough. When are you and your ministry actually going to do something to find my godson? We are doing everything we can to find them, Lord Black.
Fudge stammered, uncomfortable under the furious and frustrated gaze of the wizard before him.
So please, have a little more patience and try to calm down.
Sirius cut him off, glaring with a murderous gleam.
How do you expect me to stay calm when we don't even know exactly where the damn graveyard therein is? Aye.
Chapter 533, The Return of the Champions. If you want to support me and read ahead, patreon.com/c7nx. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Realizing that the situation was about to explode, and that Sirius could, in fact, lunge at Fudge at any moment, Dumbledore intervened, shifting the focus of the conversation. He then turned to his old friends and mentors, who held their wands and some magical equipment in their hands.
Nick, Penny, did you find anything?
He asked gravely.
No, Albus.
Nick shook his head with a sigh.
Wherever they are, that place is very well protected against tracking or locating spells. I see.
The headmaster nodded, already having anticipated such an answer. Still, unlike the others, he did not seem so worried or panicked. He knew that the nightly departure of his familiar could only mean that things would soon be resolved. And as if to confirm his thoughts, a magical song echoed through the air, reverberating across the entire Quidditch pitch. Hearing that magnificent song once again, everyone turned to look toward the source of the sound, whether the distressed relatives or the teachers, students, and guests in the stands. FWOSH. With a warm, vibrant brilliance, a great ball of golden flames burst at the entrance of the maze. Cries of astonishment and admiration echoed from the stands. The golden glow reflected in everyone's wide eyes, which barely managed to blink, enthralled by that magical phenomenon. The families of the missing champions, though awestruck, could not hide their nervousness. Their faces were a mix of hope and fear because, instinctively, they knew those flames were connected to their children. The flames began to lose their intensity, turning into embers and small flickering sparks that floated through the air like shimmering dust. And then, within the fire, the silhouette of two people began to emerge, until, little by little, they became clear to every anxious eye.
Man, that was one of the craziest adventures I've had so far.
A young male voice commented, sounding relaxed and slightly amused. The owner of that voice then stepped forward, emerging from the fire, revealing that it was, in fact, a boy who had spoken. That boy had black hair and amber eyes, wore combat clothes, and was strangely carrying a large flaming scarlet bird on his shoulder. Obviously, that person was me, who had just returned from the graveyard along with Harry.
Ayla.
I thought, taking a deep breath. Knowing that all the tension and danger had passed, I felt quite relaxed and relieved. Finally, I could lower my guard without needing to keep my instincts, senses, and other abilities at their maximum capabilities.
ETHIN, Harry.
The moment realization struck the families on the field and they noticed that those who had appeared were Harry and me, they immediately ignored everything and everyone else and came running toward us. Expressions of worry, relief, and overwhelming joy were clearly written on their faces. My mom, and surprisingly Penny, or perhaps not so surprisingly, had tears in their eyes.
My baby.
My mom was the first to reach me, instantly wrapping me in a desperate, tight hug.
I was so worried.
My mom, who had always been a strong, firm woman, was now crying against my chest, clinging to me as if afraid I might vanish like an illusion.
Thank you.
My dad, who reached me just moments after my mom, also embraced me. He wasn't crying like she was, but I could see the slight wetness in his eyes and feel his emotions of happiness and affection. And to complete this warm reunion, Nick and Penny also joined the family hug. Looking at the four people surrounding me, I felt deeply happy and warm inside, truly loved. Yet, at the same time, I also felt a tremendous guilt consuming me. I knew that all the distress and anguish I had caused them with my disappearance was mainly my fault. I could have stopped Voldemort's and Barty Jr.'s plan at any moment, long before the fanatical Death Eater infiltrated Hogwarts. However, I didn't. I let everything unfold as in the canon, and even deliberately put myself in danger just to continue with my own plans. But it didn't matter whether it was for my plans or not. In the end, I caused them suffering because of my selfishness and arrogance.
Sigh.
I thought in bitter self-criticism. And even with that thought, there was a painful certainty in my mind.
I just hope that, by then, they'll be used to it.
Shaking my head, I decided to push those thoughts away, wanting only to focus on the emotional reunion with my family. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see Harry also surrounded by his family, being firmly hugged by Sirius.
Ethan.
It was at that moment that I heard a soft, happy female voice, which made me look ahead. What I saw was Luna, running toward me with a wide smile, along with my other friends. Beside them came Harry's two best friends, who seemed just as anxious and relieved as the rest. However, before they could reach us, they all suddenly stopped. Shock and horror spread across their faces.
By Merlin's beard.
At the same time, a horrified scream echoed across the field, shattering the joyful, affectionate atmosphere we had been immersed in. And that scream was only the first. After it, more and more frightened, shocked screams erupted in succession, accompanied by flashes of light and the clicking of cameras. Confused and uneasy, the two families who had just reunited with their children broke their embrace. They then looked around at the people nearby, noticing their wide, horrified eyes, all fixed on something behind us. And it wasn't just the guests and students wearing those expressions. The ministry officials, the Hogwarts teachers, and the headmasters of the two schools, it would have been three, had Karkaroff not already fled, all stared at that something with grim, dark expressions.
What's going on?
Andy asked, bewildered. She and everyone else in the group turned to look in the direction everyone else was staring. And the moment they did, they immediately understood what had triggered this wave of collective panic. What they saw was something deeply disturbing, grotesque, and bloody.
Is that?
My mom asked in shock, bringing her hands to her mouth.
Yeah.
My dad said, grimacing as he looked at the severed parts near the corpse. And it wasn't just him. Everyone in that large group wore uncomfortable looks and grim frowns. But compared to the people around them, they weren't nearly as terrified or panicked. Not long ago, they had seen the destroyed body of Barty Jr. up close, so they were already somewhat numbed to these bloody situations. Still, even used to such scenes, they couldn't help but feel sickened and distressed, for the state of this corpse was dozens of times worse. It was then that the more observant among them looked closely at the decomposed body, noticing that it seemed strangely familiar.
Padfoot is that.
Remus turned to his friend, a questioning and stunned look on his face.
Yes, Mooney.
Chapter 534, Shocked Crowd, a body, a head, and an arm. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. The revelation that a ministry fugitive lay dead on the ground before everyone plunged the group into perplexity. No one knew how to react. They could only exchange glances, fully aware that the presence of that corpse could not be a mere macabre coincidence.
Wait a second.
Dora suddenly exclaimed, drawing the attention of the many adults gathered. Under the curious and questioning eyes of all, she stepped forward, cautiously approaching the remains. Her gaze was fixed on the head that lay beside Pettigrew's corpse, apprehension written across her face.
This head.
She asked, her eyes widening slightly. As someone who worked at the ministry and interacted with many employees from different departments, it wasn't hard for her to recognize the owner of that severed head. With Dora's question, everyone's focus fell upon the pale and bloodied face. Those familiar with ministry wizards, or who had faced Death Eaters before, soon realized the disturbing resemblance between the lifeless head and the brutish executioner.
Bloody hell.
The metamorph magus muttered, grimacing as a chill ran down her spine. No one answered her, and once again a tense, heavy silence fell over the group. They were still trying to process the situation, too caught up in their own thoughts. Each of them was struggling with growing confusion and dread. But amid all the lost stares, there were two people on this Quidditch pitch who knew exactly what had happened, and only they could answer everyone's doubts. And knowing this, Headmaster Dumbledore, who had remained distant and silent until now, stepped closer to us with a serious look.
Ethan, Harry.
He called, drawing both our attention and that of our families to him.
I know you must be tired and shaken by everything that has happened, and that you probably just want to rest with your families and friends.
He asked, a grave and intense gleam in his blue eyes. That question struck Harry like a bolt of lightning, pulling him out of his relieved happiness. His expression, softened moments ago by his reunion with Sirius and his family, now showed distress. He remembered that this was not the time to relax or rest. He still had to warn everyone about the great evil that had returned.
Headmaster, you must act immediately.
He began urgently.
They must still be there with Vo. Well, Headmaster, you're right.
I cut in, interrupting the green-eyed boy before he could speak the name everyone feared. Then I took a step forward, drawing all attention to myself.
As you said, after all this chaos, I really do want.
I said, rubbing my forehead tiredly. I looked weak and worn out. Everything about me radiated exhaustion, as if I had just endured something draining and overwhelming, and, truth be told, that wasn't far from the truth. And in a way, my fatigue wasn't entirely feigned. I really did need a proper night's sleep.
So, about what happened in the graveyard.
I continued, trying to end this conversation. Hearing this, Harry turned to me, confused. He didn't understand why I had stopped him from warning everyone about Voldemort, nor why I was avoiding talking about what had happened in the graveyard. Bewildered and with his worry growing, he opened his mouth, ready to say something. But before he could utter a single word, I gave him a firm, serious look, one that told him I would explain everything to him later. Noticing this, the boy who lived hesitated for a moment. Then he closed his mouth, though he couldn't stop himself from furrowing his brow. The dilemma he faced was clear. He was torn between telling everyone the truth that the most terrifying being in Britain had been resurrected, or staying silent. In the end, after a few moments of thought, the young Gryffindor chose silence and patience. He decided to trust me, understanding that I wouldn't do this without a reason, and that it was probably part of some plan of mine. Seeing his decision, I nodded discreetly. In truth, unlike what he thought, I wasn't trying to hide the truth or omit what had happened in the maze.
Wait!
The headmaster raised his hand, stopping us.
You may not want to talk about what happened in the maze now.
Well, what about them?
I asked simply with a relaxed look. Noticing my indifference to their deaths, a grave glint flickered in the old wizard's eyes.
What I want to know is, what happened to them, who did this to them?
He pressed, staring at me seriously. To everyone else, the headmaster's questioning sounded strange. It didn't feel like he was merely asking me a few questions, it sounded like he was interrogating me. And this became even more evident when everyone picked up on the subtle tone of accusation in his voice. It was obvious to anyone with at least 3 functioning brain cells what the headmaster was suggesting, that I had killed those men. Realizing that the old wizard was seriously questioning me over the death of those criminal vermin, my blood instantly boiled. I wasn't angry at the headmaster for suspecting me. After all, I really had killed them. What truly bothered me was feeling the weight of his judgment, as if what I had done were something wrong, almost evil.
Headmaster, please, cut the nonsense and just say what you really want to say.
I said impatiently. Sensing my irritation, the powerful wizard shook his head with a sigh, deciding to get straight to the point.
Ethan!
He looked at me, disappointment in his eyes.
Here.
I resisted the urge to roll my eyes.
Here comes the great forgiver of the wizarding world, with yet another sermon.
Just as I was about to open my mouth to give him a rather impolite answer, Nick stepped forward, placing himself by my side.
Albus, that's enough. This is neither the time nor the place for such a conversation.
The French immortal said seriously. His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, but his tone carried a clear warning for his old friend. Seeing his old friend trying to stop his questioning, Headmaster Dumbledore frowned. The 2 powerful, aged wizards locked eyes, engaging in a silent battle.
Sigh.
The headmaster was the one who yielded. He realized that the subject had stirred him up, making him act more aggressively than he intended.
Let's leave this for tomorrow, when everyone is calmer and recovered.
He said, returning to his gentle, calm old man demeanor.
I agree.
Sirius joined the conversation, giving his godson's shoulder a comforting squeeze. When his eyes turned to me, he gave the slightest nod. His gaze conveyed a profound sense of gratitude and support. He, like everyone else in the group, knew deep down that I was probably the one responsible for the death of those dark wizards. And knowing that I was the one who had taken the life of the man he most hated and wished dead, he felt extremely grateful. This was the second time I had helped him deal with that treacherous rat, and because of that he had already decided in his mind that if anyone tried to accuse me or confront me because of these murders, he would stand by me without hesitation. Noticing the weight of his gaze and understanding its meaning, I slowly looked away, somewhat embarrassed. Yes, I had killed Pettigrew, but I had also been the one to let him escape in the first place, so Sirius's unconditional support didn't bring me relief.
Well, let's just consider Pettigrew's death as my act of redemption.
Chapter 535, Unmasking the Guilty, the Truth Comes Out. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. After I managed to convince the headmaster that it would be better to leave the disturbing, yet enlightening conversation about the graveyard events for another time, a silence fell over the group. My parents, unwilling to remain near the mortal remains of the Death Eaters, decided that we should move away. They wanted to go somewhere calmer, far from all the chaos, blood, and the journalists hungry for information. Thus, my family, along with everyone else in our large group, began preparing to leave the Quidditch pitch. However, just as we were about to head back to the castle, I felt the emotions of someone nearby suddenly grow agitated. That person was shaken, nervous, and frightened, emotions that mirrored almost everyone around us. But on top of that, he was also angry and deeply frustrated. And those emotions were clearly directed at our group, as if we were the cause of them.
Heh, I knew you wouldn't be able to stay quiet.
I thought, recognizing exactly whose emotions they were without even needing to look.
Wait, you can't just leave like this.
Fudge, who had been quiet in his corner all this time, finally shouted at us, making his presence known. At his voice, we all stopped walking and turned toward him, our faces filled with curiosity and questioning looks, or in the case of my mom, Penny, and Andy, cold, scowling glares. The moment all those gazes fell on him, and as he felt the fury radiating from the women of both families, Fudge instinctively stepped back, his cowardice once again showing through. But then, in the very next instant, he seemed to find some sudden bravery from who knows where. Placing his green hat on his head, he puffed out his chest with an air of authority and arrogance, glaring at us challengingly.
You can't just show up, cause an uproar, and then leave as if everything is fine.
He spoke again, louder now, his tone firm and authoritarian.
I still want to know why the two of you disappeared for so long, and why you returned with the body of a fugitive and the head of one of my best employees.
As he said this, his eyes locked onto Harry and me. He was frowning, and it was clear to anyone that he was deeply unsettled and irritated by the situation. Harry, noticing Fudge's dissatisfaction, immediately grew angry. He had interacted with this petty little man a few times before, and from the start he always felt that the minister wasn't truly a good or kind person. He merely pretended to be, wanting everyone to see him in a favorable light. And now, watching him act this way, the so-called golden boy mentally added him to his personal list of unpleasant, nasty people he should stay far away from.
Why is he looking at us like we did something wrong? We're the victims here, damn it.
Harry cursed inwardly, clenching his fist. Unlike him, I wasn't bothered at all by Fudge's attitude. I already knew this useless minister from the books and films, so I was well aware of just how opportunistic, greedy, and cowardly he really was. In fact, I had been expecting and even hoping that he would act like this.
This is exactly what I wanted.
I smiled inwardly, though outwardly my expression remained calm.
Minister Fudge, I understand you want answers.
Nick began, stepping between him and us.
However, you must understand that they've just gone through an incredibly stressful and dangerous situation. The least we can do for them is let them rest a little before giving us an explanation.
Watching my adoptive grandfather address the minister with such a calm and courteous tone, I was genuinely surprised. That's unexpected.
And in this kind of delicate situation, I would have sworn the first thing out of his mouth would be telling Fudge to shut up, followed by a hex.
I thought, staring strangely at the alchemist. But what I didn't know was that Nick was, in fact, holding back his urge to lash out at Fudge, and he was doing it for me. He didn't want to cause a commotion, and even less did he want to show me his violent side, especially right after I had faced a life-or-death situation. Another reason he chose to speak up was because he could clearly see how furious the women behind him were. He was certain that if he hadn't stepped forward, they would have gone straight at that unpleasant wizard. And he was even more certain that Fudge would never have survived the wrath of those three overprotective women.
Mr. Flamel, this is a matter that concerns the most prestigious school of our community and my Ministry of Magic.
Fudge replied with a frown.
So please, don't try to stop me from getting answers to our questions.
He crossed his arms, refusing to back down before the French wizard's gaze. Nick, seeing that the man he regarded as nothing more than an ambitious sycophant hadn't backed down, blinked in surprise.
Really, you had to grow a backbone right now.
He pursed his lips. The 600-year-old wizard then realized that, to try and persuade Fudge, he would unfortunately have to resort to more.
Minister, do you really want to know what happened in that graveyard?
I asked, my expression calm and unreadable.
Yes, I do.
He answered, glaring at me sharply, as if he were giving an order.
All right then.
I nodded, and no one noticed the cunning glint that flashed in my eyes. With that, I glanced subtly around us, noticing that the field was nearly full. Almost the entire crowd, students, guests, and professors, who had once been up in the stands had, at some point, descended to the Quidditch pitch. From the moment Harry and I had arrived, their eyes had never left us, completely curious and desperate to know what had happened. Realizing this, I smiled coldly, which for some reason made Fudge uncomfortable, though he couldn't explain why. And before he had the chance to say or do anything, I began to speak.
The reason Harry, Fleur, and I disappeared after touching the cup was because a Death Eater who had infiltrated Hogwarts altered the destination of the portkey on it.
He ambushed us in the maze and tricked us into taking the cup. And the moment we did, we were transported directly to a graveyard where a trap had been set for us.
I said, making no effort to lower my voice. I wanted everyone to hear what I was saying, especially the journalists, who would undoubtedly spread this as the hottest news of the night. I knew that the more people heard the real events directly from my own mouth, the harder it would be for Fudge and the influential dark wizards to try to discredit me. And hearing the whispers of the crowd and the scratching sounds of quills against parchment, I nodded in satisfaction, realizing my plan was working. Then, fixing the minister with a bold look, I continued.
The moment the three of us arrived at the graveyard, we noticed someone had set up a ward there to suppress our magic, which is why we couldn't escape quickly. However, we realized that the portkey in the cup was still active in some way, and knowing we were in grave danger, Harry and I decided to send Fleur back here while we stayed behind to cover her, hoping she could reach here safely and send help for us. And then, right after Fleur was sent away, he appeared and attacked us.
I pointed to the Pettigrew's dead body on the ground, drawing every gaze to it. Peter Pettigrew, a Death Eater accused of betraying the Potters to he who must not be named, and of cruelly murdering several Muggles.
A dark wizard who, until tonight, was considered a fugitive from the Ministry.
Chapter 536, A New Dark Lord. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. As soon as I revealed the identity of the dead man, a wave of surprised and disbelieving exclamations echoed all around. From the moment they noticed the corpse Harry and I had brought with us, everyone had been curious and eager to discover his identity. Now, upon learning that he was a Death Eater, their astonishment was inevitable. They finally understood that the situation was much darker than they had imagined. And, as expected, curiosity, and even the craving for a juicy new piece of gossip, only intensified among them. They had already realized that if the body I had brought belonged to a Death Eater, then the severed head and hand certainly belonged to men of equally sinister reputation. And thanks to Fudge's imprudence and foolishness in not lowering his voice, everyone also knew that the head belonged to a ministry official, someone the minister apparently held in high regard. Seeing that Fudge was starting to grow anxious as he heard the increasingly critical whispers around him, I smiled discreetly.
Harry!
I thought a little resentfully. While I enjoyed Fudge's discomfort and growing worry, those in my group looked at me strangely.
What is he doing?
Dora whispered to her cousin. And Sirius, just like the others who heard her question, didn't know how to answer. They only managed to look at one another, confused about what I was doing. My family and the others with me were completely puzzled when they saw I had begun speaking about what had happened in the graveyard. They didn't understand why I was bringing it up now, when only a short while ago I had refused to mention it. They knew I hadn't been intimidated by Fudge's words or presence. In fact, I was the one who intimidated others, not the other way around. And they also knew me well enough to understand that I wouldn't do something so contradictory and sudden without a reason. Precisely because of this, they found my actions so strange, even incomprehensible.
Could what happened in the graveyard have been so dangerous and disturbing that it ended up shaking Ethan's mind?
My mom wondered, worried about my state. But then, she and everyone else in the group noticed the gleam in my eyes and the faint, malicious smile on my lips. At that moment they understood I was plotting something. They were intelligent people, and so they realized that my earlier silence had not been by chance, but because I was waiting for exactly this moment. So, as they listened to me recount the events in the graveyard in such a dramatic, almost theatrical way, like a storyteller narrating an exciting tale, they chose to remain silent. They chose to trust me and allow me to continue with whatever I was planning. They would only watch my performance with interest and with intense anticipation. After all, they knew that my look didn't just mean I had a plan.
After Pettigrew attacked and incapacitated us instead of killing or torturing us, he bound us to gravestones. And right after that, we saw him approach a large cauldron filled with a strange liquid. He then began throwing various ingredients inside: bones, pieces of flesh, and blood.
I paused, letting this horrid detail sink into everyone's minds.
At that moment, watching his actions, I finally understood.
As soon as they heard the words
Ritual
and
dark,
The whispers and scratching of quills stopped for a brief moment, giving way to a heavy silence.
I don't know exactly what the ritual was for, but as soon as Pettigrew finished it, the cauldron exploded.
Saying this, I looked at the faces around me, noticing how some people paled or recoiled in fear. The feelings of fear, panic, anguish, worry, and denial pressed heavily against my senses. My empathy could capture every wave of negative emotion from those who had faced the horrors of the First Wizarding Blood War.
Pettigrew then knelt and extended his arm, the one with the dark mark, to that man before calling him master. Impossible!
Fudge interrupted me furiously.
You must be delirious. There's no way that man is him, you know who is dead.
He shouted, his eyes both fearful and angry.
Minister, I am merely recounting what I witnessed in that graveyard, just as you asked.
I said to him calmly,
And besides, I never said this man was you-know-who. After all, I don't even know what he looks like. When he was defeated by Harry, I was only a baby who didn't even know magic existed. So how could I affirm or deny that the dark wizard I saw was him?
I asked, wearing a genuine expression of doubt.
That...
Fudge hesitated without a good answer. His face was twisted, both with anger and confusion. And it wasn't just him who was facing so many emotions. Those around us were also afflicted, showing expressions of doubt and caution on their faces. A small portion of the people were fully attentive to my words, believing in my story and realizing the importance of what I was saying. As for the rest, they were somewhat suspicious of what I said, but they could not deny that I had no reason to lie about something like this. And that was what made everything worse for them, because they knew that there was only one person a Death Eater like Pettigrew would call master. The Dark Lord Voldemort.
No, I can't let people believe the Dark Lord has returned. If this spreads, the people will panic. They'll start questioning the ministry, and I cannot let that happen.
He thought, clenching his fists. Then, suppressing his own doubts and fear, he cast a sharp glance at me.
Well, it makes no difference whether you know who that man is or not. What matters now is that everyone here needs to know that there is no Dark Lord in Britain. Are you sure about that?
I raised an eyebrow at him.
Because I seriously doubt a Death Eater would swear loyalty to just any dark wizard.
HMPH, Pettigrew calling that man master means nothing.
Fudge scoffed.
And besides, a single Death Eater kneeling to another dark wizard doesn't make him a Dark Lord. Oh really? Then what do you say about them?
I retorted, gesturing to the severed head and arm on the ground. Looking at the bloody remains, Fudge's face immediately went pale before he quickly looked away. Resisting the urge to vomit, he looked back at me with a rigid face.
And what about them?
Well, the thing is, that arm and that head belong to two other Death Eaters. And they're just a few of the Death Eaters who appeared in the graveyard after being summoned by the red-eyed wizard.
I replied. Then, crossing my arms, I stared at the minister challengingly.
So what now, Minister? Are you going to tell me it was just a coincidence that those Death Eaters gathered there?
Chapter 537, Bloody Proof Against the Minister's Denial. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. In the face of my defiant question, Fudge's arrogant and stern expression crumbled almost instantly.
WL.
He opened his mouth to try to argue, but all that came out were trembling, incoherent stammers. Confronted with the facts I had laid before him, Fudge knew, deep down, that he had no way to refute my accusations. The evidence was there, exposed on the ground for all to see, undeniable proof that I was right. The Death Eaters had indeed begun to gather once again. And he realized there was no way to deny or disprove it without looking like a hypocrite, a liar, or a coward, which, let's be honest, everyone already knew he was. Still staring at me, his face twisted into a bitter scowl.
Damn you, Knight.
He cursed me silently. I could feel his angry emotions directed at me, which gave me a slight twinge of satisfaction and smugness. Of all the figures in the wizarding world I disliked, Cornelius Fudge was undoubtedly the one who most deserved my contempt and anger, setting aside, of course, dark wizards and criminals. The truth was that the entire Second Blood War had unfolded the way it did, with so many deaths, so much destruction and tragedy, precisely because of him and his incompetence. And now, watching him drowning in denial, directing such negativity at me, I realized I could finally begin to act against him.
Just one more year.
I thought with a cold stare.
But don't worry, Cornelius.
Fudge, oblivious to the dreadful fate awaiting him, felt only a sense of foreboding and a chill down his spine. Uneasy, he took off his ugly green hat, clutching it tightly in both hands. He began to crumple it nervously, a habit of his that betrayed just how shaken he was. Unfortunately for the British minister, he didn't realize that his silence and his frown at my question were already answers in themselves. Now, everyone was even more certain that what I said was true. And the knowledge that the vile Death Eaters thought to be locked away in Azkaban were gathering again spread a wave of fear through the crowd. But beyond that fear, many, especially those who despised dark wizards and everything tied to dark magic, began to wonder who exactly the Death Eaters were that Harry and I had seen in the graveyard. Of course, a good number of those present already had a clear idea of who they were. They were among the few who had not been deceived or bribed by arrogant purebloods during those trials. They had always known that the claims of being under the Imperious Curse were utter nonsense. These witches and wizards committed their atrocities simply because they were despicable and cruel human beings.
Perfect, now if...
I thought, noting the shift in the crowd's emotions. Apparently, Fudge noticed it as well, as he regained part of his composure enough to argue back at me.
Look, I don't know how McNair ended up in that graveyard, but his presence there, which is the only one you can prove aside from Pettigrew's, is not strong enough evidence to make us believe that the Death Eaters are gathering again.
He pursed his lips before adding,
After all, he was never truly a Death Eater.
Fudge then glared at me, his eyes full of obvious disdain.
And besides, this is only your word. We cannot fully believe what a boy says as if it were truth.
Hearing this, I didn't get angry or indignant. In fact, I realized immediately that this was the answer of a desperate man. He knew he couldn't beat me in a serious discussion, so he resorted to trying to undermine my honesty and credibility.
He must have realized he's screwed.
I analyzed, raising an eyebrow. But while I wasn't offended by his accusation, the same couldn't be said of my family.
This fat little stupid son of a.
My mom began, stepping forward threateningly, with every intention of punching Fudge. But before she could do something that would likely land her in a ministry cell for the night, I raised my hand to stop her. I turned to her with a calm smile, showing that his words hadn't affected me.
Don't worry, I've got this under control.
I murmured softly, but loud enough for her to hear. My mom hesitated for a moment, but my words seemed to calm her slightly. She took a deep breath before nodding at me. Reluctantly, she stepped back to my dad's side, though not without throwing Fudge a murderous glare.
Thank your lucky stars for my son, you pompous fool, because if not for him, I'd have made you swallow that stupid hat of yours.
With the situation under control, I turned my attention back to Fudge, who now looked at me with an irritatingly smug expression. Then, without saying a word, I waved my hand, and the severed arm lying on the ground flew to me. Catching the severed limb, I didn't even blink, completely indifferent, unlike those around me, who recoiled in horror and disgust.
Here, take it.
I tossed the arm at Fudge, who caught it reflexively.
What?
He began, before his mind processed what he was holding.
Aya.
Letting out a decidedly unmanly scream, he dropped the limb at once. His face turned deathly pale, stricken with panic and disgust. Before the generous gift knot had left me could hit the ground, I summoned it back to me.
Minister, why so afraid? It's just an arm, stained with a bit of blood.
I said with a mischievous glint in my eye.
How dare you?
He exploded furiously, his face turning an alarming shade of red.
Do you think this is some kind of joke? Oh no, quite the opposite. I was simply trying to show you something.
I replied before levitating Knot's arm above me.
As you can see, this arm bears a strange tattoo on its wrist. Macabre, yes.
I said, slowly rotating the limb so everyone could see. And just as I said, there it was for all to see, the image of a snake entwined around a skull, etched into the severed wrist.
Look, I may not know as much about Death Eaters as the Ministry does, but I was at the Quidditch World Cup final when that riot happened. I saw the terrifying mark they cast into the sky. And that mark and this tattoo are not merely similar.
I paused, letting my words sink in, while my gaze swept across the field, noting the fixed stares of journalists, influential wizards, and ministry officials. It was a mark nearly everyone knew and feared, and seeing it again filled them with dread and unease. Knowing my goal had been partially achieved, I smiled coldly, deciding to press further.
Now, to show that this arm belongs to someone other than Pettigrew or Macnair, which would prove that there were at least 3 dark wizards in that graveyard, could someone here cast a blood analysis spell on them?
I asked, looking around.
Yes, I can.
Came a firm voice from the back of the crowd. The people on the Quidditch pitch parted, and an elderly woman in a nurse's uniform marched forward with a resolute look.
Madame Pomfrey.
I nodded at her as she stopped in front of me, handing her the arm.
Knight.
Chapter 538, Checkmate Minister. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. While the matron of the hospital wing worked her magic on the remains, sorry for the pun, I looked over her shoulder. There, in the middle of the crowd, I saw her Fleur, the cheerful and fearless French witch I had befriended this school year. She was standing close to my family, her fist pressed firmly against her chest as she looked at me, a tense gaze, yet filled with happiness and relief lit up her delicate face. The beautiful Vila had been inside the medical tent with Madame Pomfrey and her parents this whole time, recovering from her anguished and shaken state. But a few minutes ago, she and everyone inside had heard the commotion erupting outside. And the moment she recognized my voice, Fleur immediately wanted to come see me and make sure I was all right. Unfortunately for her, neither her parents nor the fierce and protective matron allowed her to leave until she had fully calmed down. It was only after much insistence, and even a few threats against herself, that they gave in. So she finally left the tent, and without hesitation she ran straight toward the sound of my voice, with hope, joy, and relief overflowing in her chest. Now, seeing me completely fine at the entrance of the maze, smiling at her with my characteristic grin, she felt all her worries and fears melt away.
Thank Merlin you're safe and well.
She thought with a tearful smile full of affection and happiness. Sensing the emotions of the Beauxbatons student, my gaze softened toward her.
Sorry for making you worry, Fleur, but now I'm here and I'm fine.
I thought. And in that moment, I promised myself I would make it up to Fleur for all the stress I had caused her. Not only her, but my family and my other friends as well. Speaking of my friends, they were standing in a group a few meters away from Fleur. All of them had their attention entirely on me, on Fudge, and on Madame Pomfrey, not wanting to miss a single moment of the spectacle I was putting on. However, there was one person among them who wasn't as interested in this whole mess involving the Death Eaters. And that person was Luna, who also had her attention on me, but for a different reason. She was staring at Fleur and me with her brow slightly furrowed, an expression rarely seen on her normally cheerful and serene face. The blonde Ravenclaw had noticed the exchange of looks and smiles between Fleur and me, and it brought a suffocating discomfort to her chest, as if something were squeezing her heart. She knew exactly what that bitter, unpleasant feeling was, but there was nothing she could do except try to justify what she was seeing.
They're just friends who are happy to see each other after going through a traumatic event.
Luna told herself silently, almost like a mantra. The dreamy little witch then suppressed her discomfort, returning to her usual serene and cheerful expression, even if now it looked a bit forced. I frowned, casting a sidelong glance at Luna. She didn't know it, but every emotion and feeling she had just felt, and was still feeling, had been noticed by me. I was fully aware of the emotions of everyone around me, and part of my focus was especially directed toward those closest to me. Because of that, I immediately sensed the emotional turbulence Luna was going through, which worried me.
Sigh.
I thought with affectionate exasperation, though also somewhat amused.
Finished.
Madame Pomfrey said, pulling me out of my thoughts. Turning my attention back to the present moment, I looked at the dragon mother of the hospital wing, who was still holding Not's arm while analyzing a sphere that pulsed with red light in front of her. One glance was enough for me to recognize the diagnostic spell she had cast, and the crimson glow made it clear the blood of the two remains was not compatible. If it were, the sphere would have shown green.
So,
I raised an eyebrow, gesturing toward the minister and our audience. My gesture was clear. I wanted her to announce the test results so everyone could hear. Quickly understanding my signal, Madame Pomfrey turned to Fudge, pointing at the glowing red sphere.
Well, Mr. Knight is telling the truth. The tests I performed show that this arm does not belong to either Pettigrew or McNair, but rather to an unknown third person.
She declared firmly. With that response, everyone in the Quidditch pitch immediately turned their eyes to Fudge. Expressions of judgment, distrust, and irritation spread across people's faces. They were whispering and muttering to one another while pointing their fingers at the minister. The journalists, with their faces flushed with excitement, wasted no time before furiously scribbling on their parchments again. Fudge, seeing this, felt his stomach sink. In that moment, he wished his generous friend Lucius or his loyal and helpful secretary were at his side. Both of them, compared to him, were far better at handling situations like this. But unfortunately, the minister had come to this tournament alone, and now he had to endure all the whispers and accusing stares directed at him.
damn,
He cursed repeatedly in his mind.
this shouldn't be happening.
He glared furiously at those in my group.
No.
His gaze then fixed on me. His face was red as he gnashed his teeth.
If he had just kept quiet, we wouldn't be in this mess, and no one would be criticizing me right now. I knew it.
He clenched his fists.
I should have had the Aurors arrest him right after the end of the first task.
With that thought, a vindictive, daring, and somewhat risky idea began to take shape in his mind. As Fudge glared at me like I was his newest mortal enemy, I caught some of his surface thoughts with my legilimency. Normally, I wouldn't use that kind of mind magic on someone who wasn't a dark wizard, but this time I had used the ability almost instinctively. My legilimency had triggered unconsciously and blended with my empathy the instant I felt Fudge's malice toward me. And it turned out to be a good thing, because I was able to spy on his mind and see the
Great.
plan he was hatching for me.
Well, it looks like I'll be replacing Harry in the Dementor attack this summer.
I thought dryly. And at some point, I started to wonder if I would end up facing all the challenges and problems meant for the original protagonist, even those I hadn't meddled in or sought out on purpose.
Sigh.
I thought with a dignified look. My gaze then fell again on Fugged, noticing that his angry expression as he stared at me had not lessened. On the contrary, it seemed to have intensified.
HMPH.
I rolled my eyes. Even knowing that Fudge was scheming against me, I felt no worry or fear, only disdain for his despicable and treacherous methods. Unfortunately for him, that plan, and any plan he might try to create, was already doomed to fail. I was strong enough to deal with Dementors or any other magical creature he might throw at me. And as for the matter of using magic outside of school,
I wonder what his reaction, and the others.
will be at the trial when they find out I'm emancipated and a legal adult in the wizarding world.
I asked myself.
Chapter 539, The Fierce Healing Witch. If you want to support me and read ahead, patreon.com/c7nx. Yeah, here's the new chapter.
Ahem.
I cleared my throat, drawing the attention of the audience back to me once more.
Well, now that I've proven to everyone that I wasn't lying, I expect our most esteemed ministry to actually do something about these Death Eaters and that red-eyed wizard. After all, I know the ministry, and you in particular, Minister, wouldn't want this so-called Dark Lord, whoever he may be, spreading chaos across Britain and terrorizing your people. That's why I'm sure you'll do your very best to uncover exactly what happened tonight. Not only to reassure the public, but also to seek justice for me and Harry, who were both victims of this terrible incident. And of course, our helpful and considerate minister will obviously make every possible resource available to the Aurors, so that they can do their job properly and as quickly as possible. Right, Minister?
I looked at him with a small smile. Seeing the crowd's eyes fixed on him, waiting for an answer and feeling the weight of my question, Fudge could only nod with a forced smile while cursing me inwardly. Satisfied with the response of that cowardly politician, I gave a small approving nod. My gaze then subtly shifted to a red-haired woman with a professional, serious air standing at the front of the crowd, watching everything with deep attention and concern. That woman was Amelia, the head of our ever-so-diligent magical police. And upon hearing the promise of support I had just forced out of Fudge, she felt part of the burden on her shoulders ease slightly. She also felt my eyes on her, and when she turned to meet my gaze, she gave a small nod, her look both grateful and even somewhat respectful. And that was one of my goals for tonight. I didn't just want to humiliate Fudge and force him to acknowledge Voldemort's possible return. I also wanted to make him publicly commit to supporting Amelia and the Aurors, giving them more freedom to act against dark wizards.
Now, without Fudge's suppression, the Aurors will finally be able to prove useful next year.
I thought. Then I nodded to myself, realizing I had already accomplished everything I needed tonight. Deciding to wrap things up, I spoke again.
Well, I've said everything I had to say about what Harry and I witnessed in that graveyard. So, if you have no further questions for either of us, we'll.
I gestured toward my family and the rest of the group. Saying that, I didn't even give Fudge a chance to reply or react. I ignored him completely the moment I finished speaking, leaving him momentarily stunned. Knowing that as soon as he snapped out of it he'd probably try to stop us, I immediately turned and began walking quickly and purposefully toward the Quidditch pitch exit. My family and Harry's family, seeing me leave the scene so abruptly and hastily, blinked in surprise for a moment. But not even a second later they understood my actions, and noticing Fudge's confused and irritated expression, they couldn't help but smile in amusement. They exchanged looks, shrugged, and without sparing the minister a second glance, followed right after me. Fudge, shaking his head to clear his daze, looked at our retreating backs as we grew more and more distant. It took a few seconds for his mind to process what was happening, but when it finally did, his face turned crimson with rage.
This!
He screamed silently inside his head. Realizing that he, the man who practically held command over the entire British wizarding community, was being so easily and shamelessly ignored by us, filled him with fury. But above all, he felt utterly humiliated, and unfortunately for him, there was nothing he could do about it. He couldn't scold or accuse us of disrespect, even though that's exactly what we were doing, because among those who had treated him so dismissively stood Lord Black and the immortal Flamels. He knew he had already taken quite a risk tonight by arguing with me and questioning my honesty in front of them, and he didn't want to push his luck further. He feared that if he tried to pressure us any more, it might finally provoke the wrath of those influential and powerful wizards. Swallowing his frustration, Fudge could only glare at us through gritted teeth, watching our strategic retreat. Even from afar, I could feel his fury, which only made me delightfully satisfied. And though I couldn't prove it, I was almost certain I was developing some sort of sadistic pleasure in irritating and humiliating incompetent, pathetic, and despicable wizards and witches.
I'm starting to understand Professor Snape a little better.
I thought just before my train of thought was interrupted.
Come along this way.
Madame Pomfrey, who had been beside us since she finished examining the remains, suddenly said, gesturing for us to follow her. Without waiting for a response, she turned and began walking.
Oh!
I blinked, confused.
Why would she stop us just to say that, when we were already heading that way?
I wondered. But after paying closer attention, I realized she wasn't heading toward the exit, but toward the medical tent nearby. I stopped, looking at her with a strange expression.
Actually, Madame Pomfrey, we were heading to the castle.
Hearing that, the matron of the hospital wing also stopped and turned back to me.
I said, come along.
she repeated, fixing me with such a sharp look that, honestly, sent chills down my spine. I nodded slowly. And if anyone said that the look on my face was one of fear, that person would clearly be lying. Not daring to defy or argue with the terrifying healer, I followed her toward the medical tent, under the amused and ironic gazes of my family and friends.
Heh, this is the same guy who beat a dragon into submission and mocked the Dark Lord.
Harry thought, letting out a barely contained laugh. But in the very next second, the golden boy froze completely. The smile on his face vanished the instant he realized Madame Pomfrey was now glaring at him with that same sharp, severe expression.
Gulp!